Chapter 201. The enemy emerges. Let's rewind the timeline a bit here. Heaven Do City. On a bustling street, a figure walked over with a staggering step, dressed in rags, hair as messy as a bird's nest covering most of his face, back hunched, coughing heavily and incessantly. The pedestrians on the street, seeing this hunched beggar, all hurriedly avoided him, looks of disgust appearing on their faces, and they quickly sped up their pace, covering their faces as they left. Even though this street was extremely busy, a vast, empty no man's land formed around the beggar. Treated with such discrimination, the beggar acted as if no one else was around, simply burying his head and moving forward. It had to be said that his mental fortitude was truly strong. A beggar with such strong mental fortitude could naturally not be an ordinary person. This beggar was Tang Hao. Back then, he had been severely injured by Lu Chen and was on the verge of dying at Lu Chen's hands, so he had no choice but to flee into Slaughter City, inciting the Slaughter King to fight Lu Chen, using a tiger to devour a wolf, which was the only reason he had the chance to escape with his life. Tang Hao's injuries were extremely severe. Although he had managed to survive by relying on the tenacious vitality of a titled Douluo, the terrible aftereffects meant he could no longer engage in intense combat. Once an intense battle began, his body simply wouldn't be able to hold up. His body might collapse before the enemy even managed to hurt him. Yin had not yet been snatched back, and Tang Hao had already lost his ability to fight. How could Tang Hao be reconciled to this? His son, Tang San, had not yet grown up and could not help him at all right now. In utter despair, Tang Hao could only think of one way, to return to the Clear Sky sect and seek help. Like a drowning man grabbing the last straw of hope, even if this straw was covered in thorns, he would absolutely not let go. That was precisely Tang Hao's state right now. He knew that returning to the Clear Sky sect would certainly mean suffering humiliation, ridicule, and verbal abuse, but the Clear Sky sect was the only place that could help him now. Thinking of this, Tang Hao strengthened his resolve once again. Hidden beneath that messy hair, his eyes revealed spite and hatred, and he thought viciously in his heart. Lu Chen, I truly regret not eliminating you back then, which has led to me falling into this predicament. This time, as long as I can find helpers from the Clear Sky sect, I will definitely use the Clear Sky hammer to smash you into meat paste and snatch Yin back from your hands. Just then, Tang Hao suddenly stopped in his tracks. He raised his head and looked at the exquisite and elegant building by the side of the street, Moon Pavilion. Moon Pavilion was a noble academy in the Heaven Do Empire, specializing in teaching noble court etiquette, and it was said to have the support of the Heaven Do imperial family behind it. And the owner of this Moon Pavilion was Tang Hao's third younger sister, Tang Yuehua. Tang Hao actually knew the location of the Clear Sky sect, but if he were to return on his own, he would inevitably face the unanimous condemnation of the entire sect. Coming to find his third younger sister first, and having her communicate with his eldest brother, would at least provide a buffer. Even if those elders of the Clear Sky sect were unwilling to provide him with help, with his eldest brother mediating in the middle, the situation wouldn't be too ugly. Tang Hao walked toward the gates of Moon Pavilion. Two guards dressed in tight-fitting attire saw the disheveled Tang Hao and immediately stepped forward to drive him away. Moon Pavilion was a noble academy that taught court etiquette, and the people coming and going were all dignitaries and nobles. If such a beggar were to offend those nobles, the two guards simply couldn't afford the consequences. Although Tang Hao was practically crippled, he wouldn't be bullied by two guards. He released a wisp of killing intent, and the two guards immediately turned pale, their feet stumbling back with a clatter before they sat down on the ground with a thud. They shouted loudly in a stuttering voice, "Come quickly! Someone is causing trouble! Come quickly! Someone is causing trouble!" Amidst this shouting, there was a commotion inside Moon Pavilion. Soon, a middle-aged beauty dressed in court attire walked out of Moon Pavilion with a graceful demeanor. This middle-aged beauty's appearance was not stunningly beautiful, but her bearing was flawless. Between her brows and eyes, there was a hint of sorrow, as if she had encountered something heartbreaking, making people unable to help but feel pity for her. The middle-aged beauty walked to the door, her voice cold and clear, revealing a sense of indifference that kept people at a distance. "Your Excellency, perhaps you have some ability, but this is Moon Pavilion, the noble academy for court etiquette of the Heaven Do Empire. If you dare to cause trouble here, there will be no place for you in the entire Heaven Do Empire." Seeing the middle-aged beauty come out, Tang Hao tried hard to straighten his hunched back. He spoke in a hoarse voice. Yuehua, it's me. Long time no see. I'm back. Although the voice was very hoarse, Tang Yuehua still recognized it. The owner of this voice was her second elder brother, Tang Hao. Tang Yuehua's body trembled slightly, and her eyes became moist. She didn't care about maintaining her composure anymore, and in a few quick steps, she ran to Tang Hao's side. She reached out with her slender, white, onion-like fingers and pushed aside Tang Hao's messy hair, revealing a sallow face. Second brother, it really is you, second brother. Tang Yuehua's eyes were blurred with tears. Seeing her once spirited second brother now turned into such a disheveled mess, hunched, sallow-faced, and with listless eyes, no. Different from the beggars on the street. She felt as if her heart was being tightly gripped by a large hand. The pain was so intense it made it hard to breathe. Second brother, no matter what, it's great that you could come back alive. Before, there were rumors everywhere in the Heaven Do Empire saying that you died at the hands of that damned Lu Chen. I never believed it. You are the clear sky Douluo, shaking the continent with your might, invincible in battle. How could you die at the hands of such a petty villain? Now that you're back, don't leave again. In the sect, not only am I worried about you, but even eldest brother is worried about you. It's just that the sect is in seclusion now, otherwise he would have come out to find you himself long ago. Hearing these words, Tang Hao's expression softened. He was not alone after all. He still had his eldest brother, and he still had the sect. Although he was crippled, as long as he could get the sect to step in, there was still a chance to deal with Lu Chen. Tang Hao said in a low voice. Yuehua, I've been forced to come back this time because I had no other choice. Those things before were indeed not rumors. I was severely injured by Lu Chen and barely managed to save my life, but I no longer have the ability to fight now. I want to return to the sect, but if I just go back like this, I fear those elders certainly won't agree. That's why I've shamelessly come to find you, hoping you will communicate with eldest brother and have him step in to suppress things when the time comes. Tang Yuehua nodded and agreed without hesitation. As long as Tang Hao could return, she was willing to do anything, regardless of whether it would bring trouble to the Clear Sky sect. Second brother, if eldest brother knows you are willing to return, he will certainly be very happy. You come in first and freshen up here at Moon Pavilion. Seeing you in your current state really makes my heart ache. As she finished speaking, Tang Yuehua pulled Tang Hao and walked into Moon Pavilion. At the entrance of Moon Pavilion, Tang Yuehua looked coldly at the two guards. It is best if today's events rot in your stomachs. If I find out that you are spreading rumors outside, then you don't need to continue staying at Moon Pavilion. As the owner of Moon Pavilion, Tang Yuehua still had quite a bit of authority. Under Tang Yuehua's threat, the two guards shivered and hurriedly nodded to indicate their compliance. We don't know anything. Tang Yuehua nodded, then looked at Tang Hao with a blooming smile. Second brother, that Lu Chen harmed you to this extent, our Clear Sky sect absolutely cannot let him go. After you officially return to the sect, we will go and seek justice for you. You don't know, but in these years, the sect's strength has greatly increased. Those elders in the sect have all had a breakthrough to become titled Douluo. Dealing with a mere Lu Chen will absolutely be easy. Tang Hao's face revealed a look of pleasant surprise. The sect's strength had increased so much, it was definitely not something that a single Lu Chen could contend with. He had hope for revenge. Thinking of this, the hatred in Tang Hao's heart grew wildly like weeds. Chapter 202, Clear Sky Sect. Tang Yuehua took Tang Hao and settled him down at Moon Pavilion. Under Tang Yuehua's care, Tang Hao finally stopped looking disheveled like a beggar. However, that hunched waist, that stooped back, and that sallow complexion were all sequelae left behind from his battle with Lu Chen. These were things that could not be recovered. The once high-spirited Clear Sky Douluo was still a cripple even after being cleaned up. Watching this, Tang Yuehua shed silent tears. The next day, she returned to the Clear Sky sect. Without alerting the other elders, she only notified her eldest brother, Tang Xiao. Upon learning of Tang Hao's current physical condition from Tang Yuehua, Tang Xiao angrily slammed his palm down, smashing the marble table to pieces. It didn't just break into large chunks, the entire table was pulverized into dust. That overbearing power, combined with his peak-level control, demonstrated Tang Xiao's strength. Thinking of his younger brother falling into such a state, Tang Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of sorrow. Guided by Tang Yuehua, he quietly left the Clear Sky sect and headed to Moon Pavilion in Heaven Do City together. Moon Pavilion, second floor. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, these two brothers, met again after more than a decade. They looked at each other in silence, neither spoke. Tang Hao bowed his head deeply. His eldest brother was still as strong and burly as ever, and the aura radiating from him was far superior to his own. This indicated that Tang Xiao's strength was at least level 96. Looking at himself, having wasted many years, he only had level 95 spirit power. Due to the sequelae of his serious injuries, he was hunched and stooped, with a sallow complexion, and would cough from time to time. Every time he coughed, his internal organs would ache, which made Tang Hao feel a sense of suffocation. In one fleeting moment, Tang Hao felt deep envy, jealousy, and hatred toward his eldest brother, Tang Xiao. If back then, the one who was awe-inspiring now would be himself, not his eldest brother. Tang Xiao did not have so many thoughts in his mind. He just looked at the hunched man in front of him, and his eyes couldn't help but moisten. His younger brother, whose talent had once far exceeded his own, had actually become a hunched cripple now. Comparing the Tang Hao in his memories with the crippled Tang Hao before him, the stark contrast made Tang Xiao feel a bit dazed. It was too unreal. After a long while, Tang Xiao stepped forward, opened his arms to embrace Tang Hao, patted his back, and said, "Welcome back, Brother Hao. Big brother will definitely avenge you. First, I will bring you back to the sect. However, the second elder, third elder, fourth elder, fifth elder, and seventh elder have deep grudges against you because of the trouble you caused with Spirit Hall back then. Because of Spirit Hall's attack back then, many of the five elders' relatives died tragically at the hands of Spirit Hall. These lives are all blamed on you. I will persuade them in my capacity as sect master, but you must also make a gesture, lower your head, and apologize to them. I know your temper, you would rather break than bend, and you'd rather die than yield. But the five elders are not outsiders, they are our own people within the sect. We all share the surname Tang, we share the same bloodline, and we are connected through thick and thin. If you lower your head appropriately, they all watched you grow up, they won't keep holding on to this. Whether they hit or scold you, we brothers will endure it together. As long as their anger dissipates, everything will be easy to resolve." Tang Xiao was worthy of being a sect master. Having been the sect master of the Clear Sky sect for over a decade, he was no longer impulsive and saw through human nature very thoroughly. In just a few words, he pointed out the key to Tang Hao's return to the sect. Given Tang Hao's temper, in the original plot, he chose to let his son, Tang San, return to the sect instead of returning himself, because he felt he was in the right. Now, asking him to lower his head made him extremely reluctant. However, reality was very cruel. Tang Hao was already a crippled waste. If he couldn't return to the sect, given his current state, he would never be able to find Lu Chen to take revenge in his lifetime. Therefore, he had to lower his head when he needed to. Tang Hao said with slight humiliation, "Big brother, I understand. In front of the five elders, I will absolutely not fight back if hit, nor talk back if scolded." Tang Xiao smiled with relief. The once reckless Tang Hao finally knew how to adapt. As long as Tang Hao was willing to lower his head, Tang Xiao was 100% sure he could get Tang Hao back into the sect. Tang Xiao said with determination, "Very well, Brother Hao, tomorrow you will return to the sect with me." Tang Hao nodded and agreed. Thus, the next day, Tang Xiao, along with Tang Hao and Tang Yuehua, returned to the current Clear Sky sect. Clear Sky Hall. After returning to the Clear Sky sect, Tang Xiao summoned the five elders in his capacity as sect master. The five elders of the Clear Sky sect still respected Tang Xiao very much. They did not make Tang Xiao wait too long. In a short while, the five elders had gathered in Clear Sky Hall. Once everyone had arrived, Tang Xiao pointed at Tang Hao, who was wrapped in a black robe, and said, "Five elders, look and see who has returned." As Tang Xiao said this, Tang Hao untied the black robe on his body, revealing his true face. In an instant, the second elder, third elder, fourth elder, fifth elder, and seventh elder all constricted their pupils, their expressions full of shock. It wasn't that they didn't recognize Tang Hao. It was precisely because they recognized Tang Hao that they felt so shocked. Just as Tang Xiao had said, these elders had watched Tang Hao grow up. In these elders' memories, Tang Hao was still that high-spirited young man. But looking at Tang Hao now, hunched and stooped, with a sallow complexion, devoid of any vitality, he was clearly a cripple. A feeling of lament lingered in the hearts of these elders. How could the once pride of the Clear Sky sect fall to such a state? However, some things certainly could not be easily brushed aside. Among the 5 elders, the most hot-tempered 7th elder, the blazing sun Douluo, widened his eyes, his face twitching, his expression ferocious, like a demon crawling out of hell. He roared viciously, "Tang Hao, you animal, you still have the face to come back. You got involved with a spirit beast, losing your own face and the face of the Clear Sky sect, and for the sake of a mere spirit beast, you went against Spirit Hall regardless of the consequences. The sect was devastated because of you. How many people died tragically because of you? The once dignified #1 sect on the continent can now only shrink back on this mountain peak. Are you satisfied? Are you happy? You still have the face to come back. Why didn't you just die outside? Look at you, beaten into this ghostly state. You are not worthy of being called Clear Sky Douluo. You should return this title to the Clear Sky sect. Not just the title, but also the spirit bones. You have 2 of the Clear Sky sect's legacy spirit bones on you. The previous generation's old sect master gave you these 2 legacy spirit bones, hoping you would become the pillar of the Clear Sky sect, keep the Clear Sky sect's prestige from falling, and maintain the Clear Sky sect's reputation as the #1 sect on the continent. But look at you. Not only can you not help the sect, but you only cause trouble for the sect. Everything the sect gave you, hand it all over. Tang Hao's face turned bright red, and the veins on his forehead bulged. The blazing sun Douluo's cursing was too harsh. His heart was filled with anger, which affected his internal injuries, and he immediately began to cough. Cough, 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 cough. After a while, Tang Hao finally stabilized his injuries. He gritted his teeth. Although he always felt he was in the right, if he clashed with the blazing sun Douluo at this moment, he wouldn't be able to get any help. With a thud, Tang Hao knelt on the ground. He spoke in a hoarse voice. Elders, implicating the sect was not my intention. I returned today to atone for my sins. Whatever you want to hit or scold me, I will endure it all. If you want to take back the Clear Sky Douluo title, I am willing to hand it over. If you want to take back the 2 legacy spirit bones, I am also willing to hand them over. Taking back the title is just a matter of words. To take back the spirit bones, I will dig them out right here in front of everyone. Tang Hao was also a ruthless man. He directly summoned his Clear Sky Hammer spirit. Amidst a burst of black gold light, a clear sky hammer covered with blood-red magic patterns appeared in his hand. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, 9 spirit rings rose from beneath his feet all at once. Summoning his spirit and recklessly moving his spirit power made Tang Hao's face flush red, and he began to cough violently again, as if he were about to cough up his internal organs. After calming down slightly, Tang Hao gripped the clear sky hammer tightly, stood up, and was about to smash it into his left leg to dig out the legacy spirit bone within his left leg. Seeing that Tang Hao was really about to take action, the 5 elders were all startled. Once this spirit bone was dug out, Tang Hao would never be able to recover. A normal severed limb, while affecting combat power, would not cause a drop in realm. But if a spirit bone had been fused within the limb, the loss of the spirit bone would inevitably lead to a drop in realm. Brother Hao, don't be impulsive. Tang Xiao shouted loudly and simultaneously. Flashed to Tang Hao's side. A large hand, like an iron pincer, grabbed Tang Hao's wrist, causing Tang Hao's clear sky hammer to stop in midair. After controlling Tang Hao, Tang Xiao scanned the 5 elders with a sorrowful gaze, his voice desolate. Why go to such lengths? Why go to such lengths? 2nd elder, 3rd elder, 4th elder, 5th elder, 7th elder, you all watched Brother Hao grow up. Do you really have the heart to watch Brother Hao completely become a cripple? If you ask me, the title doesn't need to be returned to the sect, and the spirit bones don't need to be returned to the sect. As long as Brother Hao is willing to return to the sect, then the title and the spirit bones still belong to the Clear Sky sect. Since Brother Hao has the heart to atone for his sins, what we should do now is find a way to recuperate Brother Hao's body and let him recover his strength as soon as possible. In the future, the Clear Sky sect will have me, Brother Hao, and the 5 elders, a total of 7 titled Douluo. Why should we worry that our clear sky sect won't flourish? Tang Xiao, this sect master, was still very authoritative. The 5 elders were still willing to listen to what he said. And Tang Xiao was right. Taking back Tang Hao's title and taking back Tang Hao's spirit bones were not as good as bringing Tang Hao back into the sect. The elders knew Tang Hao's talent and strength very clearly. Although Tang Hao looked miserable now, if he could recover his injuries and strength under care, it would further enhance the Clear Sky sect's foundation. Thinking of this, the white-haired second elder came out to smooth things over. The sect master is right. We all watched Tang Hao grow up. Although he brought huge losses to the sect, as long as Tang Hao is willing to atone for his sins, we should still give Tang Hao a chance. As long as Tang Hao returns to the Clear Sky sect, it will be equivalent to the Clear Sky Douluo title and the Clear Sky sects. 2 legacy spirit bones all returning to the Clear Sky sect. After the second elder finished speaking, the third, fourth, and fifth elders all nodded in agreement. Even the 7th elder, Blazing Sun Douluo, who disliked Tang Hao the most, had to hold his nose and admit that Tang Hao's value was greater than the Clear Sky Douluo title and greater than the 2 legacy spirit bones. Seeing that all 5 elders agreed to Tang Hao's return to the sect, Tang Xiao smiled from the bottom of his heart. But soon his smile faded, revealing an incomparably murderous expression. 5 elders, since you all agree to Brother Hao's return to the sect, then Brother Hao is a member of our Clear Sky sect. A member of our Clear Sky sect was bullied like this by someone outside. Can we just ignore it? I have decided. The first thing our Clear Sky sect will do when we come out of seclusion is to avenge Brother Hao. We will use the enemy's blood to solemnly declare to the entire Spirit Masters world that the once number 1 sect on the continent has returned. Once these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap in a clear sky, resounding in the ears of the 5 elders. The second elder shook his head and refused without thinking. Sect Master, you must not forget why we ran here to live in seclusion. It was because of Spirit Hall's encirclement. Once we come out of seclusion and Spirit Hall encircles us again, even if we count Tang Hao and have 7 titled Douluo, at best we would just fight Spirit Hall to a mutual destruction. Do you want to completely exhaust the Clear Sky sect's origin chi? Tang Xiao had an expression that said his mind was made up. Second elder, you have all secretly read the smutty book that Yuehua sent back before. Once these words were spoken, the 5 elders of the Clear Sky sect all blushed. They had indeed read it. It had to be said that the secret room battle between Qian Xunji and Bibi Dong was so exciting that these sheltered old men would read it over and over again every night. Tang Xiao then continued. According to the records in the smutty book, Brother Hao only wounded Qian Xunji. He had no intention of taking his life at all. It was Bibi Dong who took the opportunity to devour Qian Xunji. Therefore, Spirit Hall's encirclement of our Clear Sky sect was all to eliminate dissidents, not to avenge Qian Xunji. It is precisely because I saw this point that I want to lead the Clear Sky sect back out. Elders, our Clear Sky sect cannot remain silent any longer. Although we can continue to live in seclusion, after decades pass, among the young people growing up in the Spirit Masters world, who will still recognize our Clear Sky sect as the number 1 sect in the world. I fear that by then, even if our Clear Sky sect continues to exist, our former glory, former prestige, and former status will all vanish like smoke. Coming out now, we don't need to fight alone. We can contact an ally. Moon Pavilion, which Yuehua is managing, has already received support from the Heaven Do imperial family. Emperor Shui Yi is currently very troubled. With the destruction of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the Heaven Do imperial family has lost an ally, and its strength is greatly discounted compared to the Star Luo Empire. As long as we are willing to form an alliance with the Heaven Do imperial family, the Heaven Do imperial family will be our strongest backing. Our Clear Sky sect has many experts, and the Heaven Do imperial family has millions of troops. By then, even Spirit Hall would never dare to act rashly. 5 elders, do not hesitate any longer. For the sake of the Clear Sky sect, we cannot remain silent anymore. If you feel hesitant, then let Yuehua go find Emperor Shui Yi first to probe Emperor Shui Yi's stance and see how much support Emperor Shui Yi can give us. Tang Xiao had spoken to this extent, and the other 4 of the 5 elders all looked at the second elder. The second elder hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded and agreed. Sect Master, you have convinced me a little. The Clear Sky sect should not completely sink into silence in our hands. That would be letting down old ancestor Tang Chen, who led us to become the #1 sect in the world. I have decided, we will do as you say. A flash of light shone in Tang Xiao's eyes. Brother Hao, I can avenge you now. Emotions surged in Tang Hao's chest. Ah Yin, I have the certainty to bring you back. Chapter 203. Dugu Bo's request. Perspective back to Lu Chen. He used space slash to tear through space, and in a split second, he returned from the Star Do Great Forest to the Longevity Sect. Lu Chen did not deliberately hide his aura, and the moment he returned, Dugu Bo had already sought him out. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Dugu Bo's expression was one of horror, and he spoke in a tone of utter amazement. Lu Chen, your aura is too terrifying now. Even a level 96 titled Douluo like me feels as if a great mountain is pressing down on my shoulders in your presence, making me want to bow down and submit to you. It seems that you have had a significant improvement during this trip. Did you add a few powerful spirit rings to your second martial soul? Lu Chen smiled and nodded. That's right, Brother Dugu. Let me share some good news with you. I have added 3 more 100,000-year spirit rings, and my spirit power has now reached level 99. I was just about to go share this good news with Yan Yan, Xiao Wu, and Zuqing when you found me right away. Seeing your anxious expression, has something happened within the sect? That shouldn't be. With my current reputation on the continent, along with you, the famous poison Douluo, who would dare to provoke our longevity sect? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Dugu Bo was shocked at first. Level 99 spirit power, that was the realm of a super Douluo. In the history of the last 100 years on the Douluo continent, only the 2 peaks of the Spirit Master's world, Tang Chen of the Clear Sky sect and Qian Dalu of the Spirit Hall, had ever reached this realm. As for High Priestess Bo Saishi of Sea God Island was located overseas. Ordinary inland spirit masters had not even heard of Sea God Island, let alone known of the existence of High Priestess Bo Saishi. Even Dugu Bo only knew of the 2 super Douluo, Tang Chen and Qian Dalu. Now that Dugu Bo learned Lu Chen had become a level 99 super Douluo like Tang Chen and Qian Dalu, his expression quickly changed from shock to ecstasy. The corners of his mouth turned up, grinning to his ears. Although he had known this was a sure thing, when it actually happened, he could not suppress the excitement and thrill in his heart. Ha 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 ha, good, too good. I didn't expect that I, Dugu Bo, would one day hear a level 99 super Douluo call me, Brother Dugu. This life is truly worth it. Lu Chen, some things have indeed happened recently. I was a bit worried, but now that you are a level 99 super Douluo, I have nothing left to worry about. Dugu Bo laughed out loud, his brows relaxing and his eyes narrowing into slits. He wanted to reach out and pat Lu Chen on the shoulder, but he realized that Lu Chen's strength far exceeded his own. Even though they were close, given the current disparity in strength, Dugu Bo instinctively felt a sense of awe towards Lu Chen, unable to be as casual as he had been in the past. Dugu Bo rubbed his hands together, his expression relaxed as he said, "The situation is like this. The Clear Sky sect, which was once forced into seclusion by the encirclement of the Spirit Hall, has now reopened its gates and taken Tang Hao back as a member of the sect. You know the situation with Tang Hao best. The Clear Sky sect accepting Tang Hao again indirectly shows their stance. They must be very hostile towards you. At the same time, before the Clear Sky sect came out, they were flirting with the Heaven Do imperial family. I obtained secret information that the current emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, Emperor Shui, has decided to form an alliance with the Clear Sky sect. Last time Shui Qing came to recruit you, you did not agree. This undoubtedly offended the Heaven Do imperial family, and Emperor Shui must hate you to death. Whether it is the Heaven Do imperial family or the Clear Sky sect, they all have grudges against you. Now that they have joined together, can I not be anxious? But that was in the past. Your breakthrough to level 99 spirit power will definitely make the Heaven Do imperial family and the Clear Sky sect afraid to act rashly." Lu Chen was stunned to hear this, not because of fear, but because of excitement. What is this called? This is called having someone send a pillow when you are sleepy. Lu Chen had newly added the 5th, 6th, and 7th spirit rings to his black iron sickle spirit, causing the spirit to evolve into a divine rank spirit, and his spirit power had broken through to level 99. He was just feeling itchy and wanting to test the power of his spirit, and now the Clear Sky sect had jumped out, wanting to form an alliance with the Heaven Do imperial family. This was truly a double blessing. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, his eyes burning as he looked at Douluo Bo. Brother Douluo, to what extent has the alliance between the Heaven Do imperial family and the Clear Sky sect progressed? Last time Tang Hao escaped, this time he must not be allowed to run away again. This Tang Hao, if he thinks he can rely on the Clear Sky sect to fight against me, he is greatly mistaken. If the Clear Sky sect and the Heaven Do imperial family both become Tang Hao's backing, I will crush and flatten his backing right in front of him. When Douluo Bo heard this, he did not support Lu Chen unconditionally. He frowned, hesitated for a long time, and then took a black token from his storage soul tool, handing it to Lu Chen while saying, Lu Chen, you want to take revenge on Tang Hao and want to flatten the Clear Sky sect. I absolutely stand on your side and will not say a single word against it. But as for the Heaven Do imperial family, I want to protect one person, Prince Shui Xing. He has grace towards me and once saved my life. Later, at the invitation of Prince Shui Xing, I became a guest elder of the Heaven Do imperial family. Although I am not loyal to the Heaven Do imperial family, I cannot ignore Prince Shui Xing. This is the guest elder token Prince Shui Xing gave me. Take this guest elder token to find Prince Shui Xing, and he will tell you the situation regarding the alliance between the Heaven Do imperial family and the Clear Sky sect. I only hope that in the end, you will spare Prince Shui Xing's life, so that I no longer owe him. I am neither good nor evil in this life and have never claimed to be a good person, but I don't consider myself a bad person either. I repay kindness and I avenge grudges. After repaying Prince Shui Xing's kindness, I can peacefully serve as Grand Elder in your longevity sect, to avoid any messy accounts in the future. Douluo Bo said this extremely sincerely. Douluo Bo did not care whether the Heaven Do imperial family was destroyed, but Prince Shui Xing could not die by Lu Chen's hand. This would put Douluo Bo in a very difficult position. As long as this kindness was repaid, whether Prince Shui Xing lived or died afterward would have nothing to do with Douluo Bo. Back then, Chrysanthemum Douluo hunted Douluo Bo, and because Chrysanthemum Douluo's spirit, the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, was an immortal herb that possessed a diamond-hard body, it was not afraid of Douluo Bo's deadly poison. Therefore, Douluo Bo suffered greatly at the hands of Chrysanthemum Douluo, and in the end, it was thanks to Prince Shui Xing leading thousands of troops that they forced back Chrysanthemum Douluo, saving Douluo Bo's life. That a group of mortal troops could actually force back a titled Douluo was something that could only happen on this Douluo continent. In short, Douluo Bo owed Prince Shui Xing a favor. Douluo Bo acknowledged this favor. Lu Chen heard this and reached out to take the guest elder token. He did not make things difficult for Douluo Bo and smiled slightly. Since Brother Douluo has spoken, I must give some face. Alright, after I meet Prince Shui Xing, if he honestly tells me about the alliance situation between the Heaven Do imperial family and the Clear Sky sect, I will spare his life. Even after I finish off Emperor Shui Yi, I will let this Prince Shui Xing try the feeling of being an emperor. That can be considered as repaying his favor for you. Chapter 204. Reunion after a long absence. After taking the guest elder token from Douluo Bo, Lu Chen turned around and went to find Douluo Yan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing. He didn't ask Douluo Bo about the daily management of the sect. Since he had appointed Douluo Bo as the Grand Elder of the Longevity sect, he naturally had to let Douluo Bo fully utilize his value. Lu Chen played the role of a hands-off manager quite naturally. At this moment, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Douluo Yan were all cultivating in their respective simulated environments, and Lu Chen did not disturb them. Instead, he waited until they finished cultivating, and only then did he use his mental force to transmit his voice directly into their ears. The phrase, "I have returned, I am waiting for you in the plaza outside," immediately made Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Douluo Yan, who hadn't seen Lu Chen for a long time, look excited and happily come to find Lu Chen. Among them, as an agility attack spirit master, although Zhu Zuqing had the lowest cultivation, she was the fastest, so she arrived by Lu Chen's side first. Accompanied by a fragrant breeze, a soft black figure had already thrown herself into Lu Chen's arms. Zhu Zuqing pressed her cheek tightly against Lu Chen's chest, listening to the thumping sound of his heartbeat, joyful emotions filled her brain. She spoke in a cheerful tone. "Welcome back. It seems I am still the first one to arrive, hee. Once this little kitten fell in love, she was actually a very clingy person. Her original coldness was just a protective color to resist the outside world. Lu Chen, feeling as if he had been hit by a ball of soft cotton, raised his palm and placed it on Zhu Zuqing's head, rubbing it, and smiled approvingly. Not bad, Zuqing, your speed has improved again. My future Nether Hall Master, it seems that during the time I was away, you haven't slacked off in your cultivation. Hearing Lu Chen's praise, Zhu Zuqing nodded her little head repeatedly, saying with serious eyes, I meditate for more than 12 hours every day. The rest of the time is used for training the use of spirit abilities, as well as moving at high speeds in various environments. I have compressed my eating and sleeping time to the minimum, just to be able to meet the conditions to serve as the Nether Hall Master as soon as possible. Zhu Zuqing had always been very diligent. Previously, her talent was only above average. Now, with the immortal herb and spirit bone given by Lu Chen, her talent had reached the top level. Under her diligent cultivation, she was gradually transforming her talent into strength. Just at this moment, an incomparably charming voice came over. Yo, Sister Zuqing, you arrived really fast. You are truly worthy of being an agility attack spirit master. Even I, a level 66 spirit emperor, am a step behind you. The owner of this charming voice was none other than Du Guyan. Just as Du Guyan said, after a period of cultivation, Du Guyan's spirit power had increased by another level, rising from level 65 to level 66. After she arrived, her eyes stared at Lu Chen without blinking, containing endless affection, but unlike that little brat Zhu Zuqing, she didn't throw herself directly into Lu Chen's arms. She swayed her waist gracefully, her hips twisting with an astonishing range of motion, fully displaying her mature and hot figure. It made Lu Chen's gaze lock firmly onto her. Du Guyan was secretly proud. She was not a little brat like Zhu Zuqing. Throwing herself into a man's arms could certainly soothe the pain of lovesickness. But if you want a man to be unable to resist you, you cannot be so direct. You need to radiate charm bit by bit, fully igniting the flames in the other person's heart. At this moment, any small intimate act could completely make that flame burn more intensely. These methods of Du Guyan were indeed effective. Lu Chen, a hot-blooded young man, watching Du Guyan walking gracefully towards him, felt the blood in his body becoming restless. This temptation was simply not average. Zhu Zuqing had a youthful face and a large chest. In terms of figure, she was on par with Du Guyan. However, Du Guyan had a different kind of alluring charm that made people's eyes drawn to her without them realizing it. The gaze Lu Chen cast over was even a bit scorching. Yan Yan, long time no see. You look even more beautiful. Zhu Zuqing discovered that Lu Chen's gaze had been completely attracted by Du Guyan. She unwillingly let go of his embrace, not having Lu Chen all to herself. She lowered her head and looked at her own chest. This wasn't small either, but why did it seem like Du Guyan was more attractive? Zhu Zuqing felt huge pressure, hoping in her heart that Xiaowu would come quickly. Without Xiaowu here, Zhu Zuqing felt a bit overshadowed on her own. In reality, Zhu Zuqing's pressure was unnecessary. As the Star Luo Royal Special Provision, her appearance and figure were top-notch. However, because she was still young, she could not fully release her charm like a peacock spreading its tail, unlike Du Guyan. Du Guyan walked over gracefully and gave Lu Chen a light hug. A hint of haziness appeared in the depths of her eyes, and her tone seemed to carry a bit of resentment, as if Lu Chen had done something to wrong her. Lu Chen, you were gone for over a month, and you didn't know to come back and see us, earlier. Hearing this, Lu Chen's heart softened. He reached out and hugged Du Guyan tightly, as if to press her completely into his own body. His voice was gentle. I didn't want to either, but for the 5th, 6th, and 7th spirit rings of my second martial soul, I had no choice but to stay in the Star Do Great Forest for over a month. In Lu Chen's embrace, Du Guyan felt an suffocating affection. It was truly suffocating. Lu Chen's strength was now astonishingly great. Although the feeling of being held tightly was fascinating, Du Guyan really felt like she was about to be unable to breathe. Her little face flushed red as she panted and said, Let go. I am about to be unable to breathe. Hearing this, Lu Chen quickly released his hands. Du Guyan retreated 2 steps, gasping for breath, her chest heaving violently. She gave Lu Chen a charming, sidelong glance and scolded coquettishly. Your strength is too scary. You almost hugged me to death just now. It seems I must cultivate faster and raise my strength to a level close to yours as soon as possible. Just a hug almost hugged me to death. If I were to be bumped by you in the future, oh my, wouldn't that be agonizingly painful? Du Guyan's expression was extremely colorful. Thinking of that scene in her mind, her face turned red, then white, her emotions shifted between shy and scared. Lu Chen also realized what happened. He had just absorbed the spirit rings and spirit bone of 3,000 Jun ants. As a pure strength-type spirit beast, the 1,000 Jun ants' improvement to his physical fitness was terrifying. He showed an apologetic look and said, "It was my fault for not controlling my strength well. I will definitely be careful next time." As his voice fell, another huffy voice came over. "All right, you have all arrived, and I am actually the last one. If I had known, I wouldn't have run over. I would have used my teleportation ability continuously. Let's see who could compare to me." The last one to arrive was, of course, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu moved her long legs, arrived at Lu Chen's side in 2 or 3 steps, slightly bent her legs, jumped with force, and hung onto Lu Chen's body. Her legs wrapped around his waist, her hands held his neck, and like a koala, she hung entirely on Lu Chen. Face to face, Xiao Wu said in an incomparably intimate and silly voice. "Boss Lu Chen, you were gone for such a long time this time and didn't even bring me along. Did you meet Daming and Erming in the Stardo Great Forest? Daming and Erming didn't cause you any trouble, did they?" Chapter 205. I want to be emperor so badly. Xiao Wu was not heavy at all. As she hung on Lu Chen, he could not feel the slightest weight. He could only feel the softness of her skin and the scorching breath from her breathing. Lu Chen patted Xiao Wu's hip, smiled, and said, "Daming and Erming helped me quite a bit. Thanks to them staying by my side and acting as my protectors, I was able to absorb the spirit rings and spirit bones with peace of mind. I was just about to share this good news with you all. This time in the Stardo Great Forest, I killed 3 100,000-year-old 1,000 Jun ants. After absorbing their spirit rings and spirit bones, I have officially broken through to level 99 spirit power." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into silence. Xiao Wu, who was hanging on Lu Chen, along with Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan standing nearby, were all dumbfounded. Their mouths were slightly agape, wearing expressions of disbelief. The 3 women were feeling a bit dizzy right now. Ordinary titled Douluo would not dare to provoke a 100,000-year-old spirit beast. Yet, Lu Chen had hunted 3 100,000-year-old spirit beasts. Such a terrifying record was spoken so lightly by Lu Chen, as simple as eating and drinking water. What was even more terrifying was yet to come. According to Lu Chen, he had broken through to level 99 spirit power, that was the legendary realm of a super Douluo. Looking across the entire Douluo continent, he was already at the pinnacle of all spirit masters. In other words, Lu Chen was now practically invincible. At this moment, Xiao Wu jumped down from Lu Chen. Her eyes sparkling, she looked at Lu Chen, bit her lip, and said in a hopeful and pleading tone, "Boss Lu Chen, you are already at level 99 spirit power. Does that mean saving my mother is something you can do now?" Lu Chen hooked his index finger and gently flicked Xiao Wu's nose. His handsome face revealed soaring confidence, and he made a firm promise, "No problem. Once I finish the matters at hand, I will take a trip to Spirit Hall. For someone like me now, killing my way in and out of Spirit Hall 7 times is not impossible. Let's take things one step at a time. Tang Hao, who has a deep vendetta against me, has already returned to the Clear Sky sect. The Clear Sky sect is about to emerge from seclusion and form an alliance with the Heaven Do imperial family. Since they have gotten mixed up together, they will inevitably view me as a thorn in their side. After I destroy the Clear Sky sect, kill Tang Hao, and clean up the Heaven Do imperial family, I will go to Spirit Hall to cause trouble for Bibi Dong and retrieve your mother's spirit rings and spirit bones from her. I want to see if anyone in Spirit Hall can stop me." Receiving Lu Chen's promise, a mist of tears appeared in Xiao Wu's sparkling eyes. She reached out her jade hand to cover her small mouth, her body trembling slightly with excitement. "Long live Boss Lu Chen. Boss Lu Chen, I love you to death." Xiao Wu jumped into Lu Chen's arms with a joyful tone, hugging him tightly, wishing she could melt into his body. Standing nearby, Zhu Zuqing knew the situation regarding Xiao Wu's mother. Hearing that Lu Chen would soon go to Spirit Hall to retrieve the spirit rings and spirit bones, she felt happy for Xiao Wu as well. Standing on the other side, Du Guyan was somewhat confused. Retrieving the spirit rings and spirit bones belonging to Xiao Wu's mother, what did that mean? Du Guyan knew that spirit bones could be stolen. But could spirit rings also be stolen? This made Du Guyan feel it was hard to understand. However, at this moment, she did not raise her doubts, preparing to find an opportunity to ask Lu Chen later. Lu Chen gently patted Xiao Wu on the back and consoled her in a gentle tone, all right, calm down. I came back to find you all today to share the joy of my breakthrough in the realm. Since I happen to be going to Heaven Do City now, and you have finished today's cultivate, come with me to Heaven Do City for a stroll. Although it is getting late, there is no curfew in Heaven Do City, and it is even livelier at night than during the day. Lu Chen's words received unanimous agreement from Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan. After being separated for more than a month, they were finally reunited, and now they wished they could stick to Lu Chen at every moment. Afterwards, Lu Chen set off with Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan. In a short while, their group arrived at Heaven Do City. The streets were bustling with people, passers-by shopping, vendors setting up stalls, passing spirit masters, shop owners, but it seemed no one noticed the four of them. In the eyes of these people, Lu Chen and the others seemed to have become like air. This was, of course, Lu Chen's doing, just a little trick. His status was different now. If a commotion were caused and chaos ensued, the good mood for shopping would be ruined. Lu Chen took the three women for a stroll on the street, and after playing for 2 hours, they headed to Prince Shui Xing's residence. Outside the residence, Lu Chen said to Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan, I am going to meet Prince Shui Xing to ask about some details regarding the alliance between the Heaven Do imperial family and the Clear Sky sect. For the time being, you all go and stroll around yourselves. If there is any danger, I will rush over immediately. The three women did not disturb Lu Chen's important business. Hearing what Lu Chen said, after bidding him farewell, they went off together to buy clothes and jewelry. Lu Chen entered Prince Shui Xing's residence alone. The guards in the residence, under Lu Chen's interference, all seemed to have become blind, unable to see Lu Chen's presence at all. Lu Chen swaggered into the backyard of the residence and discovered traces of Prince Shui Xing in one of the rooms. Inside Prince Shui Xing's room, there was not only Prince Shui Xing but also a young man in his early 20s. His appearance was somewhat similar to Prince Shui Xing. At this moment, the young man was gripping his hair tightly with both hands, saying with a terrified face, Second uncle, what should I do? The young man who called Prince Shui Xing, second uncle, was none other than Emperor Shui Yi's youngest son, Shui Bang. Just then, with a bang, the door opened. Lu Chen walked in swaggering, giving Shui Bang and Prince Shui Xing a shock. Prince Shui Xing furrowed his brows, about to ask who Lu Chen was. But when he saw Lu Chen, the overwhelming, terrifying pressure rushing toward him made him tremble like chaff in an instant. He opened his mouth but could not utter a complete syllable. Lu Chen did not waste words. He took out the guest elder token given by Du Gubo from his storage soul tool and directly stated his purpose, my name is Lu Chen. I believe you recognize me. This guest elder token was given to me by Brother Dugu. He repeatedly instructed me to ensure Prince Shui Xing's life is spared to repay the favor of saving his life in the past. The alliance between the Heaven Do imperial family and the Clear Sky sect dissatisfies me greatly. I have a deep hatred for Tang Hao of the Clear Sky sect, and this time, it will certainly be settled once and for all. Prince Shui Xing, I am here to ask you, after Emperor Shui Yi passes away, would you be willing to become the new emperor of the Heaven Do Empire? After Lu Chen introduced himself, Prince Shui Xing and Shui Bang immediately knew his identity, sect master of the longevity sect, longevity Douluo, Lu Chen. When Prince Shui Xing heard Lu Chen ask if he was willing to become the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, his mind went blank instantly. This was a question he had never thought about. Was he willing, or was he not? But suddenly, a thud sounded from the side. Shui Bang, dressed in warm yellow noble attire, knelt on the ground without hesitation. His manner and demeanor were somewhat slovenly, exuding the air of a complete playboy. But at this moment, his eyes were flashing with a light called ambition. His hands were clenched into tight fists, and he shouted almost hoarsely, "Your Excellency, His Excellency Changsheng, I am willing to be emperor. I want to be emperor so badly. I dream of being emperor. As long as you can make me emperor, I will listen to everything you say in the future. I am a direct descendant of Emperor Shui Yi, although there is still Crown Prince Shui Qing ahead of me. But since you can make my father pass away, killing a Shui Qing should be easy for you. Your Excellency, once I become emperor, I am willing to share the Heaven Dou Empire with you." Chapter 206. The Timing to Strike. Watching Shui Bang kneel on the ground, his face flushed red, veins bulging on his forehead, his fists clenched tight, shouting almost hoarsely. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and looked over. This kid must be Shui Bang, right? He is indeed good material to be an emperor, sufficiently patient, with a sharp mind, yet able to disguise himself as a playboy. Able to bend and stretch, the moment he heard he could be placed on the throne, he knelt before him without a word, making all sorts of extravagant promises. Anyway, if he doesn't become emperor, everything is over, and he might not even have a way to survive. Once he becomes emperor, whether to fulfill them depends on the situation. This is exactly the most excellent quality of an emperor. Selling dreams. Ruthless and cruel. In order to completely clear the path for himself to ascend the throne, he had already guessed how he would cause Emperor Shui Yi to pass away, and even wanted him to use the same method to eliminate Shui Qing. Just for this cold-blooded hard nature, Shui Bang is a suitable emperor. Lu Chen looked Shui Bang up and down with great interest. Shui Bang has the heart of an ambitious ruler. Now, to ascend the throne, he can kneel before him, but when he truly ascends the throne in the future, thinking back on these humiliating histories, he might just cause some trouble for him. However, Lu Chen does not care what will happen in the future. He only needs a puppet emperor now to temporarily stabilize the Heaven Dou Empire and prevent the country from falling into chaos, which would cause many of the common people to be displaced. Better to be a dog in times of peace than a human in times of chaos. Even if it is the worst order, it is still much better than chaos. When his own team grows up in the future, before Shui Bang can cause any trouble, he can just kick this puppet emperor out. Lu Chen finally nodded. Good, after Emperor Shui Yi passes away, I will support you in becoming the new emperor of the Heaven Dou Empire. Your name is Shui Bang, right? I don't need you to split the Heaven Dou Empire with me. I don't have much interest in secular power. I only have one request. After you become the emperor of the Heaven Dou Empire, you should know how to deal with the remnants of the Clear Sky sect and the 7 treasure glazed tile school without me having to teach you, right? In addition, I also want to take a tour of your Heaven Dou Empire's national treasury. This request shouldn't be a problem, right? Upon hearing this, Shui Bang was instantly ecstatic. Emotions surged in his chest, and only one thought remained in his mind. Become emperor. I want to become emperor. And Lu Chen didn't even need him to share power. Shui Bang nodded like a chick pecking at rice, a hint of viciousness appearing between his brows, and he raised his hand to make a throat-slitting gesture. No problem. As long as I become the emperor of the Heaven Dou Empire, the remnants of the Clear Sky sect and the 7 treasure glazed tile school will have no place to stay in our Heaven Dou Empire. As for the treasures in the national treasury, you can take whatever you fancy. Lu Chen smiled with satisfaction. This kid was quite sensible, he didn't need to waste any more breath. Afterwards, he swept a glance at Prince Shui Xing, who was still standing blankly to the side with dull eyes. Prince Shui Xing, it seems you don't have the fate to be an emperor, your reaction is too slow. Letting you be emperor would be irresponsible to the Heaven Dou Empire. However, since Brother Douluo is doing his best to guarantee your safety, as long as you don't get in my way, I will still spare your life. Don't even think about tipping off Shui Yi. If you are thinking about brotherly love, then I will have to apologize to Brother Douluo and send you and your brother on your way together. Shui Bang, take some time to work on your second uncle's mindset later. You are the one who is going to be emperor, don't let your second uncle ruin our grand plan. It took a long time for Prince Shui Xing to come back to his senses. His legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the ground, his teeth chattering as he stuttered. You want to kill the emperor, you even want to usurp the throne, you are too bold, this kind of treasonous thing, just like before, when Prince Shui Xing didn't have the guts to agree to Lu Chen to be emperor, now he didn't have the guts to report Lu Chen to Shui Yi either. By the time he finished speaking, Shui Xing himself fell silent. Lu Chen stopped looking at him and turned to continue asking Shui Bang. Shui Bang, to what extent has the alliance between the Heaven Do imperial family and the Clear Sky sect progressed? How many experts has the Clear Sky sect sent out? Where are they residing? Is there a time when they all gather together? I might as well deal with them all at once, so I don't have to go back and forth tossing and turning. Shui Bang's ambition had already been stirred up by the words, become emperor. Hearing Lu Chen's question, he unhesitatingly betrayed the secrets of the Heaven Do imperial family. Your Excellency, after the 7 treasure glazed tile school was disbanded by you, my father has been deeply troubled by the lack of high-level experts in the Heaven Do Empire. Therefore, some time ago, the owner of the Moon Pavilion, Tang Yuehua, came to the palace and vaguely mentioned to him the idea that the Clear Sky sect was willing to come out of seclusion and form an alliance with the Heaven Do imperial family. My father has been sparing no effort to push this matter forward. The owner of the Moon Pavilion, Tang Yuehua, is the younger sister of the current Clear Sky sect master, Tang Xiao, and the Clear Sky Douluo, Tang Hao. This woman is adept at socializing and has significant connections with my father and some of the great nobles in the country. The specific time for the alliance has not been set, but tomorrow night, there is a private banquet. My father, the experts from the Clear Sky sect, as well as my older brother Shuiqing, and the remnants of the 7 treasure glazed tile school will all be attending. If Your Excellency wants to wipe them all out, then tomorrow night is the best time. Once my father and older brother are dead, I can legitimately ascend the throne. After I ascend the throne, I will issue a decree stating that it was the remnants of the Clear Sky sect and the 7 treasure glazed tile school who assassinated my father and older brother in an attempt to subvert the rule of the Heaven Do Empire. It was Your Excellency who saved the Heaven Do Empire, killing those Clear Sky sect experts and 7 treasure glazed tile school remnants who assassinated my father and older brother. Your Excellency will be the great hero of our Heaven Do Empire, and all the citizens of the Heaven Do Empire will be proud of you. The faster Shui Bang spoke, the more rapid his speech became. His eyes were burning, his body trembling slightly from excitement, his fists clenched unconsciously, and his nails were deeply embedded into his flesh, but he seemed completely unaware of it. Lu Chen nodded inwardly. Shui Bang had betrayed the Heaven Do imperial family very thoroughly. In order to become the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, he was willing to do anything. But this was exactly what he wanted. At tomorrow night's private banquet, Shui Yi, Shui Qing, the Clear Sky sect experts, and the 7 treasure glazed tile school remnants would all gather together. Lu Chen raised his palm and made a clenching gesture, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a look of determination revealing itself in his eyes. Shui Bang, then you should get ready. Once tomorrow night is over, you will be the emperor of this Heaven Do Empire. Afterwards, Lu Chen finalized some details of the operation with Shui Bang, then turned and left. Prince Shui Xing's mansion. Chapter 207. Shrek Trio. After Lu Chen left the room, Shui Xing finally began to gasp heavily. When Lu Chen was still here just a moment ago, he had been so nervous that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He could finally relax at this moment. After catching his breath, Shui Xing's face twitched slightly. He rushed to Shui Bang in 2 or 3 strides, grabbed him by the collar, eyes wide, his expression fierce. Shui Bang, do you know what you are doing? Emperor Shui Yi is your own biological father, and Shui Qing, although he is very strange, is still your brother. You actually want to collude with outsiders to eliminate your father and brother. What kind of treasonous act is this? I taught you to endure, but I never taught you to be cruel. Shui Bang's face was filled with madness, his eyes bloodshot, surging with a desire for the throne. He stood up from the ground, placed his hands on Shui Xing's arms, his voice sharp from excitement. Second uncle, I have been pushed to a dead end. Although Big Brother has lost the 7 treasure glazed tile school as a backer, he is still the legitimate crown prince. The royal retainers, the 3 committee members, and the entire court are all leaning towards the crown prince. To save my life, I disguised myself as an arrogant and domineering wastrel. Apart from you, no one is willing to get too close to me. If I cannot seize this opportunity, I will never have a chance at the throne in this lifetime. Once Big Brother ascends the throne, I might be driven out of Heaven-Do City and thrown into some godforsaken fiefdom to rot away. I am not reconciled, I am truly not reconciled. Shui Bang's hands gradually tightened, gripping Shui Xing's arms, and he spoke in a seductive tone. Second uncle, His Excellency Changsheng has no interest in worldly power. Once I ascend to the throne, I am willing to share the Heaven-Do Empire with you. This vast Heaven-Do Empire will belong to both of us, uncle and nephew. Shui Bang started painting a picture again, talking about splitting the Heaven-Do Empire, but it had to be said, these words were very tempting. Thinking about how his power would advance further with Shui Bang's ascension, the scales in Shui Xing's heart unknowingly tipped towards Shui Bang. Exhaling a long breath, Shui Xing's mind was now filled with the image of sharing the Heaven-Do Empire with Shui Bang. That scene was simply too alluring. Shui Xing let go of Shui Bang's collar, his face showing a mix of trepidation, greed, and longing. Since the matter is already decided, there is no use in regretting it now. We are grasshoppers tied to the same rope, we prosper together and perish together. Once this matter is exposed, both our lives will be forfeit. We can only pray that everything goes smoothly. Go back today and pretend to be a wastrel as usual. Let's not do anything unnecessary to avoid suspicion. After tomorrow night passes, I will use my status as a prince to support your ascension to the throne. Banger, don't forget what you said. Second uncle is taking a huge risk to help you ascend to the throne. The future Heaven-Do Empire will have a share for you, and a share for me. Shui Bang nodded heavily. Although it was unknown what he was truly thinking, his expression at this moment was incomparably sincere. Second uncle, I am still young. In the future, I will need you to help me hold up this Heaven-Do Empire. Upon hearing this, Shui Xing felt incredibly comfortable, as if he could already see mountains of gold, silver, and countless treasures beckoning to him. A conspiracy, each harboring their own thoughts. Everyone had their own calculations in their hearts. Outside Prince Shui Xing's mansion, Lu Chen withdrew the mental force enveloping the mansion. He was just taking precautions to prevent Shui Bang and Shui Xing from going back on their word at the last minute. Although whether these two changed their minds or not wouldn't affect the overall situation. If he startled the snake, it wouldn't be easy to gather Shui Yi, Shui Qing, the experts of the Clear Sky sect, and the remnants of the 7 treasure glazed tile school all at once. If they were gathered together, Lu Chen could deal with them all at once. No need to run around, he didn't have time to catch mice one by one. The banquet wouldn't start until tomorrow night. Since Lu Chen was idle, he planned to continue keeping company with Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan. With a thought, his mental force was released. In an instant, he found Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. They hadn't encountered any danger, but they had run into Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. His figure flashed, disappearing from the spot instantly, as he rushed towards the location of Xiao Wu and the others. It was on another street about a few hundred meters away. Dressed in a white martial outfit, the tall and upright Dai Mubai was holding 2 17 or 18-year-old young girls, one on each side. The young girls were only above average in appearance, but they had the advantage of youth, hot bodies, and delicate skin. Dai Mubai was feeling them up, making their faces flush and causing them to gasp repeatedly. He hugged the 2 women and walked towards the hotel, saying heroically to those around him, "Today's entire bill is on me, Boss Dai. Brothers, have a good time. This is what life is about. Tang San is just cultivating all day long. Who does he think he is? I kindly invited him out, and he actually gave me attitude." On Dai Mubai's left was Ma Hongjun, who was as fat as a ball, wearing a leather jacket with his red hair styled into a mohawk. He was also holding a woman, but that woman was about 30 years old and exuded an overly mature charm. Her most prominent features were her large breasts and big butt, which were so large they jiggled, which was quite shocking. Because of Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix spirit, his desires were extremely strong. Ordinary women simply couldn't handle him, so he liked these mature women who could battle him until they were exhausted. Ma Hongjun's smile was particularly lewd, and his voice sounded as unpleasant as a duck's. He, Boss Dai is generous and grand. Then I won't be polite, brothers. The running training grandmaster arranged for us during this time has really tired me out. We are all spirit masters. If we want to cultivate, we should focus on cultivating spirit power. I don't even know what the point of the running training Grandmaster arranged for us is. Whether it's Tang-san or that Grandmaster, they are just stubborn. They study cultivation all day, but I don't see their cultivation speed being much faster than ours. On Dai Mubai's right was Oscar, who had shaved his beard clean, had his hair neatly groomed, and was wearing a simple white shirt, looking quite handsome. His peach blossom eyes blinked, making the girl beside him completely infatuated. The girl beside Oscar was about 20 years old. Her appearance was not stunning, and her figure was only above average, but her temperament was pure and lovely, like a lily growing in a valley. Oscar held the girl's small hand, his voice soft and mushy, as if whispering sweet nothings. Hi, Grandmaster is a spirit master theoretical research genius who reached level 29 spirit power at 50 years old. Even the dean and vice dean have to give him face. Whatever he says, we just do it. We finally get a day off today. Since Boss Dai is willing to pay, I don't plan on going back tonight. Hearing Oscar's complaint, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun couldn't hold it and burst into laughter. A spirit master theoretical research genius who was 50 years old with only level 29 spirit power. This was the true portrait of Yu Shaogang. Compared to the original plot, Ning Rongrong did not come to Shrek, and Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing dropped out of Shrek, so there were no Shrek 7 devils. Yu Shaogang's training was the same, but without Tang San bringing back immortal herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang well, it was impossible for the spirit power of Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun to advance by leaps and bounds. Laziness in cultivation was inevitable. Among them, Dai Mubai felt that he couldn't defeat Dai Wisi, and that this was the last period of his life, so he indulged himself exceptionally. Usually, apart from cultivation, his free time was never truly free. Relying on his tall figure and evil, charming appearance, he spent all day hitting on senior and junior sisters, taking them to hotels to spend the night. Now, in all the hotels in Heaven-Do City, big or small, Dai Mubai had become a VIP, and every hotel would reserve a room specifically for Dai Mubai. As for Ma Hongjun, his situation didn't need to be elaborated on. Because of his evil fire phoenix spirit, as his cultivation level got higher, his desires grew stronger. If he didn't vent for 3 days, the evil fire would burn his body. He didn't even look for ordinary women, he specifically sought out women in their 30s or 40s. After a vigorous battle, he could make the evil fire in his body subside for several days. Additionally, Oscar, who was originally quite self-disciplined, was slowly dragged into the water by these two bad examples, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, and began to frequently stay out all night. Chapter 208. The Nut-Crushing Kick. Just like that, the Shrek trio, each carrying a woman and preparing to head to a hotel, bumped into Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan who were out shopping. Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing, who had once joined Shrek Academy for a few days, saw these slovenly old classmates at this moment. Xiaowu's gaze swept over them and the women they were hugging, a look of disgust on her face. She gave a disdainful snort. Scum, I haven't seen you for a while, and you're still the same. Dai the lecherous tiger, the first time I met you was at the entrance of a hotel. Since coming to Heaven-Do City, I see your spirit power hasn't made much progress, but you've certainly familiarized yourself with all the hotels in Heaven-Do City. Hearing these words, Dai Mubai's eyes sank, and his face turned green and then white. Calling him scum, calling him Dai the lecherous tiger, and even mocking his lack of progress in spirit power. If this were anyone else, Dai Mubai would have already been unable to resist making a move. After all, the motto of Shrek Academy is that those who dare not cause trouble are mediocrities. Shrek values actual combat and emphasizes breaking through oneself in battle. But this comes with a prerequisite. The enemy must have no background, like the Kanghui Academy from the original story. A regular high-level Spirit Master Academy, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun dared to provoke them at will, relying on Zhao Wuji to back them up. But standing behind Xiaowu is one of the most prominent titled Douluo in the current Douluo continent. Lu Chen, let alone making a move, Dai Mubai didn't even dare to talk back. The two women Dai Mubai was embracing were not having it. They spoke in coquettish, whiny voices, fanning the flames. Brother Mubai, this stinky girl is scolding you. You are a top student from Shrek Academy, a dignified level 39 spirit power spirit elder expert. Go on, teach her a lesson. That's right, Brother Mubai, you are. Usually so imposing. Why are you so cowardly today? If you teach these girls a lesson, we sisters will do whatever you want tonight. Dai Mubai didn't dare to fight Xiao Wu. He was already holding back anger, and being egged on by these two women, he immediately vented his anger on them, throwing them to the ground. Shut up. Get lost, both of you. From now on, don't come looking for me again. The two women thrown to the ground let out a few cries of pain, then looked at Dai Mubai in disbelief. They were stunned. Dai Mubai, who usually called them his little darlings, was so brutal to them today. Seeing Dai Mubai's brutal behavior, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan all frowned, their eyes turning cold. These two women who fanned the flames were stupid, but since they were with you, Dai Mubai, and had given themselves to you, your brutal treatment of them made Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan feel great disgust toward him. Du Guyan looked at Xiao Wu beside her and asked with a disgusted tone. Xiao Wu, who exactly is this disgusting guy? Xiao Wu looked at Dai Mubai as if looking at garbage, and then introduced Dai Mubai's past to Du Guyan. Hearing that Dai Mubai had once opposed Lu Chen but was taught a lesson by him, Du Guyan's dislike for him rose sharply, her eyes as cold as the ice of the far north. At this moment, Zhu Zuqing's heart was unexpectedly calm. Seeing Dai Mubai so degenerate and indulgent, she no longer felt the indignation and frustration of the past. With only the calmness of looking at a dead person, Zhu Zuqing spoke coldly. It seems you have already accepted your fate. Feeling you couldn't beat Dai Wuxi, you fled from Star Luo Empire to Heaven Do Empire, living in a daze, without any desire to improve. You harm girls all day long. Since you are going to die sooner or later, I might as well cripple you today, so you don't go on ruining the youth of those girls in the last period of your life. Zhu Zuqing stepped forward, her body leaning forward, her hands curled into claws, making an offensive stance. Dai Mubai's expression was extremely ugly. He wasn't afraid of Zhu Zuqing. After all, in his impression, Zhu Zuqing was just a level 27 spirit power spirit grandmaster. He was afraid of Lu Chen. Furthermore, Zhu Zuqing's words were like a sharp knife, piercing deeply into Dai Mubai's heart, opening a bloody hole in his heart, making his heart twitch in pain. Seeing that Zhu Zuqing was really prepared to make a move, Dai Mubai stopped cowering like a turtle. He glared at Zhu Zuqing with resentment, cursing with the most vicious language. Zhu Zuqing, you rotten bitch, how are you any different from me? I look for women, you look for men. I haven't even bothered you, yet you're managing me. You used that lewd body of yours to climb up to a high branch, becoming a plaything and a captive of a titled Douluo, trading for a worry-free retreat so you don't have to worry about the rules of Star Luo Empire. Now you are pointing fingers at me with righteous indignation. Do you deserve to? Since I know I can't beat Dai Wuxi, why should I work hard to cultivate? Accepting my fate early, enjoying life early, what's wrong with that? I don't believe Lu Chen hasn't touched you. You aren't clean yourself, you have no right to criticize me. A ripple appeared in the depths of Zhu Zuqing's eyes. He is different from you. The luckiest thing for me was meeting Lu Chen. I am also different from you. Whether it was when I was in Star Luo Empire or after I left Star Luo Empire, I have never slacked off in my cultivation. At the very least, from the beginning, I decided that even if I were to die, I would splash them with blood, rather than waiting for death in a cowardly way. Hell Civet, martial soul possession. In an instant, accompanied by a surge of black light, Zhu Zuqing completed her martial soul possession. Her figure became more slender, her fingernails protruded like sharp blades. And rich dark energy was released from her body, making Dai Mubai, who was facing Zhu Zuqing, feel a chill all over his body. Then, under Zhu Zuqing's feet, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, 4 spirit rings rose one after another, constantly circling around her body. Seeing this scene, Dai Mubai was completely dumbfounded. In his impression, Zhu Zuqing was still a level 27 spirit power spirit grandmaster. Even if her strength had improved during this time, no matter what, she shouldn't have directly crossed the spirit elder stage to become a 4-ring spirit ancestor. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who were next to Dai Mubai, also opened their mouths in shock. The look in their eyes as they stared at Zhu Zuqing could no longer be described as shock, their eyeballs were practically popping out. What kind of cultivation speed is this? It has only been a short time, yet she could allow a 2-ring spirit grandmaster to break through and become a 4-ring spirit ancestor. Dai Mubai felt a tangible killing intent. His back was ice cold. Driven by fear, he immediately completed his martial soul possession. After his white tiger martial soul possession, his body became increasingly strong, and yellow, purple, 3 spirit rings rose from under his feet. The first spirit ring and the third spirit ring flashed with light instantly. First spirit ability, White Tiger Barrier. Third spirit ability, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. Under the surge of spirit power, a milky white barrier condensed around Dai Mubai's body, looking like it had decent defensive power. At the same time, his body underwent a second transformation, his muscles swelling, stretching his tight-fitting outfit taut, but the material of the clothes was really good, they didn't tear on the spot. Zhu Zuqing's eyes were cold. Her figure flashed, turning into a black shadow and rushing forward. Source of Darkness. Third spirit ability, Hell Decapitation. Zhu Zuqing first used the Source of Darkness. Left arm bone. The Source of Darkness spirit ability can release dark energy and attach it to any spirit ability, causing the original spirit ability's power to double. The endless dark energy released from her left arm bone made her look as if she were merging into a black sun. Then her third spirit ring flashed with light. Zhu Zuqing raised her hands high, palms facing each other. Surging spirit power gushed out from her palms, and amidst a flow of changes, a crescent-shaped black light blade quickly condensed. The Hell Decapitation, which was originally only a 1,000-year spirit ability, erupted with power comparable to a 10,000-year spirit ability under the amplification of the Source of Darkness spirit ability. Because Zhu Zuqing was very fast, she arrived in front of Dai Mubai in an instant. Dai Mubai felt a blur before his eyes and saw that Zhu Zuqing was already close at hand. He had no time to make any reaction. He was slashed by Zhu Zuqing as she swung the black light blade. Crack, crack, the White Tiger Barrier shattered instantly. The second stage transformation of White Tiger Vajra Transformation couldn't withstand the domineering power of Hell Decapitation either. A gash was torn in Dai Mubai's chest, blood gushed out, his bones collapsed, and his aura instantly plummeted. He was breathing more than he was taking in, becoming on the verge of death. At the same time, Dai Mubai's body was sent flying directly, like a sack of broken cloth, falling to the ground 7 or 8 meters away. With a thud, blood gushed from his chest, quickly dyeing the ground bright red. Dai Mubai stared with his evil eyes, looking at the starry sky under the night curtain, gasping heavily. He felt shock and fear in his heart, but more than that, he was confused. Why had Zhu Zuqing become so powerful? Zhu Zuqing did not stop her attack. Her figure flashed, and she rushed forward again. In an instant, she arrived in front of Dai Mubai. Her thin lips pressed into a line, and without mercy, she kicked him right in the crotch. Crack, a sound of cracking like eggs breaking echoed. Intense, extreme pain impacted Dai Mubai's brain, causing him to let out pig-like screams. Ah, ah. This nut-crushing kick from Zhu Zuqing completely rendered Dai Mubai incapable of having children. From now on, he would never be able to harm other girls again. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were so scared that their legs went soft. Their faces turned pale, their bodies trembled, and they covered their crotches with their hands. Although they were not hurt, they seemed to feel the pain in their own brains. This was exactly what empathy felt like. Chapter 209. Zhu Zuqing's Kindness. Zhu Zuqing's kick to the family jewels directly kicked Dai Mubai out of his martial soul possession state, and the injuries to his chest, combined with the heavy blow to his lower body, caused his body to curl up like a shrimp. His eyes were unfocused, and he had already fainted. His limbs twitched from time to time, that was the involuntary spasm of his muscles. As one of the most fatal weaknesses for a man, suffering a heavy blow to the lower body without dying on the spot was already due to Dai Mubai's strong physique as a spirit master. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The few women brought out by Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun turned pale, their bodies trembling as they let out sharp, explosive screams. The screams tore through the night sky, causing a commotion all around. But because this was a battle between spirit masters, ordinary people only dared to hide and watch from the sidelines, not daring to rashly intervene to stop it. Xiao Wu, enjoying the show and wishing for more chaos, glanced with mischievous intent at Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who were clutching their lower bodies and shivering. She placed one hand by her mouth and beckoned to Zuqing with the other. Zuqing, there are 2 more guys here. Should we just cripple them too? Anyway, anyone hanging out with that lecherous tiger definitely isn't a good person. Upon hearing this, Zuching hadn't yet said anything. Oscar and Ma Hongjun's faces turned deathly pale in an instant, and their legs couldn't stop trembling. They thought to themselves that if they were to have their bells crippled just like Dai Mubai, they would truly want to die, their future lives would be completely hopeless. They couldn't compete in terms of martial strength, and even less so in terms of background. Then there was only one path left to take. Oscar bowed and scraped, begging for mercy with a face full of fear and trepidation. Sister Xiao Wu, there's no need to be so ruthless, right? We were all classmates back then, and we aren't actually close to Dai Mubai. I have always detested Dai Mubai's degenerate behavior, and from now on, I will draw a line in the sand with him. I'm only 15 years old, and I don't even have children yet. I can't lose my bells. Sister Xiao Wu, you are a magnanimous person, please spare me. Ma Hongjun had the same reaction. He tightly clutched his little brother, the one who had been with him since birth, his intimate companion for so many years. If this brother were to leave him, Ma Hongjun felt he might as well just die. He was even more dramatic, dropping to his knees with a thud, his face twisted in misery as he wailed while begging for mercy. Don't cripple me. I'll change, I will definitely turn over a new leaf. I will draw a line with Dai Mubai right now, and I will never associate with Dai Mubai ever again. I swear, if I ever mess around with Dai Mubai again, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who usually called Dai Mubai brother, were now under the threat of having their bells crippled, desperate to completely sever ties with Dai Mubai. What brotherhood, what loyalty, none of it was as important as their own bells. Xiao Wu laughed until she was leaning back and forth, her body trembling with mirth. Du Guyan crossed her arms over her chest, her slender, beautiful eyes sweeping over the disgraceful Oscar and Ma Hongjun, and a look of disdain appeared at the corner of her mouth. Zuching withdrew her spirit, not sparing Oscar and Ma Hongjun another glance. As her red lips parted, she spoke in a cold, clear voice. Get lost. Take Dai Mubai and get lost. Also, if you want to date, do it seriously. If I catch you harming any girls or deceiving their feelings, I will definitely cripple you without hesitation next time. Zuching was not unreasonable. Crippling Dai Mubai's bells was not for the sake of venting personal anger. She crippled Dai Mubai, indeed, because this guy only had a dead end in his future. Being so degenerate and lacking ambition, he was bound to fail in the competition against Dai Wuxi. If he was lucky, perhaps he would only have his spirit crippled and then be sent to some small border town to spend the rest of his life. If he was unlucky and Dai Wuxi didn't like the look of him, then Dai Mubai would only have a dead end. Therefore, the girls who were with Dai Mubai were destined not to have a good outcome, and Dai Mubai would not take responsibility for them. Crippling Dai Mubai's bells could also indirectly save many innocent girls who might be deceived by him. This was the kindness in Zuching's heart. When dealing with enemies, she could strike to kill without hesitation. But in normal times, she was also a young girl full of love and empathy. Upon hearing Zuching's words, for Oscar and Ma Hongjun, it was no different than ascending from hell to heaven. They didn't have to have their bells crippled. The two nodded incessantly, vowing and swearing. We will definitely turn over a new leaf, we will absolutely not deceive anyone's feelings, and from now on we will definitely date properly. The incident of Dai Mubai's bells being crippled left a psychological shadow on both Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Although they didn't suffer direct harm, out of empathy, they also felt a chill in their lower bodies. Oscar was truly behaved now. He probably wouldn't dare to mess around again in the future. As for Ma Hongjun, without the coxcomb phoenix sunflower to evolve his evil fire phoenix spirit, he would sooner or later be consumed by his evil fire again, and at that time, he would probably return to his old ways, restless and ready to act up. Afterwards, Oscar and Ma Hongjun scrambled over to Dai Mubai. Seeing Dai Mubai, with his eyes rolled back, his chest collapsed, still bleeding, and his limbs twitching involuntarily, they both felt a sense of fear and sorrow. When Dai Mubai woke up and realized that his bells had been kicked to pieces, he would probably go crazy. He would never be able to feel happiness ever again. Oscar and Ma Hongjun exchanged a glance. One person lifted Dai Mubai under the armpits, the other lifted Dai Mubai's legs, and together they lifted Dai Mubai and ran away quickly. Only a few women were left, stunned like wooden chickens, standing blankly on the spot. Zuqing waved her hand, signaling them to leave. You can leave too. If you don't want to be the target of Dai Mubai's displaced anger, stay further away from Dai Mubai in the future. That guy is no good, he's just a piece of trash waiting to die. Having said that, Zuqing ignored the women further, turned on her heel, and walked back to the side of Xiao Wu and Du Guyan. But suddenly, time seemed to stand still. The onlookers who had been watching were, under the interference of powerful mental force, plunged into a dazed state. Lu Chen descended from the sky. He had witnessed the whole process just now, but because there was no danger, he hadn't intervened. Xiao Wu, Zuqing, Yan Yan, I'm back. Things on my end are mostly settled. Let's go, I'll accompany you to shop to your heart's content today. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiao Wu, Zuqing, and Du Guyan were all very happy, casting the small interlude just now to the back of their minds, and trotted over to Lu Chen's side. By the time Lu Chen and the others left the area of that street, those passers-by who had been dazed under the suppression of mental force finally woke up one after another. Feeling confused about what had just happened, they all dispersed. On the other side, Lu Chen accompanied Xiao Wu, Zuqing, and Du Guyan for a long time, eating delicious food, drinking tasty drinks, buying beautiful clothes, picking out beautiful jewelry. It wasn't until late at night that they left Heaven-Do City. On the way back, Xiao Wu blinked her beautiful eyes, looking at Lu Chen, the corners of her mouth turning up, her expression soft, and she whispered gently, "Boss Lu Chen, tonight was so much fun. If only we could always be together like this forever." Lu Chen heard this and smiled calmly. "Then you must cultivate well. As a level 99 super Douluo, my life is extremely long. If I even break through the limit of level 99, then my life will be infinite." Xiao Wu, Zuqing, and Du Guyan's eyes suddenly cleared, and they suddenly thought of a terrifying fact. If their cultivation couldn't keep up with Lu Chen's pace, although they were still very young now, they would sooner or later grow old and die. And Lu Chen might remain forever young. Thinking of this fact, Xiao Wu, Zuqing, and Du Guyan couldn't wait to go back and continue to cultivate immediately. Chapter 210. The banquet begins. Dai Mubai was carried back to Shrek Academy by Oscar and Ma Hongjun, covered in blood. Seeing Dai Mubai beaten into such a state, Flender, as the dean, was naturally furious, looking as if he wanted to seek justice for Dai Mubai. However, upon hearing from Oscar and Ma Hongjun that it was Zuqing who had injured Dai Mubai, and that Zuqing had even broken through to a four-ring spirit ancestor, Flender was both shocked and helpless. He was shocked that Zuqing had broken through to a four-ring spirit ancestor, and helpless because Lu Chen stood behind Zuqing, an existence he could not afford to provoke at all. Consequently, Flender backed down. Apart from ordering everyone to do their best to treat Dai Mubai, he never mentioned seeking justice for him again. This matter did not cause any ripples, and it was left unsettled thereafter. When Dai Mubai woke up, the very first moment he regained consciousness, he reached down toward his crotch with trembling hands. Then he discovered that it was completely empty. Given that everything had been smashed, the teachers at Shrek Academy had no choice but to perform a surgery to remove the damaged parts in order to treat his injuries. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth until they clicked, staring blankly at the ceiling. He would never have happiness again. 2 lines of tears slid from the corners of his eyes. He felt it would have been better to just be killed. Zhu, Ching. Dai Mubai's voice was sharp as he gritted his teeth and spat out these 3 words, carrying a towering resentment as if he wanted to swallow someone alive. Since Boss Dai was going to become Sister Dai in the future, it was no wonder he felt such resentment. I believe he will slowly adapt in the future. ... This was just a small interlude. By the evening of the next day, a banquet with few attendees but of great grandeur was successfully held in the Heaven-Do Imperial Palace. The protagonist of this banquet was undoubtedly the Emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire, Emperor Shui Yi. Inside the magnificent palace, the orange lamplight was somewhat hazy, giving people a sense of just the right amount of intimacy. Although there were not many guests attending this banquet, each of them held a pivotal position. On Emperor Shui Yi's left side were the powerhouses from the Clear Sky sect, Clear Sky Douluo Tangxiao, Clear Sky Douluo Tanghao, as well as the second elder, third elder, fourth elder, fifth elder, and seventh elder, with Tang Yuehua accompanying at the very end. The top powerhouses of the Clear Sky sect had all been dispatched, showing how much importance they placed on Emperor Shui Yi's solicitation. On Emperor Shui Yi's right side, the leader, a refined and easy-going young man, was the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Shui Qing. Of course, this, Shui Qing, was merely a body double for Qian Runshui. The real Qian Runshui had already returned to Spirit Hall to receive training from Qian Douluo. As a body double, Shui Qing had been keeping a low profile and staying indoors during this period. Apart from activities he had to attend, such as today's banquet, he rarely left the crown prince's residence. Shui Qing had a refined temperament, a gentle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as his gaze swept across the 7 titled Douluo of the Clear Sky sect lined up opposite him. His heart was extremely shocked. As a body double cultivated by Spirit Hall for Qian Runshui, he was naturally loyal to Spirit Hall. As an enemy of Spirit Hall, the fact that the Clear Sky sect had produced 5 more titled Douluo during their time in seclusion naturally made Shui Qing secretly feel alarmed, and he was contemplating transmitting this information back to Spirit Hall after returning. Otherwise, if the Heaven Do imperial family and the Clear Sky sect truly united, it would be a huge threat to Spirit Hall. Beside Shui Qing followed a little girl of about 12 or 13. She had a petite figure, shoulder-length hair, delicate features, and a pretty appearance, but her eyes revealed a touch of gloom, as if she had suffered some great change, causing her to exude a sinister and melancholy temperament. This little girl, dressed in white court attire, was none other than Shui Qinghei's nominal junior sister, Ning Fengji's daughter, Ning Rongrong. As the apple of the 7 treasure glazed tile school's eye, she had grown up under the doting of Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo, and could be said to have been carefree and lawless. But with the deaths of Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo, and the dissolution of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, everything had changed. Ning Rongrong was no longer that carefree little princess. She had become a stray dog, and under the protection of some trusted aides, she had managed to escape to Heaven Do City. She thought she could use the power of the Heaven Do imperial family to take revenge, but the result was that the Heaven Do imperial family only wanted to use her to gather the remaining powerhouses of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. As for revenge, it was simply nowhere in sight. Ning Rongrong looked at Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and the other 5 titled Douluo elders of the Clear Sky sect without blinking, a surge of emotion rising in her chest. Is this the number 1 Clear Sky sect in the world? They actually possess 7 titled Douluo. I originally thought that our 7 treasure glazed tile school was amazing for having Grandpa Sword and Grandpa Bone as 2 titled Douluo, but today I realize that there is always someone better. Clear Sky Douluo has a grudge against Lu Chen and was once hunted down by Lu Chen until he was severely injured and on the verge of death. Now that the Clear Sky sect has come out of seclusion, they will definitely not let Lu Chen off easily. Dad, Grandpa Sword, Grandpa Bone, Rongrong has finally seen the hope of avenging you. With the 7 titled Douluo of the Clear Sky sect, plus the assistance of our 7 treasure glazed tile school's 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit, even if that Lu Chen has bizarre and unpredictable methods, it is absolutely impossible for him to survive successfully under the siege of 7 titled Douluo. He has spatial abilities to avoid damage, but the consumption of his spirit power must be enormous. When his spirit power is exhausted, that will be his death day. I must use his head to pay tribute to Dad, Grandpa Sword, and Grandpa Bone. The reason Ning Rongrong was able to enter this banquet was, of course, because of her current status as the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. After the 7 treasure glazed tile school dissolved, it became scattered sand. Wanting to gather this scattered sand, Ning Rongrong, as Ning Fengji's daughter, very smoothly became the new sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Of course, this was only a nominal sect master. After all, even if Ning Rongrong cultivated like crazy, she was still just a 28th level spirit grandmaster, which was not enough to make the remaining powerhouses of the 7 treasure glazed tile school truly submit. At this moment, behind Ning Rongrong followed 6 old men dressed in luxurious clothes. They were the 6 remaining spirit Douluo elders of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. These were all the guests at today's banquet. Looking at the hall full of guests, a flash of excitement appeared in Emperor Shui Yi's eyes. With the alliance of the Clear Sky sect, their Heaven Do Empire could completely fear neither Spirit Hall nor the Star Luo Empire. He stood up, picked up a goblet from the table, and his gaze slowly swept across everyone present. His voice was strong and powerful, full of breath, as if a lion was emitting a low roar. Haha, Sect Master Tang, the banquet I held today is to celebrate the alliance of the Clear Sky Sect. By tomorrow morning, I will issue an edict that from now on, the Clear Sky Sect will be the state religion of the Heaven Do Empire, and Sect Master Tang will be the imperial preceptor of the Heaven Do Empire. The Heaven Do Empire will allocate a sum of funds for the Clear Sky Sect to rebuild its mountain gate after coming out of seclusion, and will continue to allocate funds annually for the future development of the Clear Sky Sect. From now on, the Heaven Do imperial family and the Clear Sky Sect will prosper together and suffer together. Come, cheers. Chapter 211 Enemies in Droves. As Emperor Shui finished speaking, those present all very respectfully raised their stemmed glasses and drank the fresh red, blood-like wine in one gulp. Then, the servants around them each picked up wine bottles and stepped forward to pour for everyone. Taking advantage of this gap, Tang Xiao cupped his hands to show respect, then spoke in a sincere tone, "Your Majesty, from now on, our Clear Sky Sect is willing to serve the Heaven Do Empire, but my brother Hao was heavily injured by that Lu Chen, and he cannot currently fully unleash his strength as a titled Douluo. I and several elders in the sect previously attempted to use our spirit power to forcibly clear the clogged meridians in Brother Hao's body. However, Brother Hao's body is currently extremely weak. If we input too much spirit power, it would instead cause more damage to his body. Therefore, I request Your Majesty here to mobilize the Heaven Do imperial family's connections and invite some support soul masters with healing abilities to treat Brother Hao's body. Once Brother Hao's body recovers, the two of us Clear Sky Stars, plus the 5 elders who are titled Douluo, will definitely be able to become the Heaven Do Empire's sharpest spear and strongest shield." Speaking of this, Tang Xiao's eyes darkened, and his tone became sinister. "And that Lu Chen, he killed Schoolmaster Ning, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo, cutting off an arm of the Heaven Do imperial family. Moreover, this person is unwilling to get close to the Heaven Do imperial family. As a major threat to Your Majesty, we are willing to eliminate this person for Your Majesty. As a powerhouse born in the Heaven Do Empire, yet failing to respect the Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, this is his death sentence." A gleam flashed in Emperor Shui-Yi's eyes. This Tang Xiao had truly spoken to his heart. Ever since Lu Chen refused the Heaven Do imperial family's recruitment, he had always been a major threat to Emperor Shui-Yi. As long as Lu Chen was alive, it was like a fishbone stuck in Emperor Shui-Yi's throat. He dreamed of resolving this major threat, but unfortunately, Lu Chen's strength was too great, and ordinary armies were completely helpless against him. With the powerhouses of the Clear Sky Sect making a move, 7 titled Douluo would fight against 1 titled Douluo. This wave of advantage is mine. Emperor Shui-Yi immediately made the decision and said, "Sect Master Tang, rest assured. Our Heaven Do imperial family has a guest elder named Yi Qingcheng, who is a Spirit Saint level 9 Heart Begonia Spirit Master. I believe you have all heard of the effects of this spirit. It is healing. No matter how serious the injury is, as long as the person hasn't stopped breathing, a 9 Heart Begonia Spirit Master can save them. I will send someone to invite her tomorrow, and she can be brought here the day after tomorrow. With her making a move, I guarantee it will allow Clear Sky Douluo to recover as before." Hearing this, Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and the 5 elders of the Clear Sky Sect all showed expressions of relief. If Tang Hao could recover, then their Clear Sky Sect would have one more top-tier combatant. Whether dealing with Lu Chen or confronting Spirit Hall in the future, they would be more confident. If not for the immense pressure from Spirit Hall, the Clear Sky Sect would not have become allies with the Heaven Do imperial family. Tang Xiao gave Tang Hao a look, and then the 2 brothers stood up separately, raising their glasses together towards Emperor Shui-Yi. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for lending a hand. We brothers toast to Your Majesty." This pair of brothers, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, although their brains were filled with muscles from training and they always liked to be straightforward, they were asking for help, so they were still very polite. Emperor Shui-Yi was in a great mood because of this. This was more like it. He was the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire. Even titled Douluo had to be polite in front of him. The Clear Sky Sect was the #1 sect on the continent, and the titled Douluo in the sect were not as unreasonable as Lu Chen. Looking at the brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, Emperor Shui became increasingly satisfied, and he also raised his glass to signal, "Haha, Sect Master Tang is too polite. From now on, we are all one family." Unsurprisingly, an accident was about to happen. Just at this moment, a blue light spread from outside the main hall. In just a few breaths, it shrouded the entire main hall. Within the coverage of this blue light, an isolated space had almost formed. The expressions of the two brothers, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, changed drastically. Others might not have reacted yet, but they had traveled the continent with Yin and knew that this blue energy was the ability of the blue-silver domain. On the current continent, the only one who could unleash the blue-silver domain was Lu Chen, who possessed the blue-silver emperor martial soul. They looked towards the outside of the hall with hostility and shouted in unison, "Lu Chen." As the voice fell, a clear, youthful voice spread from outside the hall, from far to near, thinking quite beautifully, "Aren't you? After healing Tang Hao, you'd come together to besiege me. Unfortunately, you no longer have the chance." Accompanying the voice, a figure with a tall and slender build, wearing a blue cloud-patterned long robe, with long hair draped to his waist, handsome features, and revealing a somewhat free and unrestrained temperament, Lu Chen, floated slowly towards the inside of the hall in midair, 30 centimeters off the ground. Entering the hall, Lu Chen scanned the area with his gaze, finally fixing it on Shui Qing, because he was surprised to discover that this Shui Qing was actually not impersonated by Qian Runshui. That is to say, Qian Runshui had already returned to Spirit Hall. Lu Chen thought to himself, Qian Runshui is quite smart, knowing to cut losses in time. On the Douluo continent, strength is ultimately supreme. As long as one has unrivaled personal strength, unifying the continent does not need to rely on schemes and tricks at all. Just as Lu Chen was pondering, a shrill scream came from Ning Rongrong's mouth. "Lu Chen, return the lives of my father, Grandpa Sword, and Grandpa Bone to me." Ning Rongrong's eyes were bloodshot, filled with endless resentment and hatred. If not for the obstruction of some spirit Douluo elders beside her, she seemed to want nothing more than to rush up and perish together with Lu Chen. Lu Chen recognized Ning Rongrong's identity. Glancing at the girl who wished she could eat him alive, he spoke in a calm tone, "Those who kill others will always be killed by others. Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, Ji Yu Rong, when you intercepted and killed me back then, you should have thought that there would be a day when I would retaliate. I am a person with a bottom line. I only killed Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Ji Yu Rong, and did not exterminate your entire 7 treasure glazed tile school, which is why you have the chance to live until today. Ning Rongrong, instead of thinking about changing your name and living a good life, you got involved with these people. Then today, I can only completely cut off the legacy of the 7 treasure glazed tile school." Although the tone was calm, the invisible pressure pressed forward like a great mountain. Ning Rongrong, who only had the strength of 28 spirit power, turned deathly pale in an instant. If not for the support of several spirit Douluo beside her, she would certainly have collapsed onto the ground. Seeing Lu Chen so unscrupulous, Emperor Shui Yi's face turned gloomy. With a slap, he slammed his palm on the table, glared at Lu Chen, and roared, "Lu Chen, you are presumptuous. This is the Heaven Do Imperial Palace, the territory of our Heaven Do Imperial family. Today, you came uninvited, you simply do not put our Heaven Do Imperial family in your eyes. If I let you come and go as you please, where would the face of my Heaven Do Imperial family be? Where is the Royal Knights? Take down Lu Chen for me." However, no matter how Emperor Shui Yi shouted, there was no response from outside the hall. It was so deathly silent that it made people tremble, and Emperor Shui Yi's expression began to panic. Lu Chen said in a cold tone, "Within my blue-silver domain, this place has become an independent space. Any commotion that happens today will not spread outside. Everyone, are you ready to hit the road? Today is your death day." Emperor Shui Yi immediately panicked. He reached out and pointed at Lu Chen, his chest heaving violently, and he spoke with fierce words but a weak heart. "Lu Chen, you actually dare to commit regicide. I am the Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire. If you dare to kill me, the civil and military officials of the Heaven Do Empire, the city lords of various places, and countless commoners will never let you go. Sect Master Tang, quickly protect the Emperor. Today, we must exterminate this madman." At this moment, Tang Xiao looked at Tang Hao, whose eyes were bloodshot and who was panting like an ox. He reached out and pressed on Tang Hao's shoulder. Brother Hao, it was this Lu Chen who injured you heavily, right? Today, watch as your big brother avenges you. 5 elders, move with me. Let us suppress this thief together, and do not let him disturb his majesty. Let us use this Lu Chen's blood to announce to the entire Spirit Masters world that our Clear Sky sect has returned. The 5 elders responded and moved, answering with a boom, as you command. Chapter 212. Despair descends. Tang Xiao stepped forward, with the 5 elders of the Clear Sky sect following closely behind. With every step they took, their aura surged. By the time Tang Xiao reached Lu Chen, his aura had climbed to its peak. The spirit power pressure of a level 96 Super Douluo stirred up gusts of wind within the Great Hall, blowing the maidservants, who were merely ordinary people, off balance. They cried out in alarm and hid in the corners of the hall, their faces filled with fear. Tang Xiao raised his palm, and accompanied by a surge of dark light, a clear sky hammer that made the very air become viscous was grasped in his hand. 9 spirit rings rose from beneath his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, the optimal spirit ring configuration under normal circumstances. At this moment, Tang Xiao was like a sleeping ancient vicious beast awakening. The terrifying ferocity rushing toward them was enough to make any expert below the titled Douluo level lose the will to resist. The 5 elders of the Clear Sky sect coordinated with Tang Xiao to block Lu Chen's retreat, moving to his surroundings to surround him in the center. The 5 men also raised their palms, summoning identical clear sky hammer spirits, and then, beneath their feet, 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, rose for each of them. Because the 5 of them lived together day and night, their minds were long since in sync, and their spirit power connected, vaguely forming a single entity. While resisting the suppression of the blue-silver domain, they were also attempting to suppress Lu Chen's strength. With 6 titled Douluo and a total of 54 spirit rings, including 30 10,000-year black spirit rings, the surging pressure they emitted almost breached the Great Hall, causing the blue light of the blue-silver domain to ripple. Seeing this, Tang Hao's sallow face flushed with a hint of red. He was visibly excited, his tightly clenched fists trembling slightly, wishing he could also join the siege against Lu Chen. It was just that his body was severely injured, and he could barely exert any strength now. Even if he went up, he would only be a burden. His eyes revealed a hint of resentment and ruthlessness. Lu Chen, you are dead today. With my big brother and the 5 elders of the Clear Sky sect taking action, once your spirit power is exhausted, that will be the time of your death. What a pity, what a pity. I originally wanted to wait until my injuries recovered to personally participate in the siege against you, but unfortunately, you came here to seek death yourself today, preventing me from killing you with my own hands. This is truly a regret. Because his emotions were too agitated, Tang Hao began to cough heavily again. As the dignified Clear Sky Douluo, he had now been reduced to a cripple. Whenever his emotions were slightly agitated, he would cough incessantly, feeling the intense pain coming from everywhere in his body, as well as the coldness spreading through his internal organs. Tang Hao's hatred for Lu Chen deepened a little more. The pride he once held as an expert had long been worn away completely during his years of alcoholism, otherwise, he would not have done something like snatching Lu Chen's work-study student spot. Now that he had become a cripple, Tang Hao's mentality had long been twisted. He was previously a villain who acted recklessly by relying on his strength, and now he was a clown acting recklessly by relying on the power of his sect. While Tang Hao was coughing violently, Tang Yuehua walked over with a worried face. With one hand supporting Tang Hao and the other gently patting his back, she occasionally looked at Lu Chen, the malice erupting in her eyes no less than anyone else's. Second brother, don't be anxious. Today, with Big Brother and the sect elders upholding justice for you, all the humiliation Lu Chen has brought upon you will definitely be repaid by Big Brother and the elders today. Under Tang Yuehua's comfort, Tang Hao's agitated emotions calmed down slightly, and he responded with excitement. How fortunate I, Tang Hao, am to have been born in the Clear Sky sect and raised in the Clear Sky sect. In the future, once my injuries recover, I will definitely work with Big Brother to lead the Clear Sky sect to restore its former glory. Tang Hao had already begun to imagine the future, but unfortunately, he did not know that the future he imagined would never come true. On the other side, Ning Rongrong also clenched her fists. She watched the 6 titled Douluo of the Clear Sky sect besiege Lu Chen with an excited and agitated face, her eyes flickering with the light of malice and hatred. Lu Chen, you will definitely die today. Father, Grandpa Sword, Grandpa Bone, your spirits in heaven can rest in peace. Rongrong will witness the scene of Lu Chen being killed with her own eyes. It is hateful that my spirit power is only level 28. If I had level 79 spirit power now, relying on the support ability of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit, I would have a chance to participate in the battle to besiege Lu Chen. As for the body double, Shui Qing, his eyes also flickered with excitement. He clenched his fists and thought to himself, fight, fight. It would be best if both sides suffer. Whether it is Lu Chen or these experts from the Clear Sky sect, they are all enemies of our spirit hall's unification of the continent. Lu Chen is too arrogant, he actually dared to barge into this banquet relying on his own strength. The Clear Sky Hammer is the world's #1 offensive spirit. Even the titled Douluo elders of our spirit hall would be suppressed to a certain extent in a one-on-one situation against a Clear Sky Hammer spirit master who has cultivated to the titled Douluo level. Lu Chen must die today. I hope that before he dies, he can take a few titled Douluo of the Clear Sky sect with him, that can be considered his contribution to our spirit hall's unification of the continent. Then there was Emperor Shui Yi on the main seat. He felt unprecedented comfort in his heart. Coldly watching Lu Chen, who was besieged by Tang Xiao and the 5 titled Douluo, his voice regained its full vigor, and he hypocritically said words of regret. Lu Chen, when you rejected the recruitment of our Heaven Do imperial family back then, did you ever think of today? Actually, I have always appreciated you very much and felt that your potential was boundless. Your later achievements also verified my judgment. It is just that I did not expect you to be so unappreciative, rejecting my good intentions time and time again. Today, you actually intend to assassinate the Emperor. I truly cannot tolerate you anymore. Sect Master Tang, 5 elders, please act quickly and eliminate this daring madman. Just after Tang Xiao and the 5 titled Douluo of the Clear Sky sect summoned their spirits and revealed their spirit rings, almost everyone present concluded that Lu Chen would definitely die without a burial place today. Those were 6 full titled Douluo, and they were Clear Sky Hammer spirit masters at the titled Douluo level. They couldn't imagine how Lu Chen could possibly resist. At this moment, Lu Chen glanced at the hypocritical Emperor Shui Yi, gave a sneer of contempt, and a glimmer of killing intent appeared in the depths of his eyes. He was not a native of the Douluo continent and had no filter for emperors. This Emperor Shui Yi was extremely hostile toward him. If he didn't get rid of him, he would sooner or later come to cause trouble for him. As his mind moved, a streak of black light surged from his palm. In an instant, the black light rapidly condensed in his palm, turning into a giant scythe 3 meters in size. That heavy sense of oppression was even greater than that of the Clear Sky Hammer. Whether it was Tang Xiao or the other 5 elders, their expressions all changed. They seemed to hear the wailing of the Clear Sky Hammers in their hands. How is this possible? This is the Clear Sky Hammer spirit, the continent's #1 offensive spirit. It was actually trembling slightly and emitting bursts of wails in front of another unknown spirit. How is it possible that there is a tool spirit on the continent even more powerful than the Clear Sky Hammer? In the next instant, spirit rings rose one after another from beneath Lu Chen's feet. Black, black, red, 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 red. 2 black and 5 red. 7 spirit rings, a spirit ring configuration that left people dumbfounded. Although there were only 7 spirit rings, the terrifying power emitted was like a 10,000-foot mountain collapsing. The power that burst forth formed circles of tangible ripples, crashing into Tang Xiao and the other 5 elders, directly knocking them back repeatedly. That irresistible, magnificent power made even Tang Xiao scream out, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Where did you find so many 100,000-year spirit rings?" Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to explain. In his eyes, these people were already dead, they were not worthy of hearing his explanation. He no longer suppressed the spirit power within his body. The spirit power pressure of a level 99 Super Douluo instantly swept through the entire Great Hall. Boom, boom, like waves 10,000 feet high, it struck Tang Xiao and the others. Tang Xiao and the others were hit hard, their bodies sent flying 100 meters, and they landed on the ground with their auras drastically fallen. Tang Xiao looked up with difficulty, watching Lu Chen in the center of the hall, holding a giant black scythe, with 2 black and 5 red spirit rings pulsating up and down around him, emitting terrifying power. His expression was dazed, and despair of being unable to resist arose in his heart. What kind of enemy did his brother Hao provoke? They hadn't even started fighting yet, and the opponent had only summoned his spirit, revealed his spirit rings, and burst out with aura, yet he had suppressed them to this extent. His lips moved, his teeth chattered, and he spoke with a trembling voice, Super Douluo. This is the pressure of a level 99, Super Douluo. I have only felt this on our clear sky sects. Old ancestor Tang Chen. How can it be? How could it be like this? That is a realm that only old ancestor Tang Chen could reach. Lu Chen had only summoned his spirit, and the situation instantly reversed. Despair lingered in everyone's hearts. Tang Hao's body trembled violently, his eyes dazed. The intense emotional fluctuation made him cough again. Cough, 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 Super Douluo. Super Douluo. Damn it, damn it. On the day you had your spirit awakening, I should have strangled you to death, strangled you to death. Chapter 213. A Great Slaughter. Although he felt despair, the situation had reached this point, and Tang Xiao was unwilling to sit and wait for death. He erupted with all his spirit power, his bones popping all over, every muscle tense to the limit, and finally, under that monstrous pressure, he stood his body straight again. 5 elders, prepare to fight for your lives. If we don't fight for our lives now, we will truly die today. After saying this, Tang Xiao was the first to charge forward. His eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a roar, his momentum like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. 7th Spirit Ability, Clear Sky Avatar. 9th Spirit Ability, Settling the World. Tang Xiao's 7th Spirit Ring and 9th Spirit Ring shone simultaneously, and a continuous stream of powerful spirit power poured into the Clear Sky Hammer. Blue-white arcs of electricity bloomed from the Clear Sky Hammer, crackling and popping with a series of explosions. In just a few breaths, the Clear Sky Hammer suddenly expanded, shining with black light, transforming into a giant hammer 70 meters in size. Wherever it passed, it blew the roof of the Great Hall away. Its destructive power was first class. But it wasn't over yet. On that 70-meter solid giant hammer, blue-white electric arcs as thick as snakes and pythons intertwined and wove together, condensing into a 100-meter-sized phantom of a thunderous giant hammer. This was Tang Xiao's 9th Spirit Ability, Settling the World. Driven by the full force of his rank 96 spirit power, and relying on the might of the Clear Sky Hammer spirit, it was enough to annihilate any titled Douluo of the same rank. Tang Xiao's eyes were bloodshot. Under the impact of his powerful spirit power, his shirt tore directly, revealing his bronze-colored skin and angular muscles, as solid as granite. Go to hell. Lu Chen glanced at Tang Xiao's all-out attack. He unhurriedly raised his black iron sickle, and as his 5th spirit ring shone. 5th Spirit Ability, Earth Ant Emperor / and the Slaughter Domain. Lu Chen had already released the Slaughter Domain, but he did not let it expand, he only let the Slaughter Domain adhere to the black iron sickle. This caused the blade of the black iron sickle to take on a pitch-black, ink-like luster. With a light wave, a 30-meter-sized pitch-black blade of light was slashed out from the scythe. In the blink of an eye, the pitch-black blade of light crossed paths with Tang Xiao's Clear Sky Hammer. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The 70-meter solid giant hammer and the 100-meter thunderous giant hammer phantom were sliced in half. They rumbled as they scattered to both sides, the explosion whipping up a gale, and the shockwave swept in all directions. The Earth Ant Emperor / is a technique that highly compresses energy to form a single-target linear attack, possessing terrifying destructive power. Under the enhancement of the Slaughter Domain, it not only cut through Tang Xiao's 9th Spirit Ability but even cut through Tang Xiao's Clear Sky Hammer spirit. With his spirit shattered, Tang Xiao suffered a backlash. His qi and blood flowed in reverse, causing blood to flow from his 7 orifices, and 2 lines of bloody tears dripped down. He looked at the severed Clear Sky Hammer with eyes wide enough to split, his aura instantly plummeting to the bottom. As soon as he opened his mouth, blood gushed out like a fountain. The number 1, Clear Sky Hammer spirit, was actually cut open. No, Tang Xiao was not only bleeding from his 7 orifices, but his heart was also bleeding. The invincible Clear Sky Hammer spirit, which breaks all laws with force, had actually been cut open in battle. A certain belief in his heart. It shattered. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Firstly, he was satisfied with the power of the Earth Ant Emperor / and secondly, he was satisfied with the effect of the slaughter domain. At this moment, he cast a glance and saw the 5 elders of the Clear Sky sect standing at the 5 points of a pentagram, forming a pentagram array. Their chi was connected, and their spirit power interacted, almost making the 5 of them a single entity. The spirit power of these 5 people was between rank 92 and rank 94. Combined, their spirit power was enough to rival a rank 98 Super Douluo. Among the 5 elders, the leader, the second elder, took a deep breath. Forcing himself not to look at Tang Xiao, who was suffering from a violent backlash after his spirit shattered, and holding a determination to die, he threw the Clear Sky hammer in his hand and shouted with a sorrowful tone. Combined attack technique, hammer shakes the world. The other 4 elders immediately responded and threw their Clear Sky hammers together. The 5 Clear Sky hammers collided in midair and, miraculously, merged together like flowing water. As the 5 elders shouted in unison, a continuous stream of violent spirit power poured into the merged Clear Sky hammer. The merged Clear Sky hammer suddenly expanded. In less than 10 breaths, it expanded into a 100-meter-sized Clear Sky hammer. A heavy sense of oppression spread out, causing the air to solidify. The power of this combined attack technique, Hammer Shakes the World, was on par with the Clear Sky sect's supreme ultimate art, the Great Sumeru Hammer. The Great Sumeru Hammer is passed down to only one person per generation. In this generation, only Tang Hao had learned the Great Sumeru Hammer. After the Clear Sky sect retreated into seclusion, to make up for the lack of the Great Sumeru Hammer, the 5 elders developed this set of combined attack techniques together. Lu Chen was very fortunate to become the first target of this combined attack technique. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lu Chen could actually have used his intangibility ability to dodge, but he did not do so at this moment. 6th Spirit Ability, Thousand Jun Barrier. Lu Chen's 6th Spirit Ring shone with light, and in an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from his black iron sickle spirit. The erupted golden light did not spread excessively outward but surrounded Lu Chen's body, condensing to form a golden barrier. The golden barrier was over a foot thick, giving people a feeling of being as immovable as a mountain. When the 100-meter giant hammer crashed against the golden barrier, the earth shook instantly, cracking open with fissures. The entire palace swayed, pillars collapsed, beams fell, and half of the palace collapsed. Dust flew, and smoke filled the air. The second elder panted heavily, his eyes as sharp as a hawk's, staring fixedly at the center of the smoke, his tone hesitant as he spoke. Is he dead? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gust of wind blew, and all the dust and smoke instantly dissipated. There, right at the spot where the 100-meter giant hammer had struck, the golden barrier remained unmoved. Only beneath the golden barrier, the earth had sunken into a crater 10 meters in diameter and 3 meters deep. Lu Chen, inside the golden barrier, was very satisfied with the effect of the Thousand Jun barrier. This defensive power could be called absolute defense. Any attack below the divine rank could basically be blocked. Earth Ant Emperor / Thousand Jun barrier, he had already tested both spirit abilities, and now it was his turn to counterattack. 6th Spirit Ability, Gravity Distortion. Lu Chen once again unleashed the second spirit ability of his 6th Spirit Ring. An invisible fluctuation instantly spread outward from him as the center. Within the range covered by the invisible fluctuation, gravity suddenly changed, twisting to reach 100 times normal gravity. Poochie, poochie, poochie. Under the shroud of 100 times gravity, the 5 elders of the Clear Sky sect turned red in the face. Their bones, their internal organs, their flesh and blood, instantly bore pressure beyond imagination. They were not just bleeding from their 7 orifices, every pore of their bodies was spurting blood. The blood that sprayed out instantly evaporated into clouds of blood mist under the 100 times gravity. A thick scent of blood instantly wafted through the great hall. The 5 titled Douluo, under the suppression of 100 times gravity, did not last even 3 breaths before they all fell to the ground one by one, trying to struggle to get up, but even moving a finger was a luxury. Despair filled the second elder's eyes. Since he had broken through to a rank 94 titled Douluo, he had never felt as desperate as he did today. He opened his mouth, but could only make ah sounds, unable to speak a complete sentence. Glancing at Tang Xiao from the corner of his eye, the despair in his eyes suddenly turned into anger. One Tang Hao, one Tang Xiao, these two damn bastards only bring disaster to the Clear Sky sect. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I shouldn't have trusted Tang Xiao lightly. If we had stayed in seclusion on the mountain, at least the Clear Sky sect's legacy would not be cut off. After today, the Clear Sky sect will perish. The second elder wailed sorrowfully in his heart. The next moment, Lu Chen flashed to his side and swung the black iron sickle spirit. With a snap, the second elder was instantly decapitated. The fountain of blood spraying from his neck, under the suppression of gravity, evaporated into a mushroom cloud of blood mist. The second elder was dead. The other elders who saw this scene were all filled with grief and indignation, looking at Tang Xiao's direction from the corners of their eyes, their gazes wishing they could tear Tang Xiao apart alive. They also hated Lu Chen, but they hated Tang Xiao even more. If it weren't for Tang Xiao going crazy, wanting to bring Tang Hao back to the sect, and wanting to lead the Clear Sky sect out of seclusion to seek justice for Tang Hao, they would never have fallen into this state. The Clear Sky twin stars are actually the Clear Sky disaster stars. One disaster star, Tang Hao, offended Spirit Hall, and forced by the encirclement of Spirit Hall, the Clear Sky sect could only retreat into seclusion. One disaster star, Tang Xiao, everyone was living well in seclusion, but he insisted on taking everyone out of seclusion, and now everyone is going to be finished. Tang Xiao was also under the shroud of 100 times gravity. He was half kneeling on the ground, unable to even lift his head, and could only see from the corner of his eye that Lu Chen had chopped off the second elder's head with a scythe. His heart was bleeding. The second elder was currently the oldest elder of the Clear Sky sect and held a pivotal position in the sect. But now, he had actually been beheaded by someone. Tang Xiao, bearing the suppression of 100 times gravity, roared with a hoarse voice. Stop, stop. Lu Chen glanced at him. It was the barking of a clown. Not only did he not stop, but he flashed to the side of the second elder, raised the black iron sickle, and with a flash of cold light, that elder's head fell off. Then the third, the fourth, the fifth. In less than a minute, all 5 titled Douluo elders of the Clear Sky sect had their heads chopped off by Lu Chen. Tang Xiao opened his mouth wide, unable to make a sound. His eyes were blood red, he was panting like a bull, and his heart was now filled with despair. Because of his momentary impulse, he had implicated the sect's 5 titled Douluo elders, all of whom died under the blade of Lu Chen alone. Guilt, regret, all sorts of emotions flooded his heart, causing his heart to twitch, and Tang Xiao felt a pain like suffocation. Chapter 214, Regicide. Thump, 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 heavy footsteps approached from afar. Lu Chen, carrying the black iron sickle, walked to Tang Xiao's front unhurriedly. He looked down at Tang Xiao, who was half kneeling on the ground, using all his strength to resist the 100-fold gravity distortion, and then spoke with interest. Tang Xiao, the 5 elders of your Clear Sky sect are already dead. Now it is your turn. Do you have any last words? Tang Xiao's blood mixed with tears dripped from his eye sockets. Under the suppression of the gravity, they instantly evaporated into blood mist. His voice was hoarse, somewhat intermittent, but carried a hatred that went deep into his marrow. Lu Chen, once, old ancestor Tang Chen, returns, he will definitely avenge us. Lu Chen sneered at this. After he killed the 9-headed bloody Crimson Bat King, Tang Chen had already broken free from control. If he could truly return, he would have done so long ago. There was still no sign of him, which meant his body could not withstand the divine force of the Asura god, and he was absolutely dead beyond a doubt. He stopped paying attention to Tang Xiao and looked up at Tang Hao, who was standing in the distance, dumbstruck. He chuckled with an intrigued tone. Tang Hao, the Clear Sky sect you regarded as your backing, the 5 elders are all dead now. And your big brother, Tang Xiao, is about to die under my blade as well. Today, there is no way you will escape alive. Tang Hao's mentality had already collapsed, and he was in despair. The Clear Sky sect was one of the 2 things he pinned his hopes on, the other was Yin. Now, Yin had been taken away by Lu Chen, and he did not know where Lu Chen had hidden her. The Clear Sky sect was also about to suffer a devastating blow because of him. Top-tier powerhouses were the foundation of a sect. Without a titled Douluo, the Clear Sky sect would surely fall from its pedestal and could never maintain its status as the number 1 sect on the continent. Yin was snatched away, and the sect was destroyed. Tang Hao went completely insane. Like a mortally wounded beast, he let out a shrill howl, raised his hand, and a clear sky hammer appeared in his grasp. There was no technique to his attack, he just rushed towards Lu Chen regardless of everything. Running while coughing, with his crippled body, he would struggle to even fight a spirit Douluo. Lu Chen just moved a thought, and a powerful spirit power rolled up layers of air waves, spreading towards Tang Hao. With a bang, it collided with Tang Hao's chest. His eyes bulged, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, his figure flew backward like a sack of rags. With a loud boom, Tang Hao smashed into a wall, creating spiderweb-like cracks on it. Then, he lunged forward and collapsed on the ground. The internal injuries he had flared up at this moment, making even standing up a luxury. Tang Yuehua saw this with extreme worry and exclaimed, running towards Tang Hao. Second brother. However, at this moment, Lu Chen raised the black iron sickle again and aimed it at Tang Xiao. As a cold light flashed by, a head fell to the ground. Hearing the commotion, Tang Yuehua turned to look, her face instantly turning pale, her voice shrill like an abandoned little beast. Big brother. Tang Yuehua felt as if this were a dream. How did their clear sky sect fall to this point? The former clear sky twin stars, one crippled, one killed. The 5 titled Douluo level elders had all been decapitated. The once majestic sect, known for possessing the continent's #1 attack type spirit, the #1 sect under heaven, what did they do wrong to deserve such punishment? Tang Yuehua slumped on the ground, a frantic expression appearing on her pretty face. She clearly could not handle the blow and had lost her mind. You all, hurry up. It is time to avenge my father, Grandpa Sword, and Grandpa Bone. Whoever can kill Lu Chen, I am willing to hand over the position of sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school to him. It was Ning Rongrong speaking. She grabbed the sleeves of the elegantly dressed old men beside her, not hesitating to use the position of the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school to urge these sect elders to attack. However, these elders were not fools. They were only spirit Douluo, and even the 6 titled Douluo of the Clear Sky sect had died at Lu Chen's hands. If these spirit Douluo, rushed up, they would just be serving themselves up on a platter. Therefore, no matter how Ning Rongrong urged them, these elegantly dressed old men remained unmoved, even constantly running towards the corners, praying in their hearts that Lu Chen would not notice them. Unfortunately, Ning Rongrong's shouting had already drawn Lu Chen's attention. After chopping off Tang Xiao's head, he turned to look in the direction of Ning Rongrong and the others. I almost forgot there were still you lot to deal with. Lu Chen's mind stirred, and an invisible wave of gravity distortion spread towards Ning Rongrong, Shui Qing, and the 6 spirit Douluo. In an instant, Ning Rongrong felt death approaching. She only had level 28 spirit power. Under the 100-fold gravity suppression, her body suddenly swelled, and intense pain invaded her brain, making her feel the pain of her body tearing apart. Before her consciousness dissipated, Ning Rongrong seemed to see her father, Chen Xin, and Ji Yurong coming to pick her up with smiles on their faces. Father, Grandpa Sword, Grandpa Bone, Rongrong cannot avenge you. Pop! Ning Rongrong's body exploded completely. A cluster of blood mist rose into the air, staining her white dress a bright red. Seeing Ning Rongrong die, Lu Chen felt a little sigh. She was one of the original Shrek 7 devils, and later even ascended to the god realm to become the 9-colored goddess. It was not Lu Chen's first time killing, but it was the first time killing a 12 or 13-year-old girl, at the age like a flower, exploding into a ball of blood mist. However, Lu Chen had nothing to regret. He and Ning Rongrong had no connection to begin with, and because he had killed Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Ji Yurong, Ning Rongrong already hated him to the bone. So, Ning Rongrong, if she died, she died. At this moment, another pop sounded. This time, it was the body of Shui Qing that exploded. This substitute Shui Qing was carefully selected by the Spirit Hall. He possessed a swan spirit, and his face and body had undergone surgery to make him look like Shui Qing, serving as a body double for Qian Runshui when necessary. But he was not any powerhouse, he was just a spirit ancestor, and he was no stronger than Ning Rongrong. So, after holding on for a few more breaths, his body exploded like an inflated balloon with a bang. Blood mist drifted, and the smell of blood was thick and inseparable. As for the 6 elders of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, because they were all spirit Douluo, their bodies' endurance greatly increased after their martial soul possession. Their bodies did not explode directly, but they were pressed to the ground. Bleeding from their 7 orifices, streams of blood sprayed out from their pores, and in the blink of an eye, it evaporated into clusters of blood mist. They opened their mouths wide, wanting to breathe in fresh air, but their lungs were almost bursting under the pressure of the gravity. Under this 100-fold gravity, the longer they lived, the more it was a torture. These 6 spirit Douluo, their bodies exploded bit by bit. First, their eyeballs exploded, then their internal organs, then their flesh and bones, and finally, there was nothing left but a pile of rotten meat on the ground. With this, the last foundation of the 7 treasure glazed tile school was completely gone. Perhaps there were some remaining members, but they could no longer make any waves. Seeing this tragic scene, Lu Chen lamented in his heart that this gravity distortion spirit ability was truly useful, comparable to a domain ability, but it was a bit too disgusting, making people's bodies explode and leaving only a pile of rotten meat, which was nauseating to look at. With a thought, he retracted the gravity distortion spirit ability, and those invisible waves dissipated along with it. Glancing at Tang Hao's direction, he would leave Tang Hao for last. Lu Chen turned back to look at Shui Yi, tilted his head, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and walked towards Shui Yi step by step. Hee, Shui Yi, didn't you want Tang Xiao and the others to kill me? Now that I have killed Tang Xiao and the others, what do you think I should do with you? Shui Yi's whole body was trembling. His face turned pale, and he was almost scared to the point of wetting himself. Putting aside his status as emperor, he was now just an old man nearing the end of his life. After all, having been an emperor for so long, he steadied his mind, pressed his hands on his knees, and forced himself to stop his legs from trembling. Shui Yi's teeth chattered, and his tone was very gentle, even somewhat ingratiatingly saying, "His Excellency Changsheng, it was all a misunderstanding. Just as I said before, I have always admired you very much, it was all Tang Xiao inciting me. How about this? I will allocate a sum of funds to your longevity sect to support the development of your longevity sect, and I have no requirements for your longevity sect, you only enjoy the power and do not bear any obligations. Let us resolve the misunderstanding and turn hostility into friendship, isn't that a win-win situation?" Lu Chen sneered at this. "You are truly a fickle person. One moment you were having people shout to kill me, and the next you want to turn hostility into friendship with me. There is no such cheap thing in the world." Seeing Lu Chen approaching, Shui Yi also kept retreating, his eyes becoming increasingly terrified, as he said with a fierce look but a weak heart, "Lu Chen, what else do you want? I am the emperor. Thunder, rain, and dew are all imperial grace. I can forgive your rudeness, so why can't you forgive me for being misled? I have already apologized to you, do you want me to kneel down and beg for mercy? If you kill me, what can you get? I am the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, the empire still has 1,000,000 troops. Even if you have the power to reach the heavens and move the earth, can you fight against 1,000,000-strong army?" Lu Chen raised the black iron sickle and said indifferently, "I don't want your apology, nor do I want your begging for mercy. I just want your life." After saying this, Lu Chen swung the black iron sickle, and with a flash of cold light, Shui Yi's gray-haired head fell from his neck. Until his head was cut off, his face still retained disbelief. There was actually someone who could ignore the majesty of an emperor. To commit regicide. After the killing, Lu Chen turned and left. He was not a native of the Douluo continent. To him, killing an emperor was no different from killing anyone else. Returning to the scene, Lu Chen glanced at the corpses all over the ground. He raised his left hand, and strands of blood-colored light bloomed from his left arm, eventually condensing into a blood-colored ball of light. Blood puppet. This was a skill of the 9-headed bloody crimson bat king's left arm bone, which could turn corpses that had just died into blood puppets. Strands of blood-colored brilliance were released from that blood-colored ball of light, drifting towards the surroundings and quickly merging into the corpses of Tang Xiao and the other 5 titled Douluo elders of the Clear Sky sect. A moment later, these corpses that had already died actually stood up shakily. They fumbled on the ground, picked up their own heads, and put them back on their necks. Accompanying a surge of blood, the heads were actually reattached. This hair-raising scene was enough to make anyone's heart jump. Inside these clear sky sect titled Douluo powerhouses, bodies, there were spirit bones, and possibly more than one. Lu Chen didn't have time to dig them out one by one now, he would just collect them first. He controlled these blood puppets to walk to his front, and then he put these blood puppets into his portable space. After doing all this, Lu Chen turned and walked towards Tang Hao's direction. Passing by Tang Yuehua, he slapped down and shattered Tang Yuehua's heart pulse. Anyway, he had already started a massacre today, so he did not care about killing one more. Casually killing Tang Yuehua, Lu Chen continued to walk forward until he reached Tang Hao's side. He raised his foot and stepped on his back, applying slight force, crushing Tang Hao's bones and making him vomit blood. Lu Chen's mouth curled up, the arc getting larger and larger, quickly reaching his earlobes. His long azure hair fluttered, carrying a few dashes of wanton arrogance amidst his carefree demeanor. Ha ha ha, Tang Hao, you have this day too. From a long time ago, I wanted to step on you, and today I finally did it. You will die today, but I won't let you die so easily. Also, before you die, I will let you see Yin one last time. Thank me. Lu Chen would definitely kill Tang Hao, but before that, he had to return Tang Hao's 100,000-year spirit ring to Yin's body. The spirit ring and spirit bone that Yin had sacrificed back then, the spirit bone had already returned to Yin's body. As long as the spirit ring also returned to Yin's body, it could greatly increase Yin's strength. As a top-tier support and control spirit master, joining his longevity sect would make the foundation of his longevity sect even deeper. And Tang Hao, who was being stepped on and vomiting blood by Lu Chen, his turbid eyes suddenly became clear. Hearing that he could go see Yin, he even briefly forgot the pain. Lu Chen withdrew his foot, reached out, grabbed Tang Hao, and removed the blue-silver domain. Previously, they had been under the coverage of the blue-silver domain, which was why the huge commotion of the battle had not spread outside the palace. After removing the blue-silver domain, he used his mental force to transmit his voice outside. Shui Bang, Shui Xing, come in and clean up. As his voice fell, Lu Chen unleashed his third spirit ability, Space Slash, tearing a spatial rift in midair. With a flash of his figure, he took Tang Hao and entered the spatial rift, quickly disappearing from here. After a while, Shui Bang and Shui Xing brought their trusted subordinates and rushed into the main hall. Seeing the messy palace, the faces of this uncle and nephew were full of shock. They clearly had not heard any loud noises before, but after arriving, they discovered that the intensity of the previous battle might have exceeded their imagination. Shui Bang's goal was clear. He rushed to the depths of the hall and saw the decapitated Shui Yi. His face showed some sadness, but more of it was excitement. He cried and laughed, his years of forbearance erupted at this moment. Ha ha ha, Father Emperor, you are finally dead. And Big Brother, you are all dead. This throne of the Heaven Do Empire has finally fallen to me. Subsequently, Shui Bang scanned the surroundings. The powerhouses of the Clear Sky sect and the remnants of the 7 treasure glazed tile school had all disappeared. There were only piles of minced meat on the ground. He was secretly shocked in his heart that Lu Chen's methods were truly ruthless, not even leaving a whole corpse. However, he soon saw some shivering maids in the corner of the hall. If nothing went wrong, they must have witnessed everything that happened in this hall. Shui Bang thought to himself. No wonder Lu Chen wanted us to come in and clean up. He only killed those powerhouses and didn't eliminate these small fries. How could this be? Any risk cannot be taken. He waved his hand and said to his trusted subordinates, everyone listen to the order, leave none alive. For some ordinary maids, Shui Bang could manage to silence them. His forbearance and ruthlessness were born for being an emperor. Chapter 215, A Cuckold. Ice and fire yin-yang well. The sky suddenly tore open a spatial rift. Lu Chen, carrying Tang Hao in his hand, flashed out from the pitch-black spatial rift. Landing on the ground, he tossed Tang Hao aside. Tang Hao's physical state was currently terrible. After being thrown onto the ground, he let out a muffled groan, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. But he couldn't care about that now. He struggled to lift his head, his eyes darting around, anxiously searching for the figure of that blue-silver grass he had been yearning for. Lu Chen noticed Tang Hao's little movements. A mischievous smile appeared on his face. Ah Yin, come out and take a look. See who I've brought here. As Lu Chen's voice rang out, Yin, who was cultivating deep within the ice and fire yin-yang well, opened her beautiful eyes. A hint of pleasant surprise appeared on her lovely face. She rose gracefully and trotted towards the outside like a gust of wind. A moment later, Yin appeared in the line of sight of Lu Chen and Tang Hao. Tang Hao's eyes widened immediately, because in his memory, Yin was still the small blue-silver grass he had planted in the cave. How could they meet again now, and Yin had already restored her human form? An infatuated look appeared on Tang Hao's face. Yin was still as beautiful as ever. Beneath a head of azure blue long hair was a face with exquisite and stunning features, willow leaf eyebrows, and bright eyes, giving one a pitiful, long-suffering temperament. It was absolutely not without reason that Yin could make the brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao lose their divine souls over her. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao were of noble birth. At that time, the Clear Sky sect was still the #1 sect in the world, and their own talent and strength were top tier, possessing an extremely strong sense of heroism and male chauvinism. Therefore, facing the gentle and weak Yin, the brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao fell completely. As the place where the god of love fell, the Douluo continent was not only full of people with love brains but also produced many dramatic love triangles. For example, Qian Dalu, Tang Chen, and High Priestess Bo Saishi. Yu Shaogang, Qian Xunji, and Bibi Dong. And Flender, Yu Shaogang, and Lu Erlong. As well as Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and Yin. These were all extremely classic dramatic love triangles. And not a single pair had a good ending. High Priestess Bo Saishi said that whoever became a god would marry her, so Tang Chen was trapped in Slaughter City for decades, and Qian Daoliu didn't pester High Priestess Bo Saishi anymore, returning to the Elder Hall to guard the angelic statue. Bibi Dong planned to elope with Yu Shaogang, then she was caught by Qian Xunji and taken to a secret room for a great battle. It was unknown how many days and nights they fought before they had a daughter named Qian Runshui. Lu Erlong and Yu Shaogang were cousins, and it was on the night of their wedding that Yu Luomian personally came to reveal the secret. Yin was a blue-silver emperor who had taken human form. When she gave birth to Tang San, she exposed her spirit beast aura, and under the coercion of Qian Xunji, she was forced to perform a sacrifice. Connecting all these incidents together, one would discover that the entire plot of the Douluo continent was just a messy, dramatic ethical soap opera. Tang Hao saw Yin walking closer and closer. He could even smell that natural fragrance on Yin. Suddenly, he roared hoarsely, "Yin, run quickly, don't worry about me." His body trembled violently. There was the excitement of seeing Yin again, and also the worry that Yin would be harmed by Lu Chen. He loved Yin deeply, and he believed that Yin loved him just as deeply. Now that she saw him injured to this extent by Lu Chen, Yin would definitely be unable to resist risking her life against Lu Chen. Lu Chen was already a super Douluo. Whether it was himself, his eldest brother, or even the 5 titled Douluo elders of the Clear Sky sect joining forces, they were no match for Lu Chen. On the contrary, they were killed by Lu Chen until not a single piece of armor remained. Yin was just a gentle and weak support control spirit master. Even if she was successfully resurrected, how could she possibly be a match for Lu Chen? Thinking of this, Tang Hao was extremely worried about Yin. His tiger eyes filled with tears, and looking at Yin who kept running towards him, he shouted hoarsely over and over again. "Yin, run quickly, don't worry about me anymore. You can't defeat Lu Chen. Take this chance to run away quickly. I will self-destruct to hold Lu Chen back." Poor Tang Hao, until now he still thought Yin was running over for him. Perhaps this was the filter of love. He thought he loved Yin, so Yin must love him just as much. In reality, what he didn't see was that in Yin's eyes right now, there was only Lu Chen, and even the happy smile on her face bloomed for Lu Chen. As for Tang Hao, who was lying on the ground like a stray dog, Yin didn't even spare him a second glance. As Yin got closer and closer, blood and tears flowed from Tang Hao's eyes. "Yin, why are you so silly, so silly? Why don't you run away? You really don't need to die for me. I really don't want to see that scene where you sacrificed yourself for me again." Tang Hao was filled with grief and indignation. This emotion lasted until Yin ran all the way to Lu Chen, and like a swallow returning to the forest, she threw herself into Lu Chen's arms, speaking in a gentle, cheerful tone. "Master, are you here to visit Yin?" Tang Hao. All of Tang Hao's grief and indignation came to an abrupt halt at this moment. His head was full of question marks. Wasn't Yin here to find him? But why did she dive straight into Lu Chen's arms? Vaguely, he seemed to hear the sound of a bull. A cuckold. Tang Hao clenched, his hands into fists, hammering the ground again and again. His eyes were blood red, he was panting like a bull, and he looked up at Yin. Yin, I am here, I am Tang Hao. Have you forgotten about me already? Lu Chen, what exactly did you do to Yin? Did you erase Yin's memories of me? Otherwise, Yin would never ignore me. You devilish bastard, I absolutely will not allow you to defile Yin. Hearing Tang Hao's hoarse roar, Yin briefly detached herself from Lu Chen's embrace. She lowered her head to look at Tang Hao, who was like a stray dog. Her expression was serious, her voice gentle but firm. Tang Hao, I have not lost my memory. Also, please do not call my name with that disgusting tone again in the future. I am afraid Master will misunderstand. Do you know how disgusted I am by you? When you planted me in that dark and damp cave, I suffered so much every day, yet I still had to listen to you rambling on with a bunch of mushy love words. I was truly so disgusted I almost vomited. If you had the spare time to say those love words, would it have killed you to take me back to the blue silver forest? Please remember, having any involvement with you already made me feel anxious and worried about being disliked by Master. Now, my body and soul have been dedicated to Master. You only make me feel disgusted, annoyed, and want to vomit. As her voice fell, Yin threw herself into Lu Chen's arms once again, asking with a hint of doubt and nervousness. Master, why did you bring Tang Hao here? After you resurrected me, my body and soul belong to you. I have absolutely no involvement with Tang Hao. Please don't dislike me. Lu Chen sighed inwardly. The blue-silver sovereign spirit ability was indeed overbearing. He didn't even need to overtrain her. One spirit ability had left an indelible mark deep in Yin's soul. He chuckled and said, I brought Tang Hao here, naturally, to take back the spirit ring you sacrificed. Only by retrieving that spirit ring will your power truly be fully restored. Afterwards, Lu Chen reached out and wrapped his arm around Yin's waist, pulling this beautiful, tender, and easily pushed over beauty tightly into his arms. He turned his head to glance at Tang Hao, who was lying on the ground, and remembering a famous quote from the money-adding layman, a wicked smile curled on the corner of his lips. Tang Hao, your taste is good. Yin is indeed very moist. Hearing this, Tang Hao turned completely red with rage. Thinking of the words Yin had said to him earlier, his mentality completely shattered. He was in despair and no longer wanted to live. However, before dying, he wanted to take this pair of adulterers down to hell with him. In an instant, Tang Hao's body swelled rapidly, as if he were an inflated balloon. His eyes were blood red, and he roared, panting like a bull. You adulterous couple, I want you to die. Go to hell with me. Yin, I didn't expect you to betray me, but it doesn't matter. I will forgive you. Let us die together and become a pair of ghost husband and wife. Seeing this, Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. You want to self-destruct in front of me? Do you know the gold content of a level 99 super Douluo? While saying this, he stretched out his palm and pressed forward lightly. A vast, irresistible spirit power erupted from his palm, enveloping Tang Hao. Like the might of heaven, it forcefully suppressed his swelling body, which was about to explode, and made it shrink back. Chapter 216 Stripping the Spirit Ring. Explode. Just explode for me. Tang Hao roared and bellowed, his eyes so red they shed tears of blood. He tried his best to self-destruct, but Lu Chen's strength was simply too overwhelming. A 99th rank spirit power Super Douluo had already reached the peak of a spirit master, infinitely close to the level of a divinity. It was simply not something a single Tang Hao could resist. That vast spirit power, like the might of heaven, surged into his body. Like mercury pouring onto the ground, it sealed his major and minor acupoints, preventing his spirit power from circulating, blocking it section by section within his meridians. This meant that, let alone self-destructing, Tang Hao couldn't even move a muscle right now. Lu Chen's eyes suddenly narrowed, and the spirit power he was outputting increased sharply. His robes fluttered without wind, making a snapping sound. Tang Hao, things that do not belong to you will never belong to you. That 100,000-year spirit ring that Yin once sacrificed to you should be returned now. While speaking, Lu Chen's spirit power swept through Tang Hao's body like a flash flood, unreasonably ravaging his meridians and dantian. Tang Hao was considered to have a tenacious will, but under the ravages of this spirit power, he let out a pig-like howl. Ah! OWWW. In less than a minute, under the ravages of Lu Chen's spirit power, Tang Hao's 9 spirit rings were forced out one by one. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. A total of 9 spirit rings circled and pulsed, especially that last red spirit ring, which emitted an astonishing energy pressure. When Yin saw that spirit ring, it was as if she heard some kind of call and felt an incomparable intimacy, because that spirit ring came from her. Lu Chen released his hand holding Yin's waist. Yin, get ready to reabsorb this spirit ring that belongs to you back into your body. Yin took a few steps back, clasped her hands together in front of her chest, and looked at Lu Chen with flowing eyes, a gentle smile on her lips, her heart sweeter than honey. Master, I understand. Everything was ready. Lu Chen curled his right hand into a claw and grabbed towards Tang Hao's body. His spirit power condensed into a large hand, its 5 fingers locking onto that 100,000-year red spirit ring, forcibly digging it out from Tang Hao's body. Spirit rings have no physical form, they are purely condensed from energy. Therefore, to dig out a spirit ring, one can only use spirit power far superior to the opponents to rip the spirit ring from their body. Once a spirit ring is absorbed by a spirit master, it merges with their spirit, spirit power, soul, and body, becoming completely integrated with the spirit master. One can imagine how enormous the benefits were when the spirit ring was first absorbed. Forcibly digging it out was no less than carving a piece of flesh from the person's body. Ah! Tang Hao screamed incessantly, his body trembling, his muscles twitching uncontrollably, and his fingers dug deeply into the ground. That kind of pain made him truly wish he were dead right now. Bang, bang, bang. To relieve the pain, Tang Hao had to bang his head against the ground, but this had no effect at all. The severe pain coming from his entire body continued to assault his brain in waves, making him sweat profusely, his throat growing hoarse from screaming. At this moment, time seemed to have become eternal. Tang Hao felt as if a very long time had passed before that 100,000-year spirit ring, once sacrificed by Yin to him, was finally forcibly dug out by Lu Chen. Tang Hao's aura instantly plummeted to its lowest point. Back then, relying on this 100,000-year spirit ring, Tang Hao, having just broken through to titled Douluo, was able to fight against 3 titled Douluo from Spirit Hall, including Qian Xunji. Now, without this 100,000-year spirit ring, his realm plummeted, his spirit power falling from rank 95 to rank 89. His body was severely damaged, and his vital energy began to rapidly decay. The hidden injuries that he could previously suppress could no longer be contained. Those frequently flaring hidden injuries tortured Tang Hao until he had only one breath left, lying there motionless. If not for his weak breathing, he would have been no different from a corpse. Lu Chen, having dug out the 100,000-year spirit ring, immediately summoned his spirit. A crystal-clear blue-silver emperor, with golden veins growing on its roots and stems, grew out in front of Lu Chen. Purple, 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 black, 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 red, red, 9 spirit rings rose one by one from his feet. Since cultivating his second martial soul, he had rarely used his first spirit. But to return that 100,000-year spirit ring to Yin, he had to use his first spirit's 9th spirit ability. Wildfires cannot burn it out, the spring breeze brings it back to life. In an instant, Lu Chen's 9th spirit ability shone brightly. His blue-silver emperor spirit bloomed with brilliant light, emitting vigorous vitality. Under the illumination of the brilliant light, Yin's body rapidly turned into energy. Skin, flesh, bones, internal organs, from the outside in, they bit by bit transformed into an energy state. Until her body completely turned into an energy form, Lu Chen threw the 100,000-year spirit ring towards Yin's body. This 100,000-year spirit ring originally came from Yin, but since Yin had already sacrificed it, wanting to reabsorb it now required some special methods. Lu Chen's wildfires cannot burn it out, the spring breeze brings it back to life, that endless life force, could act as a lubricant to return this spirit ring to Yin. Nourished by the life force, Yin reabsorbed the spirit ring's energy, and her own aura began to soar, as if she had boarded a rocket. Lu Chen chuckled at this, turned his head to look at Tang Hao lying on the ground, and teased and provoked him again. Tang Hao, as for the spirit ring and spirit bone that Yin sacrificed back then, I already returned the spirit bone to her, and now I have returned the spirit ring to her as well. Yin's origin has been fully restored, and her innate potential has returned to the state it was in before the sacrifice. From now on, Yin will be with me. I will use her well, and I will absolutely not be like you, who was eventually forced to let Yin sacrifice herself. These words could be said to have pierced straight into Tang Hao's heart. Even though Tang Hao could barely move, they still stimulated him so much that he trembled all over, blurting out incoherently. Lu Chen, you will not die well. Lu Chen seemed to have heard something funny. He walked over, stepped on Tang Hao's head, and spoke with full contempt. I won't die well. On what grounds do you say I won't die well? Without that 100,000-year spirit ring, you can't even stand up right now. Now, Lu Chen was undoubtedly feeling satisfied in his heart. He had waited for this moment for a full 7 years. 7 years ago, Lu Chen swore in his heart that he would make Tang Hao unable to live and unable to die. Now, he had finally done it. He had destroyed everything Tang Hao had. Now Tang Hao was left with only a worthless life. On the other side, Yin also successfully absorbed the spirit ring she had sacrificed. Her aura climbed to its peak, and she finally entered maturity, her spirit power breaking through to rank 70. Yin opened her eyes and woke up. The first thing she did was share this good news with Lu Chen. Master, after I absorbed this spirit ring of mine, my origin has been fully restored, and my spirit power has broken through to rank 70. I am only 1/7 spirit ring away from becoming a 7-ring spirit saint. From now on, I will be a proper human being. Lu Chen smiled and congratulated her. Yin, congratulations. After a spirit beast transforms into human form, it can condense the first 6 spirit rings by itself, but the 7th spirit ring still requires hunting a spirit beast. I need to go out for a while. You should first search for a suitable plant spirit beast for yourself here in the Sunset Forest. Wait for me to return to take care of it for you. As his voice fell, Lu Chen bent down, picked up Tang Hao, turned, and soared into the air, leaving the ice and fire yin-yang well, preparing to head to the secluded place of the Clear Sky sect. He remembered that in the original plot, the Clear Sky sect was living in seclusion 300 li east of Heaven Do City. There was a small village there, and deep in the mountain behind the small village, there was a passage leading to the secluded place. Although he had now killed all the titled Douluo powerhouses of the Clear Sky sect, the Clear Sky sect still existed, and the sect surely still had many disciples. Tang Hao regarded the Clear Sky sect as more important than anything else. Since that was the case, Lu Chen was going to completely destroy the Clear Sky sect in front of Tang Hao as the final revenge against him. Chapter 217. The Destruction of the Clear Sky Sect. Lu Chen carried Tang Hao as he soared through the sky. The gale force winds blew like countless blades, scraping against Tang Hao's face and forcing him to squint until his eyes were mere slits. Through those narrow slits, Tang Hao could see that Lu Chen seemed to be flying toward the east. What was in the east? The Clear Sky sect. Thinking of this possibility, Tang Hao was immediately drenched in cold sweat. He struggled to open his mouth and asked in a hoarse, stern voice, Lu Chen, where are you taking me? A cold light bloomed in Lu Chen's eyes as he glanced at Tang Hao, his voice indifferent, of course, to your Clear Sky sect. The hatred between us is as deep as the sea. You don't think that just because I killed a few titled Douluo of your Clear Sky sect, this matter is over, do you? I want you to see with your own eyes how your Clear Sky sect is destroyed. Only then can I satisfy the hatred in my heart. Tang Hao, my original plan was to cut off your son Tang San's head in front of you, to make you feel excruciating pain. But I later realized that the weight of your son Tang San in your heart is simply no match for the weight of the Clear Sky sect. Your son Tang San is at best a tool for revenge in your heart, but the Clear Sky sect seems to hold a special meaning for you. Rather than cutting off your son Tang San, it would be better to destroy the Clear Sky sect in front of you. I believe that will make you feel truly heartbroken. Lu Chen's indifferent words were like a bolt from the blue to Tang Hao. He roared hoarsely, like a madman, demon. You are a demon. You actually want to destroy the Clear Sky sect. They are all innocent. They don't know anything about the grievances between you and me. Why must you drag them into this? You beast. You beast. I only took one work-study student spot from you, and you stole my qian, killed my eldest brother, and the 5 elders of our sect, and now you even want to wipe out the entire Clear Sky sect. You are so young, how can your heart be so vicious? I'll fight you to the death. Ignoring his internal injuries, Tang Hao once again mobilized the spirit power in his body, attempting to self-destruct. However, Lu Chen shot him a look, "Be quiet." As if his words were law, the restless spirit power within Tang Hao was suppressed once again. Tang Hao's eyes were filled with grief, indignation, desolation, and despair. The massive gap in strength between him and Lu Chen meant he couldn't even self-destruct. It seemed he had no choice but to wait for death. Turning his grief into strength, Tang Hao opened his mouth and cursed Lu Chen, spewing all sorts of vulgar and vicious curses. The Clear Sky Douluo, who once shook the Douluo continent, could now only curse Lu Chen like a shrew, using all sorts of vulgar, vicious, and obscene language. Lu Chen listened without getting angry. The more fiercely Tang Hao cursed, the more it showed how broken he was, which only made Lu Chen happier. The reason Lu Chen was treating Tang Hao so cruelly now was entirely Tang Hao's own doing. A work-study student spot really didn't amount to much. But Tang Hao's coercion of his parents was the reason Lu Chen hated Tang Hao so much that he gritted his teeth. Born as a human, Lu Chen was deeply grateful to the parents who gave birth to and raised him. The deeper his love for his parents, the deeper his hatred for Tang Hao. After traveling for a while, Lu Chen arrived at a location 300 li east of Heaven-Do City. Although he didn't know the specific location of the Clear Sky sect's secluded retreat, as long as he was in the vicinity, a sweep of his mental force would quickly locate it. Found it. Lu Chen scanned with his mental force and very easily locked onto the Clear Sky sect's secluded location. Dragging Tang Hao with one hand, he flew forward and quickly arrived above the Clear Sky sect. His gaze swept downward, seeing the Clear Sky sect built on the mountaintop, its architectural style extremely rugged yet imposing. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, Lu Chen could see figures the size of ants. These were the disciples of the Clear Sky sect remaining in the sect. Lu Chen did not descend. He raised his hand and summoned his black iron sickle spirit. 2 black and 5 red spirit rings rose from beneath his feet, one after another. Tang Hao, watch closely. Your Clear Sky sect is about to say goodbye to this world. Tang Hao's eyes were blood red, he was panting like an ox, and 2 lines of bloody tears flowed from his eyes. His hoarse voice carried a sobbing tone as he screamed heartbreakingly, "Stop! Stop it!" The more sorrowful Tang Hao became, the more excited Lu Chen grew. He threw the black iron sickle in his hand. 7th spirit ability, Black Scythe Avatar. 2nd spirit ability, Dark Demon Evil God Break. In an instant, infused with spirit power, his black iron sickle spirit burst forth with a deep black light, rendering the entire sky pitch black, as if it were a long night capable of devouring all light. Under the shroud of black light, his black iron sickle spirit suddenly expanded. The originally 3-meter-long giant scythe expanded within just a dozen breaths into a supergiant scythe exceeding 150 meters. It spanned the space between heaven and earth, as if it could tear the entire world apart. This was the martial soul avatar of the black iron sickle. After unleashing this spirit ability, one could gain a 200% attribute boost and a 200% spirit ability boost. It could turn the black iron sickle spirit into a weapon of mass slaughter in the mortal world. The next moment, extremely surging evil power and magic power erupted from the 150-meter-long black iron sickle, intertwining and entangling with each other. At the tip of the scythe blade, a millstone-sized black energy ball condensed, filled with evil power that could erode everything. Surrounding the exterior of the black energy ball were swirling dark red wind blades and dark blue lightning. This was the Dark Demon Evil God Break, a fusion of evil, wind, and lightning elemental powers. It was one of the spirit abilities in Lu Chen's arsenal with the greatest destructive power and the widest attack range. The millstone-sized black energy ball continued to expand under the infusion of evil and magic power, 3 meters in diameter, 5 meters, 8 meters. As time ticked by, after less than 3 minutes of charging, that black energy ball, surrounded by dark red wind blades and dark blue lightning, had expanded into a behemoth with a diameter of 300 meters. It hung high in the sky like a black sun capable of destroying and devouring everything. Within the clear sky sect, the ant-sized figures had long since noticed the anomaly. A black sun had appeared in the sky. However, with no titled Douluo stationed in the sect, they couldn't even ascend to the sky to investigate the situation. They were now as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Lu Chen suddenly roared, "Go!" The 150-meter-long black iron sickle slashed forward, and the black energy ball, over 300 meters in diameter, plummeted toward the clear sky sect on the mountaintop like a meteor streaking across the sky. Wherever it passed, all energy in the air was devoured by the black energy ball. Carrying the terrifying momentum to destroy all things, it descended mightily from the sky. Those clear sky sect disciples, including many spirit Douluo, spirit saints, and spirit emperors, wore expressions of horror. This terrifying attack was beyond their imagination. But behind them lay their home and family. They each summoned their clear sky hammer spirits, unleashed various spirit abilities, and tried to block it with all their might. However, it was all like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Their meager resistance was nothing more than a final struggle before death. Rumble, rumble, the black energy ball, over 300 meters in diameter, finally crashed into the building complex of the clear sky sect. Wind blades danced wildly, lightning burst forth, and the evil power with its erosive effect swallowed everything like a tidal wave. The buildings, the disciples, and everything belonging to the clear sky sect were devastatingly destroyed under the bombardment of the dark demon evil god break. Those spirit Douluo, spirit saints, spirit emperors, died one after another. Not a single one could escape. The value of Lu Chen as a level 99 super Douluo was once again verified. One man, destroying a sect. And he destroyed the number one sect in the world, the Clear Sky sect. From this point on, the Clear Sky sect no longer existed on the Douluo continent. Everything about this sect turned into dust in history, following Lu Chen's attack. Chapter 218. Tang Hao's body dies and soul vanishes. Looking at the Clear Sky sect, which had been completely reduced to scorched earth, Tang Hao's expression was numb, his face ash gray, and his eyes were dull, devoid of any luster. He couldn't even bring himself to curse anymore. Lu Chen let out a long breath. The pent-up frustration and anger from his youth had finally been vented. He felt as if the sky was high and the earth was wide, and his heart was at peace. It was only because he was already a super Douluo with rank 99 spirit power. Otherwise, this moment of revenge would have been a perfect opportunity to break through himself, elevate his state of mind, and advance his strength even further. Looking at Tang Hao, whom he was holding, Lu Chen felt a sense of boredom. He exerted force in his hand and threw Tang Hao out. Then with a thought, he summoned the dark gold terraclaw. Tang Hao, the grievances between you and me should come to a complete end. Sky-ripping claw. In that instant, Lu Chen swung the dark gold terraclaw, unleashing a dark golden claw imprint that blotted out the sky. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread out, stirring up ripples of energy, and space itself was torn apart, splitting into 5 narrow cracks. Tang Hao closed his eyes. He had too much unwillingness and resentment, but he was about to die. What could he leave behind in this world? Suddenly, he opened his eyes, facing the dark golden claw imprint, and roared in a hoarse voice. Tang San will avenge me. This was Tang Hao's final thought. He still had a descendant of his bloodline, who had inherited his clear sky hammer spirit and Ah Yin's blue-silver grass spirit. Tang San, possessing twin spirits, had infinite possibilities in the future. Harboring the thought that Tang San would avenge him, Tang Hao was hit head-on by the dark golden claw imprint. In an instant, his flesh was torn, his bones shattered, and his internal organs were struck by the energy, crushed into a pool of mush. Tang Hao, completely dead. Not only was his physical body destroyed, but his soul was also forcefully torn apart by that energy. When the light dissipated and the waves of energy calmed down, only a mist of blood remained in the sky, along with 6 spirit bones shimmering with various colors of light. Head bone, torso bone, and limb bones, all were present. These 6 spirit bones had played an indispensable role in Tang Hao becoming a titled Douluo at the age of 44. Lu Chen beckoned, and a breeze swept out, rolling the 6 spirit bones over. He grabbed them with a casual motion, holding all 6 in his hand. Feeling the energy fluctuations emanating from the 6 spirit bones, Lu Chen sighed with emotion. The left leg bone and right arm bone are both spirit bones over 60,000 years old. These are the legacy spirit bones of the Clear Sky sect. The other 4 spirit bones are also over 40,000 years old. I wonder how many 10,000-year spirit beasts Tang Hao slaughtered to collect his full set of spirit bones. And the Clear Sky sect, whether it's Tang Xiao or the other 5 elders, they definitely have more than one spirit bone on them. This is the fundamental reason why the Clear Sky sect has produced so many experts after going into seclusion. What a bunch of selfish bastards. Slaughtering spirit beasts on such a large scale is simply killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. These people from the Clear Sky sect only think of themselves and don't care at all whether future spirit masters will be able to find high-level spirit beasts to hunt for their spirit rings. For spirit masters to hunt spirit beasts to break through their realm is understandable. After all, I have hunted quite a few spirit beasts myself, but to slaughter them so recklessly just for spirit bones is purely planting landmines for future generations. In this regard, the 7 treasure glazed tile school is better than the Clear Sky sect. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo only have 2 spirit bones each. Given their strength, it wouldn't have been impossible for them to collect a full set of spirit bones if they really wanted to. Lu Chen then put away the 6 spirit bones. However, these spirit bones have come at just the right time. Whether it's Brother Dugu, Xiao Wu, Zuqing, or Yan Yan, they all need spirit bones to improve their strength now. When the time comes, I'll let them make their own choices. Whichever spirit bone matches their attributes, they can absorb that one. After putting away the spirit bones, Lu Chen glanced at the blood mist that had already drifted away with the wind. Hey, before Tang Hao died, he was actually still hoping that Tang San could avenge him. I am already the Blue-Silver Emperor. Tang San's Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline has been discarded and can never be awakened. The highly toxic animal-type spirit rings he absorbs will only deplete his potential, making it increasingly difficult for him to cultivate and improve as he progresses. Tang San's cultivate speed will become slower and slower, and he will become increasingly dependent on that blood drain torso bone. Because after every blood drain, there is only a 1% energy conversion efficiency, this will force him to slaughter on a large scale, completely setting him on the path of a fallen spirit master. Tang San, doesn't he claim to be pure and innocent? Then, after he becomes notorious, I will kill him in front of everyone. As his voice fell, Lu Chen stretched vigorously. In the span of one night, he had truly done a lot of things. At the banquet in the Heaven Do Imperial Palace, he went on a killing spree, killing the Clear Sky sect master, Tang Xiao, and the other 5 elders, killing Ning Rongrong and the remaining 6 spirit Douluo of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, killing Shui Qing, and killing Shui Yi. He brought Tang Hao back to the ice and fire Yin Yang well, dug out Tang Hao's 100,000-year spirit ring, and returned it to Ah Yin. Finally, in front of Tang Hao, he completely destroyed the Clear Sky sect, and only after Tang Hao was completely heartbroken did he kill him. With the great revenge avenged, a wish has been fulfilled. I should head back. Ah Yin has reached rank 70 spirit power. Let's see what kind of spirit beast I can choose for her as her 7th spirit ring. But at this moment, Lu Chen's heart stirred. Having destroyed the Clear Sky sect, how could he not loot the spoils of war? Thus, Lu Chen retracted the dark gold terrorclaw and the black iron sickle spirit. Although continuously unleashing high-power spirit ability had consumed quite a bit of his spirit power, he was, after all, at rank 99 spirit power, so he didn't show any signs of fatigue at the moment. He immediately descended to the gate of the Clear Sky sect and searched through the ruins. In just a short while, he actually managed to find 4 more spirit bones. They were just spirit bones between 20,000 and 30,000 years old, likely dropped by the deceased spirit Douluo of the Clear Sky sect. Lu Chen put away these 4 spirit bones, feeling quite shocked in his heart. Although the Clear Sky sect is dirt poor and doesn't have many gold coins compared to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the number of spirit bones they possess is simply staggering. Tang Hao had 6, these spirit Douluo dropped 4, that's already 10 spirit bones. And there's still Tang Xiao and those 5 elders. Hiss. Destroying the Clear Sky sect this time, I reckon I can get over 20 spirit bones. I'm afraid even Spirit Hall isn't this wealthy. As Lu Chen spoke, he turned around, soared into the air, and flew towards the direction of the Sunset Forest. After traveling for a while, Lu Chen returned to the Sunset Forest. With a sweep of his mental force, he found Yin's location. Additionally, beside Yin, there was a plant spirit beast emitting vigorous vitality. That should be the spirit beast Yin had found for her 7th spirit ring. Lu Chen quickly rushed over, finally landing beside Yin, and saw with his own eyes the plant spirit beast Yin had chosen. In the forest ahead, large patches of cyan vines were entwined, covering an area of several hundred meters in radius. In reality, these cyan vines were all one spirit beast. He nodded and said, "It's actually an azure vine. This is a top-tier spirit beast among plant spirit beasts. It is extremely tough, possesses very powerful control abilities, and has tenacious life force. It is perfectly suitable as your 7th spirit ring." Chapter 219 Sacrifice. Seeing Lu Chen return, Yin's face showed a look of pleasant surprise. She didn't ask what Lu Chen had gone to do. In fact, she could guess it. He must have gone to kill Tang Hao. After all, he had taken Tang Hao with him when he left, but Tang Hao was gone when he returned. One could figure out Tang Hao's fate just by using their toes. Yin felt deeply moved. Even when executing Tang Hao, he had taken him to a place where no one else was present. This was surely because Lu Chen did not want to let blood be spilled in front of her. Her master was truly too gentle. Yin felt her heart melting. Her eyebrows curved, and her smile was as gentle as spring water, making one immerse oneself in it, unwilling to leave for even a moment. Her voice was as pleasant as a wind chime. "Master, you are back. When you left, you told me to find a suitable spirit beast for myself. I came out on my own and searched in the Sunset Forest. After careful selection, this 60,000-year-old azure vine spirit beast is the most suitable." Speaking of this, Yin paused. On her gentle face, a look of reluctance appeared. She bit her lip and said with some hesitation, "It's just that I am also a beast-to-human transformation spirit beast myself. To actually hunt this azure vine spirit beast to serve as my 7th spirit ring, I still find it hard to bear." Lu Chen nodded slightly. Although it was a bit sentimental, this was indeed Yin's gentle nature. However, this was not a problem at all for Lu Chen. He glanced at the azure vine spirit beast that was coiled over a radius of several hundred meters. "Since you cannot bear to kill the azure vine, then let the azure vine offer a sacrifice to you. I will resurrect it in the end. I only want its cultivation, not its life. I will also gift it an opportunity by planting its seeds in the Ice and Fire Valley. Not only will this allow its cultivation to recover faster, but it will also allow it to reach the 100,000-year spirit beast level sooner." Upon hearing this, Yin was moved and blurted out, "Then how do I make it offer a sacrifice?" Lu Chen did not answer. He stepped forward and summoned his blue-silver Emperor Martial Soul. Once the 9 spirit rings, 3 purple, 4 black, and 2 red, rose up, his 9th spirit ability flashed with light. 9th spirit ability, Blue-Silver Sovereign. In an instant, his blue-silver Emperor Martial Soul bloomed with brilliant light. A supreme and surging pressure was released from the blue-silver Emperor Martial Soul, enveloping the azure vine. Rustle, rustle. The azure vine spirit beast coiled in the forest became agitated. Vines as thick as snakes and pythons whipped back and forth in the forest. The low grass was trampled to nothing, and the towering trees were uprooted. Some green vines attempted to attack Lu Chen and Yin, but under the pressure of the blue-silver Emperor Martial Soul, those green vines were blocked as if by an invisible barrier, unable to get within 3 jong of Lu Chen and Yin. As the blue-silver sovereign continued to exert its power, the azure vine's resistance grew weaker and weaker until Lu Chen imprinted a mark in the depths of the azure vine's soul, and the azure vine became completely quiet. This was the effect of blue-silver sovereign. It could suppress all plant spirit beasts or possessors of plant martial souls. Lu Chen did not usually use this spirit ability, it was just that he hadn't encountered a suitable object. Once facing a plant spirit beast or a plant martial soul possessor, regardless of the opponent's strength, Lu Chen could suppress them in an instant and make them submit to him from the bottom of their hearts. Just like this, a 50,000-year-old azure vine, with its tenacious vitality and exceptionally tough vines, could even contend with a titled Douluo for a long time. But in front of Lu Chen, it did not last even a short while before it had surrendered at Lu Chen's feet, or rather, surrendered to the pressure of the blue-silver emperor. Lu Chen turned to look at Yin. "All right, Yin, you go over. I have already controlled the azure vine. Yin's eyes sparkled. Although she was also enslaved by Lu Chen using Blue Silver Sovereign, the terrifying aspect of Blue Silver Sovereign was that it completely rewrote a person's will. She knew she was also enslaved by the Blue Silver Sovereign, but she didn't feel there was anything wrong with it at all. Yin bowed to Lu Chen. "Thank you, Master." As her voice fell, Yin walked forward lightly and entered the attack range of the Azure Vine. But the Azure Vine did not attack Yin. Lu Chen then ordered, "Azure Vine, sacrifice all your spirit power to Yin." Hearing this order of sacrifice, the Azure Vine, which had already been enslaved by the Blue Silver Sovereign, did not hesitate for even a second and began the ritual of sacrifice. Boom! A brilliant black beam of light erupted from the body of the Azure Vine. The beam of light expanded rapidly, enveloping the surrounding area and forming an independent space that outsiders could not enter. Inside that space, streams of black energy poured continuously into Yin's body, sweeping through her limbs and bones, her internal organs, nourishing her entire body, and even every single cell. This process was without any danger. Yin even felt as if she were soaking in a hot spring. That warm feeling made her spirit feel unprecedentedly relaxed. The sacrifice process would not end for a while. Taking advantage of this time, Lu Chen did his own work. He took out the blood puppets of Tang Xiao and the 5 elders of the Clear Sky sect from his portable space. Looking at the 6 blood puppets lined up in front of him, Lu Chen walked up with great interest and felt around on the bodies of these blood puppets. He injected a trace of spirit power. If he could get feedback, that meant a spirit bone was hidden in that part. After confirming the location of the spirit bones, Lu Chen summoned the dark gold Terraclaw. The 3-foot-long dark golden blade easily tore through the bodies of these blood puppets and dug out the spirit bones one by one. First Tang Xiao, then the other 5 elders of the Clear Sky sect. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Chen had dug out all the spirit bones from them. Finally, after Lu Chen's calculation, Tang Xiao had a total of 4 spirit bones, one of which was a legacy spirit bone of the Clear Sky sect over 60,000 years old. The ages of the other 3 spirit bones were also between 40,000 and 60,000 years, which were high-quality spirit bones. And the other 5 elders of the Clear Sky sect each had 2 spirit bones, which meant there were a total of 10 spirit bones. The ages of these 10 spirit bones were basically between 30,000 and 50,000 years, which were also very high-quality spirit bones. Lu Chen looked at the pile of spirit bones flashing with various colors in front of him. He let out a long breath and said, "Tang Hao has a total of 6 spirit bones. The spirit Douluos of the Clear Sky sect dropped a total of 4 spirit bones. Tang Xiao had 4 spirit bones dug out of him, and these 5 titled Douluo elders of the Clear Sky sect each had 2 spirit bones, totaling 10 spirit bones. Added together, there are actually 24 spirit bones. Hiss. This is truly making one rich in one fell swoop. I'm afraid even Spirit Hall couldn't find this many spirit bones." Chapter 220 Resurrection. After the shock, Lu Chen collected all the spirit bones together. The blood puppets, which had become somewhat incomplete due to the extraction of the spirit bones, were also taken back by Lu Chen into his portable space. Without the support of the spirit bones, the strength of these blood puppets would certainly be greatly reduced. However, Lu Chen himself was a 99-level Super Douluo, so he did not need these blood puppets to fight. These blood puppets were only fit to be used as flesh bombs. When Lu Chen went to hunt the deep-sea demon Whale King, he would use these blood puppets as the first wave of attacks, detonating them with the blood explosion technique. Even if the deep-sea demon Whale King was a million-year-old spirit beast, the explosion of these titled Douluo-level blood puppets would definitely cause significant damage to the deep-sea demon Whale King. The strength of that deep-sea demon Whale King was absolutely infinitely close to a divinity. After all, it was an existence that had once vied with the sea god Poseidon for the position of sea god. Lu Chen would absolutely not underestimate it in the slightest. He would certainly make all the necessary preparations. In the original plot, if not for the Asura god cheating in secret, Tang San might not have been able to defeat the deep-sea demon Whale King. Lu Chen had never been to Slaughter City and had not obtained the Slaughter God domain, so it was impossible to attract the Asura god to cheat on his behalf. Therefore, he could only rely on himself. Afterward, Lu Chen sat down nearby, quietly waiting for the process of the Azure Vine sacrificing itself to Yin to end. Time ticked away, and after about 5 hours, The black light that had enveloped the surrounding area of several hundred meters gradually contracted inward, eventually pouring entirely into Ah Yin's body. When the very last trace of black light passed through Ah Yin's fair and delicate skin and burrowed into her body, her aura completely stabilized. Opening her pair of azure blue beautiful eyes, her gaze shifted. Anyone looking directly at her would feel as if they were wrapped in a pool of spring water, causing them to be deeply immersed and unable to extricate themselves. This was the charm of a mature woman. Ah Yin rose with a light posture, stretching her lotus root-like arms backward, her full bosom rising high, revealing a superior, proud figure. Afterward, lowering her arms, she trotted over to Lu Chen's side and spoke in a voice as gentle as water, sharing her joy with Lu Chen. Master, the life energy of the azure vine is very suitable for me. It has brought me a very powerful martial soul avatar ability, life attribute increased by 100%, and all spirit abilities increased by 100%. Apart from the consumption of using the martial soul avatar being a bit high, there are no obvious side effects. My spirit power has also greatly improved, directly rising to level 75. However, I feel that part of the improvement comes from the sacrifice of the azure vine, while the other part is because I reclaimed my 100,000-year spirit ring, which is why my spirit power has increased so much. Master, the azure vine sacrificed itself because of me. Please resurrect it. I will personally take it to the Ice and Fire Valley. Lu Chen was very satisfied with Ah Yin's improvement, so he nodded and agreed to her request. Summon your spirit ring. The soul of the azure vine is currently inside your 7th spirit ring. Ah Yin immediately complied and summoned her blue-silver king martial soul. The optimal spirit ring configuration of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black rings, rose one after another from under her feet, rhythmically pulsing up and down around her body. Ah Yin was originally a blue-silver emperor, but the blue-silver emperor is unique. Since Lu Chen's martial soul had evolved from blue-silver grass to blue-silver emperor during the time after Ah Yin's sacrifice, Ah Yin's blue-silver emperor martial soul had naturally regressed to the level of blue-silver king. However, the foundation of her martial soul was still that of a blue-silver emperor. Even though it had regressed to a blue-silver king, it was still stronger than other blue-silver kings. It could be seen that Ah Yin's blue-silver king martial soul, in addition to having a crystal-clear, crystal-like texture throughout, also had faint golden patterns along its stems and veins. Although those golden patterns were faint, they were the foundation of her past existence as a blue-silver emperor. Lu Chen took a step forward, now only inches away from Ah Yin. Inhaling the refreshing fragrance on her body, his heart stirred, and a surge of mental force poured out from the center of his brow. His mental force was as pervasive as mercury, infiltrating Ah Yin's 7th spirit ring and successfully capturing the soul of the azure vine, which had fallen into a deep sleep due to the loss of power. Grabbing the soul of the azure vine, he used his mental force to protect it and extracted it from the spirit ring. Lu Chen had 2 methods for resurrecting the azure vine. The first method was the 8th spirit ability of the blue-silver emperor martial soul, reincarnation blue-silver emperor. As long as the soul of the azure vine was cast into the reincarnation blue-silver emperor, the reincarnation blue-silver emperor would evolve a new body. The only problem was that for the soul of the azure vine and the body of the blue-silver emperor to achieve 100% compatibility, it might take a long time to adapt. Moreover, the body of the azure vine was lying right in front of Lu Chen. Although it had become withered and shriveled due to the loss of power, the soul of the azure vine and its own body were definitely the most compatible. This brought up Lu Chen's second method of resurrection, the 9th spirit ability of his blue-silver emperor. Martial soul, wildfires cannot burn it out, the spring breeze brings it back to life. After using this spirit ability, although he could successfully resurrect the azure vine, its life energy had already been completely sacrificed to Ah Yin. Therefore, even if the azure vine were resurrected, it could only be restored to its seed form. A seed is a seed. Planting the seed in the ice and fire yin-yang well would allow it to grow at 100 or 1,000 times the speed, which was also a significant opportunity for the azure vine. Lu Chen summoned his blue-silver emperor martial soul once again and unleashed his 9th spirit ability. Wildfires cannot burn it out, the spring breeze brings it back to life. In an instant, his blue-silver emperor martial soul bloomed with brilliant light, emitting vigorous and abundant life force. Under the illumination of this brilliant light, the body of the azure vine, which had already become withered and shriveled, was actually gradually turning into energy from the outside in. In less than 3 minutes, the body of the azure vine had completely transformed into a ball of energy. At this moment, Lu Chen cast the soul of the azure vine into that ball of energy. It immediately caused that ball of energy to ripple violently, as if it had become different. The ball of energy now had life. Boom, boom, boom. Sounds similar to a heartbeat spread out from that ball of energy. The ball of energy gradually contracted. Every time a boom sound was emitted, the ball of energy would shrink by more than half. Furthermore, during the process of contraction, the energy gradually solidified, and natural patterns appeared on the surface. It already had the prototype of a seed. After waiting for another period of time, that ball of energy had completely solidified, eventually remaining only the size of a palm, with some natural patterns on the surface. This was the seed of the azure vine. Lu Chen walked over, picked up the seed, turned his head to look at Yin, and said, "Let's go, we are returning to the Ice and Fire Valley." Yin nodded with a face full of admiration. "All right, master." Although Yin also possessed the skill, wildfires cannot burn it out, the spring breeze brings it back to life. She could not use it as skillfully as Lu Chen. After all, she was still only a spirit saint with level 75 spirit power. To use, wildfires cannot burn it out, the spring breeze brings it back to life. Proficiently, she would have to break through to the titled Douluo realm. However, wanting to use, wildfires cannot burn it out, the spring breeze brings it back to life, even once was not a simple matter. That would consume a near massive amount of spirit power. Lu Chen was a super Douluo with level 99 spirit power, which was why he could resurrect the azure vine so casually. If it were Yin, perhaps she would have to drain her spirit power completely to even have a chance to resurrect the azure vine. In short, seeing Lu Chen resurrect the azure vine so easily, the look of admiration on Yin's face was beyond expression. The reverence in her heart for Lu Chen was like the rolling river water, endless and continuous, and like the flooding yellow river, impossible to control. After traveling for a while, Lu Chen and Yin successfully returned to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well. Lu Chen handed the seed of the azure vine to Yin, and Yin personally planted the seed of the azure vine at the spring eye of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well. Lu Chen then came to the location of the 7-star dragon tongue orchid. Aiming at the roots of the 7-star dragon tongue orchid, he released the "All Rivers Run to Sea" of the blue-silver domain once, accelerating the growth of the 7-star dragon tongue orchid by infusing it with life force. When leaving the Stardow Great Forest, Lu Chen had said that the next time he returned, he would bring a gift for the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. A real man must keep his word. Therefore, Lu Chen catalyzed the 7-star dragon tongue orchid, preparing to bring a few stalks of the 7-star dragon tongue orchid to the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape respectively when he returned to the Stardow Great Forest next time. While catalyzing the 7-star dragon tongue orchid, Lu Chen said to Yin, who was planting the azure vine seed, "Yin, after you return with me this time, I will appoint you as the Vice Dean of Longevity Academy, responsible for managing the daily affairs of Longevity Academy. You are a blue-silver emperor spirit beast that has undergone beast-to-human transformation. Through the blue-silver domain, you can communicate with plants. You can pick some medicinal herbs here in the Ice and Fire Valley. Apart from the immortal herbs, you can pick any other medicinal herbs. As long as you do not damage the roots of the medicinal herbs after being picked will be able to grow back in no time. They are inexhaustible and endless. You must use the picked medicinal herbs, through reasonable combinations, to stimulate their maximum medicinal properties and add them to the food at Longevity Academy, subtly improving the aptitude of the students at Longevity Academy. These students growing up will be of great use to me. In the future, Longevity Academy will be left to you to be responsible for. Do not let me down." Upon hearing this, Yin temporarily stopped her movements, turned to face Lu Chen, and on her originally gentle and pretty face, she revealed a solemn expression. "Master, I understand. In the future, I will definitely carry forward Longevity Academy and ensure that the students who come out of Longevity Academy can all become your right-hand men." Lu Chen nodded with a smile. Lu Chen had handed over the affairs of the Longevity sect to Du Gubo, and he had also handed over the affairs of Longevity Academy to Yin. Now he could completely be a hands-off. manager, not held back by some trivial matters, and focus on doing his own things. Chapter 221. Distributing Spirit Bones. After leaving the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well, Lu Chen returned to the longevity sect with Yin. He first went to greet Douluo. After all, during the time Lu Chen was away, it was Douluo who had been managing the overall affairs of the longevity sect. Lu Chen, this hands-off sect master, naturally had to give Douluo, this hard-working laborer, enough respect so that he would continue to work diligently for him. Recently, Douluo had been extremely busy because Lu Chen's fame was growing larger and larger, which in turn led to many admirers across the continent coming to the longevity sect, willing to follow Lu Chen and become a part of the longevity sect. This was, of course, a good thing. After these people joined the sect, they were first assigned as outer sect disciples. Only after passing evaluations, having a clean background, a pure heart, and above-average talent could outer sect disciples be promoted to inner sect disciples. As the Grand Elder of the inner sect, the task keeping Douluo busy now was evaluating these outer sect disciples and selecting elites to join the inner sect. Because the responsibility was heavy, he dared not have any slack. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Douluo rubbed his forehead. Out of resentment for Lu Chen, this hands-off sect master, he said with a full sense of teasing. "Yo, our great hero of the Heaven Do Empire has returned. You are such a busy person, to think you still remembered to return to the longevity sect." Lu Chen heard the resentment in these words. He smiled indifferently and said, "Big brother Douluo, as the sect master of the longevity sect, isn't it only natural for me to return to my own sect? As for you saying I am the great hero of the Heaven Do Empire, what is this about? How is the Heaven Do imperial family publicizing this?" Speaking of this, Douluo's expression became even stranger as he told Lu Chen the information he had heard, word for word. The news spread last night. According to Prince Shui Bang and Prince Shui Xing's own accounts, the Clear Sky sect had malicious intentions. They approached Emperor Shui Yi actually to harm Emperor Shui Yi and wanted to overthrow the rule of the Heaven Do imperial family to establish a Clear Sky empire under the rule of the Clear Sky sect. At the banquet last night, the sect master of the Clear Sky sect, Tang Xiao, completely exposed his cruel nature and murdered Emperor Shui Yi and the Crown Prince, Shui Qing. Fortunately, Prince Shui Bang and Prince Shui Xing sensed the malicious intentions of the Clear Sky sect and invited you, the longevity Douluo, in advance, but unfortunately, it was a step too late. Although they couldn't save Emperor Shui Yi and the Crown Prince, Shui Qing, they avenged them. You killed the Clear Sky Douluo Tang Xiao, the Clear Sky Douluo Tang Hao, and 5 titled Douluo of the Clear Sky sect in one battle. This news has gone crazy in Heaven Do City and its surroundings. Actually, everyone is suspicious of the news that the Clear Sky sect murdered Emperor Shui Yi, but no one dares to raise any questions, all because of your terrifying deterrent power as the longevity Douluo. Killing 7 titled Douluo in one battle, 2 of whom were the former Clear Sky twins, the brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, now everyone says you are already the #1 powerhouse on the continent. Prince Shui Bang and Prince Shui Xing publicly declared that you are the great hero of the Heaven Do Empire. If it weren't for you, the Heaven Do Empire would have been overthrown by the Clear Sky sect by now. By the way, the Heaven Do imperial family also sent an invitation. A country cannot go a day without a ruler. Prince Shui Bang will officially ascend to the throne tomorrow and invites you, the great hero of the Heaven Do Empire, to attend the ceremony. Lu Chen's mouth twitched. Shui Bang and Shui Xing, these 2 guys, really knew how to gild their own faces. What sensing the Clear Sky sect's malicious intentions in advance? What inviting him, the longevity Douluo, in advance? It was all nonsense. However, this was standard procedure. If Shui Bang wanted to ascend to the throne, he certainly couldn't publicize that he and Lu Chen had conspired to kill Emperor Shui Yi together. Colluding with outsiders to murder one's own father, that kind of public opinion would cause an explosion. Shui Bang pushed all the blame onto the Clear Sky sect, creating a situation where there was no evidence left. He himself remained clean, and as the only remaining son of Emperor Shui Yi, his path to the throne became logical. As for inviting him to attend the ceremony, it was probably to use his deterrent power to intimidate the civil and military officials in the country, as well as those collateral branches of the imperial family and various nobles. Lu Chen didn't refuse this. His tone was relaxed and casual, without a shred of awe. Since they invited me, I will go tomorrow. It just so happens that I want to go to the national treasury of the Heaven Do Empire to pick out a treasure. After Shui Bang ascends to the throne, I'll have him personally take me to the Heaven Do Empire's national treasury. Du Gubo was filled with emotion. After Shui Bang ascends to the throne, he will be the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire. Having him personally take you to the Heaven Do Empire's national treasury, this is something others wouldn't even dare to imagine, but only you could do it. Do you not have even the slightest awe for imperial power? But then again, you are a level 99 super Douluo, already standing at the peak of spirit masters. Secular power indeed has no deterrence for you. Lu Chen smiled. Even if he didn't have level 99 spirit power, he would still despise imperial power, but he didn't need to explain too much. He changed the subject and said, Big brother Dugu, this time I also brought gifts back for you all. Let's go find Yan Yan and the others. After finding them, we will distribute these spirit bones together. I killed 7 titled Douluo of the Clear Sky sect and also wiped out the Clear Sky sect. Guess how many spirit bones I managed to get in total? Du Gubo was also interested when he heard this. Spirit bones, for any spirit master, were rare treasures that could be encountered but not sought. Du Gubo believed there wouldn't be too many of such precious treasures, but after all, it was the Clear Sky sect, so he boldly said a number. 10 pieces. Too small. The perspective was too small. Du Gubo couldn't imagine how many spirit beasts the Clear Sky sect had slaughtered in their madness to obtain spirit bones. Lu Chen said something shocking. A full 24 spirit bones. Du Gubo's eyes widened immediately, and he took a sharp breath. The temperature in the entire room seemed to drop by a few degrees. He never expected that a Clear Sky sect could scrape together a full 24 spirit bones. When did spirit bones become so rampant? He looked a bit dazed as he left the room with Lu Chen and came to the simulated training grounds within the sect to wake up Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan, who were in the middle of cultivation. Once everyone was gathered, Lu Chen took those 24 spirit bones out from his portable space all at once. In an instant, surging energy fluctuations filled the surroundings. The light emitted by the spirit bones shone on everyone's faces, and it was clear to see that everyone's expression was sluggish. If people knew that Lu Chen had 24 spirit bones on him, even if he were a level 99 super Douluo, it was feared that some would still be unable to resist taking the risk. The temptation of these spirit bones was simply too huge for spirit masters. Lu Chen took out the 3 legacy spirit bones of the Clear Sky sect from these 24 spirit bones. Each spirit bone was over 60,000 years old and was the most precious of the 24 spirit bones. He pulled Du Guyan's hand and placed one of the 3 spirit bones, a left arm bone, into Du Guyan's palm. Yan Yan, after your jade phosphor snake spirit evolved into a jade phosphorus dragon spirit, you are no longer just a simple control spirit master, you can fully take on the task of an attack spirit master. This spirit bone is power type, and its age is over 60,000 years. After absorbing it, it will definitely bring you a huge improvement. Du Guyan felt the energy fluctuations of the spirit bone coming from her palm. In her beautiful jade green eyes, it seemed as if pink hearts were popping out. Lu Chen, you are so good to me. Du Guyan threw herself into Lu Chen's arms, wrapped her lotus root-like arms around his neck, pursed her lips, and kissed him on the cheek. Du Gubo, who was standing to the side, saw his granddaughter take the initiative to offer a kiss, and he had nothing to say. If a kiss could be exchanged for a 60,000-year spirit bone, Du Gubo wouldn't mind kissing him himself. After fussing for a while, Du Guyan finally let go of Lu Chen. Lu Chen wiped the lipstick mark on his face and felt helpless. Unfortunately, he wasn't old enough, otherwise, with Du Guyan throwing herself into his arms, he would have long since been unable to resist letting his beastly nature run wild. Subsequently, he looked at Xiao Wu, took out a 60,000-year left leg bone, and placed it in Xiao Wu's hand. Xiao Wu, your grappling arts have high requirements for leg strength. With this power-type left leg bone, in the future, even if you face those big, burly power-type spirit masters, you can easily throw them out. Xiao Wu wasn't shy either. She directly accepted the spirit bone, and like Du Guyan, she threw herself into Lu Chen's arms and gave him a sweet kiss. Boss Lu Chen, I absolutely love you to death. After Xiao Wu let go of Lu Chen Lu Chen wiped the saliva off his face and smiled dotingly. Finally, he looked at Zhu Zuqing and took the last 60,000-year right arm bone, pulled her hand, and placed it in her hand. Zuqing, although you are an agility attack spirit master, increasing your strength won't do you any harm. With this power-type right arm bone, it can make your attacks even more destructive. Zhu Zuqing pursed her lips. She was surrounded by a huge sense of happiness. Her eyes stared at Lu Chen without blinking. 1,000 words came to her lips, but in the end, she only said one thing. Lu Chen, I. Zhu Zuqing was also helpless. Any words of gratitude were far too light compared to a 60,000-year spirit bone. If Lu Chen needed it, she could even offer herself on the spot. In the end, she could only follow Du Guyan and Xiao Wu, taking the initiative to throw herself into Lu Chen's arms and kiss him on the cheek. The sweet kisses of the three girls also stirred Lu Chen's heart with heat. He once again hated that he was only 13 years old, wanting to do something was impossible. Lu Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the restlessness in his heart. Yan Yan, Xiao Wu, Zuqing, you guys absorb these 3 spirit bones first. After you have adapted to the power increased by these 3 spirit bones, then come to absorb new spirit bones. If you absorb 3 or 4 spirit bones at once, although it will give you a huge boost, controlling that surging power will be a very difficult thing. Therefore, it is best to proceed step by step. Do not ignore everything just to absorb spirit bones for the sake of momentary speed. Du Guyan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing nodded very obediently. Lu Chen turned his head to look at Dugu Bo again. Big brother Dugu, among these spirit bones, take a look and pick for yourself. See which spirit bones you are still missing, and this time, fill in all the missing spirit bones at once. You are currently at level 96 spirit power. I hope that after absorbing the spirit bones, you will break through to level 97 or even 98 soon. You are the Grand Elder of our longevity sect. Naturally, the stronger your strength, the better. Dugu Bo rubbed his hands excitedly and laughed twice. Lu Chen, then this old man won't stand on ceremony with you. My granddaughter has been handed over to you, and I am also working for you. Accepting a few spirit bones from you is only right and proper. After the words fell, Dugu Bo went to pick the spirit bones. His eyes were glowing green. Once he completed all 6 spirit bones on his body, Dugu Bo had 100% confidence that he would definitely be able to break through to a level 98 title Douluo in the future. As for level 99, that was probably unlikely. While Dugu Bo was choosing the spirit bones, Lu Chen said to Du Guyan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing, you guys start absorbing the spirit bones. I will personally protect you. Du Guyan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing each responded, and then they went to absorb the spirit bones. Chapter 222, Yu Xiaoging's Daily Tantrum. Just as Lu Chen was sharing his spoils of war, Heaven Do City, Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaoging had started his daily tantrum once again. He locked himself in his room and smashed everything he could get his hands on. Tables, chairs, stools, cups, kettles, vases, ornaments, everything was reduced to a mess. The sounds of crashing and banging were incessant. Like a dying beast, Yu Xiaoging let out a desperate howl. Why did it end up like this? Clear Sky Douluo Tang Hao was my idol. He could take on 3 people at once, severely wound the Supreme Pontiff Qian Xunji of Spirit Hall, and even kill 2 titled Douluo from Spirit Hall. He should have been invincible on the Douluo continent, so why did he die at the hands of Lu Chen? And the Clear Sky sect, the #1 sect in the world, with 7 titled Douluo in one family, all wielding the Clear Sky hammer, they were several tiers stronger than the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. A powerful sect like that was completely destroyed by Lu Chen overnight. I am the top spirit master research grandmaster on the continent. Even Tang San, under my tutelage, could not achieve such a feat. Why does a savage like Lu Chen possess such shocking strength? Yu Xiaoging could not accept this. Tang Hao was his idol, and since he himself was a failure, he wanted to groom Tang San into a powerhouse like Tang Hao. But even Tang Hao and the entire Clear Sky sect had been destroyed by Lu Chen. This shattered Yu Xiaoging's dream. Even if he succeeded in grooming Tang San into a powerhouse like Tang Hao, he feared he would still be no match for Lu Chen. Hearing these roars from outside the room, Flender and Luerlong exchanged a look. Out of concern for Yu Xiaoging, they forced their way into the room. Flender stated the facts with a grave expression. Xiaogang, calm down. Having a tantrum won't solve anything now. Clear Sky Douluo is dead, and the Clear Sky sect has been wiped out. Lu Chen has become a great hero of the Heaven Do Empire. He can do whatever he wants in the Heaven Do Empire. While he is not paying attention to us, we should take our disciples and leave Heaven Do City. The Douluo continent is vast. We can go to the surrounding kingdoms or duchies and find a place to live in seclusion. Lu Chen won't be able to find us. At the very least, we can live out our remaining years in peace. If you want to continue opposing him, not only will we old folks die, but even those little freaks in our academy will likely end up with nowhere to be buried. We cannot hesitate any longer. Lu Erlong also grabbed Yu Xiaogang, pleading earnestly. That's right, Xiaogang, let's go. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has already kicked you out of their genealogy, and my father refuses to acknowledge me. We have no one left to rely on here in Heaven Do City. If we don't find a way to leave now, I fear we will never be able to leave. I can struggle alongside you, but right now, we can't see any hope for revenge. Staying here is just throwing our lives away. Yu Xiaogang's eyes were bloodshot, and he was panting like an ox. The pleas of Flender and Lu Erlong did not calm him down. Instead, they were like adding fuel to the fire, pushing him further into extremism. I am not reconciled. I have yet to make everyone in the Spirit Master's world realize the correctness of my theories. I absolutely refuse to just fade into obscurity like this. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan abandoned me, but I must achieve something. I want to make my father and my uncle personally invite me back. In the Heaven Do Empire, it is impossible for Lu Chen to have absolute control. Even if he has strength surpassing an ordinary titled Douluo, there is one person who can definitely suppress him. That is the soon-to-be crowned Emperor Shui Bang. Everyone has been deceived by Lu Chen. The Clear Sky sect would not plot against Emperor Shui Yi. It must have been Lu Chen who killed Emperor Shui Yi and framed the Clear Sky sect. Yes, it must be that way. I want to enter the palace, I want to see the Emperor, and I want to expose Lu Chen's true face in front of Emperor Shui Bang. As long as Emperor Shui Bang realizes Lu Chen's sinister intentions, he will never let Lu Chen do as he pleases. The Heaven Do Empire has 1,000,000 soldiers. With one order from Emperor Shui Bang, there will be no place for Lu Chen in the entire Heaven Do Empire. Troops are easy to find, but a general is hard to come by. Although the Heaven Do Empire has 1,000,000 soldiers, without a commander with wisdom as deep as the ocean, the 1,000,000 soldiers cannot unleash their full strength. The Heaven Do Empire needs a national advisor. As long as Emperor Shui Bang sees my talent, this position of national advisor will be mine. Flender, Erlong, come with me. With the reputation of our Golden Triangle, we will definitely be able to enter the palace and see Emperor Shui Bang. Flender and Lu Erlong were helpless. How could Yu Xiaogang, who once seemed so intelligent, be so unreasonable now? Lu Chen's strength was unfathomably high. Even the former Emperor Shui Yi didn't dare to openly oppose Lu Chen. Now that it was Emperor Shui Bang, would he dare to openly oppose Lu Chen? And was Emperor Shui Bang someone they could see just because they wanted to? Flender used his only remaining hand to press down on Yu Xiaogang's shoulder, pinning him so he couldn't move, and said in a low voice, "Xiaogang, stop being stubborn. What is our status? Aside from the name Golden Triangle, we are just commoners. Without the status of nobility, we can't even get through the palace gates, let alone see Emperor Shui Bang. Wake up, think about yourself, think about Erlong, think about your disciple. Tang San is so young, do you really want to drag him down to the grave with you?" Mentioning Tang San, a glimmer of clarity gradually surfaced in Yu Xiaogang's bloodshot eyes, and his eyes grew brighter. Flender, you're right, we are commoners. Without the status of nobility, we can't even get through the palace gates. But we might not necessarily be unable to see Emperor Shui Bang. Given Tang San's age, he can participate in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament 1 year from now. As long as he performs outstandingly in the tournament, he will inevitably be summoned by Emperor Shui Bang. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tang San can reveal his identity. He is the son of Clear Sky Douluo Tang Hao, and he can seek justice for his father. As the newly crowned emperor, Emperor Shui Bang will certainly be willing to recruit a group of geniuses. With Tang San's talent as a twin spirits user, he is not at all inferior to the currently flourishing Lu Chen. Tang San is the second Lu Chen. Emperor Shui Bang cannot help but be tempted. He might not act against Lu Chen for Tang San's sake in the short term, but he will certainly be willing to protect Tang San's growth. Who wouldn't want to personally cultivate a loyal subordinate with infinite potential? This is our opportunity. We must stay and participate in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament 1 year from now. Yu Xiaogang spoke with increasing excitement, as if he had already seen Emperor Shui Bang standing before him, looking at him with admiration and praising him for cultivating such a good disciple. Flender and Lu Erlong exchanged a look, both seeing the despair in the other's eyes. Yu Xiaogang was now obsessed. He was obstinate, refused to listen to their persuasion, and was single-mindedly focused on proving the correctness of his theories. Even though Heaven Do City was already a den of tigers and wolves for them, Yu Xiaogang would not leave. What could Flender and Lu Erlong do? Of course, they could only accompany Yu Xiaogang. The Golden Triangle, the vow they once made to live and die together, no matter what, they would not break it. Chapter 223. Tang San devours Zhao Wuji. Outside the room, Tang San's originally gloomy face suddenly erupted with a glimmer of hope in his desperate eyes because of the words Yu Xiaogang spoke inside the room. He clenched his fists unconsciously, his nails digging deep into his flesh. Teacher is right. In the Heaven Do Empire, the Emperor is ultimately supreme. The Emperor has countless elite soldiers and generals under his command, and the Heaven Do Empire possesses an army of 1 million strong. Even if Lu Chen is powerful, he killed 1,000, 10,000 people, but can he kill 100,000, a million? Now Lu Chen can cover the sky with one hand only because he deceived everyone, placing the blame for murdering Emperor Shui Yi on the Clear Sky sect. Once his crime of killing the Emperor is confirmed, whether in his past life or this one, that is an unforgivable crime. Emperor Shui Bang will absolutely not let him go. When the time comes, a 1 million-strong army will be dispatched, which will be enough to trample the longevity sect he established. Even if 1 million people form a military formation, they can trample Lu Chen to death just by stepping on him. And my Tang sect hidden weapons, if those mechanical hidden weapons, just like the godly Zug crossbow, are equipped on a large scale in the army, it would be enough to increase the army's strength tenfold or 100-fold. As long as I can see Emperor Shui Bang, state my identity first, plead for my father, and appeal to his emotions and reason, he will surely be moved. When the time is right, I will present the Tang sect hidden weapons, form a Tang sect legion, and I will surely be able to use human wave tactics to pile Lu Chen to death. Tang San was trembling with excitement. During this period, Tang San's mood was like riding a roller coaster. When he learned that his father, Tang Hao, had returned to the Clear Sky sect and that the Clear Sky sect had announced its re-emergence, Tang San was incomparably excited. His father had returned to the Clear Sky sect, so could he also return to the Clear Sky sect? The Clear Sky sect was the #1 sect on the continent. Whenever Tang San thought about having such a sect as his backing, he couldn't help but straighten his chest, feeling a sense of honor. Tang San had been bullied too miserably. His beloved woman, Xiao Wu, was snatched away, and the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, he had obtained was also snatched away. Therefore, Tang San desperately wanted someone to support him. However, before he could truly be happy for a few days, a bolt from the blue news spread through Heaven Do City. The Clear Sky sect had murdered Emperor Shui Yi and Crown Prince Shui Qing and had now been wiped out by Lu Chen. 1 gate with 7 Douluo, Clear Sky Douluo Tang Xiao, Clear Sky Douluo Tang Hao, and 5 titled Douluo elders were all killed cleanly by Lu Chen alone. Hearing this news, Tang San felt foolish. He had originally thought the Clear Sky sect would be his backing and support, but it was wiped out by Lu Chen in a few strokes. Even his father, Tang Hao, had died at Lu Chen's hands. At that moment, Tang San felt his heart turn to ash. He had thought that with the Tang sect legacy and his twin spirits, although his first spirit was the ordinary blue-silver grass, his second martial soul was the Clear Sky Hammer of the Clear Sky sect, he was set. The world's #1 offensive spirit. Tang San believed that reaching the peak of his life was only a matter of time. However, reality slapped him hard in the face. The one who achieved success at a young age and truly reached the peak of life was Lu Chen. And he was just a pitiful foil. He was unwilling, strongly unwilling, making him like a drowning person, grabbing onto any straw of hope without letting go. Tang San gritted his teeth tightly, his expression resolute, his eyes fierce. To successfully see Emperor Shui Bang, I can only do as teacher. Set and stand out in next year's Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament. Only then will I have the opportunity to be summoned by Emperor Shui Bang. I am only at rank 34 spirit power now. This is only because I hunted a large number of 10-year spirit beasts and 100-year spirit beasts, absorbed their blood, and through the blood drain skill, converted 1% of the energy into my spirit power, which allowed my cultivation to improve rapidly. But this is too slow. I don't know how long it will take to cultivate to rank 40 spirit power, so I have to take a shortcut. 10-year spirit beasts and 100-year spirit beasts provide too little energy, but millennium spirit beasts and 10,000-year spirit beasts are too strong for me to defeat right now. I cannot absorb the blood of powerful spirit beasts, so can I absorb the blood of powerful spirit masters? Tang San lowered his head, his face flickering between light and shadow. The light and shadow divided his face in two, as if revealing his inner struggle. He was silent for a long time, finally making up his mind, and turned to leave silently, like a ghost, his footsteps making no sound. As the sun sank below the horizon, time reached the night. Under the dark night sky, only the faint moonlight brought a glimmer of light to the world, as if covered by a thin veil. Somewhere in Shrek Academy, a flexible and swift black shadow moved rapidly in the shadows. His movement technique was agile, and he made no sound as he stepped on the ground. Through the thin moonlight, one could vaguely see the face of this black shadow. That plain appearance, who else could it be but Tang San? A purple light flashed in his eyes. Under the observation of his purple demon eye, he utilized the ghost shadow perplexing track to the extreme, moving at high speed without being noticed by anyone. Before long, Tang San arrived at a separate wooden house. He pushed the window open lightly and, with a swift flip, entered the house. Although it was pitch black inside, Tang San could see clearly through his purple demon eye. On the bed in front of him lay a strong man with weak breathing. This strong man was none other than the Shrek Academy teacher, Zhao Wuji. Back then, Lu Chen kicked Zhao Wuji, causing his head to vibrate violently. Fortunately, his vigorous Vajra bear spirit possessed excellent defense, which allowed him to survive, but he became a vegetable as a result. Having been lying on the bed for over a year, there was no sign of him waking up. The only strong person's blood Tang San could think of was Zhao Wuji. He was a rank 75 spirit saint, and since he had become a vegetable, he had no ability to resist. Once he absorbed Zhao Wuji's blood, even if his blood drain skill only had a 1% energy conversion efficiency, it would bring a huge improvement to his cultivation. Tang San thought silently in his heart. Teacher Zhao, you have been lying on the bed for a year. You must be feeling very painful now. Let me help you find relief today. Don't thank me. After all, you are my teacher. If I don't help you, who will? It was Lu Chen who harmed you like this. After I absorb your blood and my strength improves rapidly, I will definitely avenge you in the future. Thinking of this, Tang San stepped forward silently, grabbed Zhao Wuji's arm, lifted him up with force, and carried him on his back. With a flash, he left the room through the window. After just a few leaps, he had completely disappeared. Tang San brought Zhao Wuji to a small forest where no one would usually come. With a thud, he threw Zhao Wuji onto the ground. Tang San's eyes were firm. At this point, he had nothing to regret. He took a dagger from the 24 moonlit bridges, lowered his body, and cut Zhao Wuji's neck with one stroke. Zhao Wuji's body trembled, but he ultimately failed to wake up. Gurgle, gurgle, streams of hot blood sprayed out from the cut. Tang San lowered his head and lay on Zhao Wuji's neck, drinking the warm blood in large gulps. He had previously only drunk the blood of spirit beasts. This was his first time drinking human blood. It was a bit disgusting, but Tang San endured it. To improve his strength, Tang San had stopped at nothing. The warm blood flowed down his throat and into his stomach. He activated the torso spirit bone skill, blood drain. Suddenly, his stomach churned and began to digest the absorbed blood rapidly. The blood of a spirit saint, containing vast spirit power, even with only a 1% energy conversion rate, caused Tang San's spirit power to surge rapidly, climbing step by step like a rocket. Feeling the rapid increase in spirit power, Tang San was ecstatic and accelerated the absorption of Zhao Wuji's blood. Time passed second by second until Zhao Wuji's breathing stopped, and he completely turned into a dried corpse. Only then did Tang San feel unsatisfied. There were still traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. In his eyes, which had been flashing with purple light, a kind of fierce evil chi surged, making people feel chilled. My spirit power is surging. I must go back and circulate the mysterious heaven skill to cultivate. I cannot waste Teacher Zhao's painstaking efforts. Teacher Zhao, please bear with it and enter my 24 moonlit bridges. When I leave Heaven Do City next time, I will definitely find you a beautiful burial place. Tang San put away Zhao Wuji's corpse and cleaned up all traces of the scene, then returned to his room to cultivate without anyone noticing. After a night of sleepless cultivation, combined with the energy converted from Zhao Wuji's blood by the blood drain skill, Tang San made a breakthrough of 3 levels of spirit power, rising from rank 34 to rank 37. This made Tang San increasingly eager to devour the blood of strong people to improve his strength rapidly. The next day, the news of Zhao Wuji's disappearance soon brought Flender, Xiao Xin, Lu Qibing, and teacher Li Yusong, the old members of Shrek Academy. They were old brothers who had known Zhao Wuji for many years and had very deep feelings for him. Flender's face was full of shock, anxiety, and anger. Where is he? How could such a big living person disappear for no reason? Old Xiao, old Lu, old Li, did you come to old Zhao's place last night? Xiao Xin, Lu Qibing, and teacher Li Yusong all shook their heads with ugly expressions. Flender's face became even uglier. Search, find him alive or find his corpse. Old Zhao is our old brother. We absolutely cannot let him go missing like this. Xiao Xin, Lu Qibing, and teacher Li Yusong all nodded extremely solemnly. They replied in unison, "It is our fault for not watching him. We will definitely find him back." But no matter how they went out to search, they could not find any trace of Zhao Wuji. They could not find him alive or dead, as if Zhao Wuji had evaporated from the human world. Tang San remained silent about this and did not expose his 3-level increase in spirit power, so as not to arouse the suspicion of Flender, Xiao Xin, Lu Qibing, and teacher Li Yusong. Flender, Xiao Xin, Lu Qibing, and teacher Li Yusong would never have imagined that the dried corpse of the Zhao Wuji they were thinking of was lying in Tang San's 24 moonlit bridges. Chapter 224, Vast Sea Cosmic Shroud. Longevity Sect. The gentle morning sunlight filtered through the palace windows, casting its rays into the hall and illuminating half of Lu Chen's profile. His skin was so fair it seemed to reflect light, and the sharp, well-defined contours of his profile traced a bony, elegant arc where light and shadow met. Beneath his sword-like brows, a pair of bright, azure eyes, as clear as the blue sky, shifted occasionally, sweeping over Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, Du Guyan, and Du Gubo as they absorbed their spirit bones, his eyes filled with a hint of anticipation. A whole night has passed, they should be finishing the absorption of the spirit bones soon. Just as Lu Chen had anticipated. The aura rising steadily from Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, Du Guyan, and Du Gubo as they absorbed the spirit bones was gradually stabilizing. This indicated that they had basically completed the absorption of the spirit bones. Du Gubo was the first to wake. His eyebrows arched, and the surprise in his eyes was impossible to hide. His mouth opened, and he couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. However, catching a glimpse of Du Guyan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing still not having woken up, Du Gubo swallowed his excitement back, and even though he felt uncomfortable holding it in, he didn't truly laugh out loud. Lu Chen smiled faintly at the sight and walked slowly to Du Gubo, asking softly, "Brother Dugu, how do you feel? After absorbing the spirit bone, your strength must have improved significantly." Du Gubo took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly, soothing his emotions before speaking with great excitement. "I absorbed 2 40,000-year spirit bones, completely filling out my 6 spirit bones. My spirit power broke through from rank 96 to rank 97, and my strength has nearly doubled compared to before. In my lifetime, to be able to become a rank 97 Super Douluo, I am truly satisfied. As for whether I can break through to rank 98, that will depend on heaven's will." Lu Chen nodded slightly with a smile. "One must always have a goal. What if you do break through? Every titled Douluo possesses 1 in a million talent, and you have consumed the Earth Dragon Golden Melon and absorbed all 6 spirit bones. You have already surpassed 90% of the titled Douluo on the continent. If you cannot break through to rank 98, then it is even more impossible for others. Upon hearing this, Douluo felt an itch in his heart. If he could break through to rank 98 spirit power, he would leave a significant mark in the history of the Douluo continent. His eyes burned with fire, and he rubbed his hands excitedly. Then I shall give it a try. After waiting a few more minutes, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan also woke up one by one. Each of them had absorbed a 60,000-year spirit bone, and the improvement could be considered quite significant. First, Xiao Wu, originally at rank 52 spirit power, after absorbing the spirit bone, she directly broke through to rank 56 spirit power. Next, Zhu Zuqing, originally at rank 47 spirit power, she has now broken through to rank 50 spirit power, perhaps even higher than rank 50, but she will only know her true spirit power rank after absorbing her 5th spirit ring. Finally, Du Guyan, originally at rank 66 spirit power, she broke through to rank 70 spirit power in one go, becoming a quasi-spirit saint. As long as she absorbs a 7th spirit ring, she can become a 20-year-old spirit saint expert. Lu Chen was not too surprised by the three women's increase in spirit power. They had absorbed spirit bones over 60,000 years old, so such an improvement was perfectly normal. Then he said with a chuckle, "Since you have just finished absorbing the spirit bones, familiarize yourself with your surging spirit power first. I am going to Heaven Do City to see Shui Bang's coronation ceremony. When I return from Heaven Do City, I will personally take you to hunt for spirit beasts." Among the three women, only Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan needed to hunt for spirit beasts, but as long as they could stay with Lu Chen, they felt happy. They happily agreed. The robust physique of a rank 99 spirit power super Douluo meant that Lu Chen felt almost no fatigue. The night before last, after a series of battles, Lu Chen had completely wiped out the Clear Sky sect. Last night, Lu Chen had guarded Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan for the entire night. Now, not only did Lu Chen not feel tired, but his physical state had returned to its peak with every breath. Immediately, he left the longevity sect and arrived at Heaven Do City in a short time. Arriving at the Heaven Do Imperial Palace, Shui Bang and Shui Xing, upon learning of his arrival, immediately led the civil and military officials of the Heaven Do Empire, along with nobles of all sizes, to the palace gate to welcome him. Shui Bang's eyes were eager, and his demeanor and actions were respectful and polite. Perhaps because he had not yet firmly secured the throne, he kept a very low profile in front of Lu Chen. This scene, in the eyes of the other civil and military officials and nobles, did not seem problematic at all. Lu Chen was a ruthless man who had single-handedly killed 7 titled Douluo of the Clear Sky sect and wiped out the entire Clear Sky sect. Although these officials and nobles held high positions, none of them had the strength to fight. Since Lu Chen could easily kill them now, they naturally dared not have any dissatisfaction. To secure his throne, Shui Bang kept a very low profile, actively leading the way for Lu Chen with a warm smile. "His Excellency Changsheng, please follow me. I am being crowned emperor today, and I feel truly honored that His Excellency Changsheng could come to witness the ceremony." Led by Shui Bang, Lu Chen flicked his sleeves lightly and strode towards the palace, following Shui Bang to the Wangji Hall for the coronation and enthronement. Shui Bang was very observant and immediately arranged for the palace guards to bring a chair for Lu Chen so he could sit and watch the ceremony. Lu Chen did not stand on ceremony, sat down on the chair, crossed his legs, rested his left elbow on the armrest, supported his face with his palm, and waved his right hand casually. "Do as you please, Shui Bang. Remember to take me to your Heaven Do Empire's treasury after the coronation." Hearing this, Shui Bang knew that Lu Chen had come to collect his debt, but as long as he could firmly sit on the throne, he would not feel any heartache even if all the treasures in the treasury were given away. If he secured the throne, he would have everything. If he could not secure the throne, he would have nothing. Shui Bang agreed without hesitation. "No problem, please rest assured, His Excellency Changsheng. After the coronation ceremony, I will personally take you to the Heaven Do Empire's treasury." Lu Chen nodded and said nothing more. Shui Bang put away his smile and walked to his dragon chair with a solemn face. With his chest held high and his head held up, complemented by the luxurious ceremonial robes, he appeared spirited and noble. The coronation ceremony was presided over by Prince Shui Xing. As the younger brother of Emperor Shui Yi, his status in the Heaven Dou imperial family was extremely high. Under the guidance of Prince Shui Xing, Shui Bang completed the coronation and finally became Emperor Shui Bang of the Heaven Dou Empire. The civil and military officials and nobles below all knelt at his feet at this moment. At this moment, Shui Bang felt a bit dazed, his blood surging, making him feel emotionally stirred. When he came to his senses, an invisible majesty emanated from his body. Shui Bang had completed his change in mindset. He swept his gaze majestically around, everyone else was kneeling at his feet. Only one person was sitting on a chair, legs crossed, with a nonchalant expression. It was Lu Chen. The hot blood churning in Shui Bang's chest gradually cooled. He suddenly understood why his father was so annoyed by Lu Chen. Now he must endure, Shui Bang thought to himself. After the coronation ceremony ended, Shui Bang, with the dignity of an emperor, personally led Lu Chen to the Heaven Dou Empire's treasury. Shui Bang asked curiously, His Excellency Changsheng, my Heaven Dou Empire's treasury contains all kinds of treasures, possessing the most precious items of the Heaven Dou Empire. I wonder what you would like to take away. Lu Chen glanced at him and calmly spat out a name. Vast Sea Cosmic Shroud. Shui Bang was stunned. The Vast Sea Cosmic Shroud was the national treasure of the Heaven Dou Empire. Although the Vast Sea Cosmic Shroud could not be integrated into one's body, it possessed 4 skills. Anyone who obtained the Vast Sea Cosmic Shroud would gain 4 additional skills, comparable to 2 100,000-year spirit bones. Shui Bang felt a pang of heartache, secretly thinking that anything Lu Chen took a fancy to would definitely not be an ordinary treasure. He suppressed the reluctance in his heart. He could not turn against Lu Chen now. No problem. Treasures are for heroes, and His Excellency Changsheng is a great hero of the Heaven Dou Empire. Using the Vast Sea Cosmic Shroud is even more fitting. In the dazzling treasury, Shui Bang personally led Lu Chen to the location of the Vast Sea Cosmic Shroud. The Vast Sea Cosmic Shroud was placed on a tray. It was a sky-blue 4-sided cone. Upon approaching, one could seemingly hear the faint sound of ocean waves. Lu Chen's eyes lit up when he saw this 4-sided cone. This was the Vast Sea Cosmic Shroud, and also the Sea God's Heart. Obtaining the Sea God's Heart meant one could become the successor of the Sea God. Lu Chen himself certainly did not want to inherit the position of Sea God. Even if the Sea God was a Tier 1 god, he was unwilling to inherit it. But he would definitely take this Sea God's Heart away. In the future, he could choose one person among Du Guyan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing to inherit the Sea God's position. Lu Chen reached out and picked up the Vast Sea Cosmic Shroud, feeling the surging energy within it, and put it away with a look of joy on his face. Then he turned to look at Shui Bang and said with a hint of threat. Shui Bang, from now on, just be a good emperor. Don't think about anything else. Remember how your father and your big brother died. Hearing this, Shui Bang immediately broke into a cold sweat and nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, I will definitely be a good emperor and will not let down His Excellency Changsheng's expectations. After this warning, Lu Chen left without looking back. Shui Bang's little thoughts could not escape his perception at all. All he wanted was for Shui Bang to be well behaved in the short term and to be a good puppet emperor. Anyway, when the time comes in the future, whether it is the Emperor Shui Bang, or the civil and military officials and nobles of the Heaven Dou Empire, he will wipe them all out and push for the unification of the Douluo continent. Chapter 225. Shadow Panther Cat and Sword Spine Dragon. After obtaining the Vast Sea Cosmic Shroud, Lu Chen did not linger in Heaven Dou City and returned to the Longevity Sect. With Du Gubo as a drudge helping him manage the sect's daily affairs, and Yin as a newly recruited drudge helping him manage the academy's daily affairs, Lu Chen, the hands-off leader, lived a very relaxed life. He met up with Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan, and they headed to the Sunset Forest to hunt spirit beasts, chatting and laughing along the way. Upon arriving at the Sunset Forest, Lu Chen activated the blue-silver domain, and soon the blue-silver domain covered the entire forest. The various spirit beasts in the forest were trembling at this moment. Only the blue-silver grass, visible everywhere along the roadside, cheered and jumped, greedily absorbing the life aura of the blue-silver domain. Lu Chen issued orders through the blue-silver domain, telling the blue-silver grass in the forest to find suitable spirit beasts for Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan. Through the giant network of the blue-silver domain, each stalk of blue-silver grass aggregated the information about spirit beasts they knew and sent it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen quickly made his selections and soon found 2 suitable spirit beasts. His eyes lit up. I have found them, follow me. Hearing Lu Chen say this, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan did not have any doubts, followed closely behind Lu Chen, and rushed towards a certain part of the forest. Before long, Lu Chen brought the 3 women to an open space in the forest. In the center of the clearing ahead, there was a cat-type spirit beast 2 meters in length, covered in soft black fur. It didn't look very muscular, but it exuded a rich dark aura. At this moment, this cat-type spirit beast was already pinned down by the blue-silver domain and unable to move. It discovered the traces of Lu Chen and the others and let out a whimper from its mouth. It carried an air of ingratiation and begging for mercy. Lu Chen turned his head to look at Zhu Zuqing and said, "This is a 20,000-year shadow panther cat. It possesses the dark attribute and has the ability to hide in shadows. It is a top-tier predator in the forest. As a 5th spirit ring, its age is a bit high, but Zuqing, I believe you can absorb a 20,000-year 5th spirit ring." Zhu Zuqing's expression was firm. Lu Chen's trust gave her infinite strength. She nodded resolutely. "I will succeed in absorbing it." While speaking, Zhu Zuqing completed her martial soul possession. Her figure became slender, her fingernails on both hands extended over a foot long, and strands of dark aura lingered around her body. 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings rose beneath her feet. Her toes tapped the ground forcefully, and her figure flashed out, turning into a black shadow as she pounced toward the shadow panther cat. Hell decapitation. Her 3rd spirit ring flashed, and spirit power with the dark attribute gathered between her palms. Within a few short breaths, a black crescent-shaped light blade about 1 meter in size condensed. Zhu Zuqing swung the black crescent light blade, and with just 1 strike, she killed the shadow panther cat, which was pinned down by the blue-silver domain. Woo! The shadow panther cat's neck broke, a large amount of blood gushed out, and it let out a final whimper before its head tilted to the side, and it lost all signs of life. After it died, waves of black light gushed out from its corpse, eventually condensing into a black spirit ring. Zhu Zuqing's eyes flickered. This was a black 10,000-year spirit ring. Once she absorbed this spirit ring, she would become a spirit king. She turned her head and took one last look at Lu Chen. Under Lu Chen's encouraging gaze, Zhu Zuqing did not hesitate and immediately sat cross-legged to start absorbing this black 10,000-year spirit ring. When the black spirit ring merged into Zhu Zuqing's body, it caused her delicate body to tremble involuntarily. After all, this was a 20,000-year spirit ring that exceeded the limit, and the pressure brought by the surging spirit power was not small. However, Zhu Zuqing adapted quickly. After all, she had not only eaten the immortal herb Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone but also possessed 3 high-quality spirit bones, which made her physical fitness better than that of an average spirit emperor. Throughout the process of absorbing the spirit ring, except for the moment the spirit ring entered her body, which brought quite a bit of pressure to Zhu Zuqing, once she adapted, the subsequent absorption process was calm and uneventful. About 5 hours later, Zhu Zuqing completed the absorption of the spirit ring. When she opened her eyes and woke up, a gleam of surprise danced in her black eyes. She couldn't wait to return to Lu Chen's side to share her joy with him. "Lu Chen, my spirit power has broken through to level 53, and I have also obtained a very powerful skill, Nether Shadow Piercing Strike. After using this spirit ability, I can turn reality into illusion, becoming a black shadow, reducing physical damage by 50%, and after piercing through the enemy's body, I can plunder a portion of the enemy's spirit power to replenish my own consumption. If I fully utilize my speed advantage, I can pierce through the enemy's body hundreds of times in a short time, and can even directly drain the enemy's spirit power." Lu Chen looked at Zhu Zuqing, who was standing in front of him, sharing her joy with a cheerful tone. He reached out and rubbed her head. Those hair strands, as smooth as silk ribbons, were simply irresistible. "As I expected, this Shadow Panther cat is very suitable for you. With the special effects of Nether Shadow Piercing Strike, even if you face a 6-ring Spirit Emperor, you have the strength to fight." Zhu Zuqing's eyes shone brightly. Although it was only a small step, as long as she could keep progressing, she would catch up to Lu Chen's pace sooner or later. After helping Zhu Zuqing hunt a suitable spirit beast and obtain her 5th spirit ring, they set off again. Under Lu Chen's guidance, about 30 minutes later, they arrived at a valley with craggy rocks. Deep inside the valley, they saw a behemoth over 7 meters long, lying on the ground and constantly roaring. It had thick limbs and a body covered in heavy armor plates. On its back, there was a row of protrusions like sharp swords, shimmering with a cold light, making people shudder. This behemoth had terrifying strength, but under the suppression of the blue-silver domain, it was still pinned down and unable to move. As it struggled, the earth trembled slightly, and stones on the surrounding cliffs fell down with a rustling sound. Lu Chen pointed at this behemoth and introduced it. A 70,000-year sword-spine dragon. Among sub-dragon spirit beasts, it can be called the most top-tier existence. It has infinite strength and amazing defense. If hit by it, spirit saints and spirit Douluos would be killed instantly, and even titled Douluos would be seriously injured. Dragon-type spirit beasts are rare and hard to find. Yan, I can only wrong you by having you absorb a sub-dragon spirit beast spirit ring. This spirit beast's age is very high, and if nothing goes wrong, it should be able to bring you a very powerful martial soul avatar. Du Guyan gave Lu Chen a coquettish, incomparable white eye. You, after breaking through to Super Douluo, your standards have become too high. A 70,000-year sub-dragon spirit beast is already very rare. My grandfather's 9th spirit ring only absorbed a 70,000-year spirit beast spirit ring, and for me to be able to absorb a 70,000-year spirit ring at the 7th spirit ring is already an unimaginable thing. Chapter 226. Qian Dalu re-selects the 7 great sects. Hearing Du Guyan's words, Lu Chen rubbed his chin, a playful smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Then after we go back, we'll tell Brother Dugu the news that you absorbed a 70,000-year spirit ring for your 7th spirit ring. Brother Dugu will definitely be shocked. This sword-spine dragon really has quite a bit of strength. Even under the suppression of the blue-silver domain, it can still struggle violently. Lu Chen looked at the sword-spine dragon, his thoughts stirred, and he released a wave of spirit power pressure, enveloping the sword-spine dragon. Instantly, it was like Mount Tai pressing down. Under the immense pressure, the sword-spine dragon slammed into the ground with a loud boom, creating cracks in the earth. It let out a cry of pain, and now it was completely unable to move. Having completely suppressed the sword-spine dragon, Lu Chen said to Du Guyan. Go ahead, Yan. Du Guyan nodded slightly, then summoned her martial soul possession. Amidst the emerald green light, emerald green scales emerged on the surface of her body. These scales interlocked, forming a set of dragon scale armor. On her forehead, a rhombus-shaped crystal also grew, like a headband. The left and right sides of the crystal protruded slightly upwards, just like 2 small dragon horns. Yellow, purple, black, the 6 spirit rings with the optimal configuration rose from beneath her feet one by one. Du Guyan strode rapidly towards the sword-spine dragon. During her sprint, her 6th spirit ring shone. Jade phosphorus destruction beam. Du Guyan opened her mouth, and a continuous stream of spirit power gathered in her throat. In an instant, she sprayed out a gray-black beam of light. The light landed on the sword-spine dragon, and immediately, white smoke rose, emitting a chi sound. Under the erosion of the highly corrosive poison, the sword-spine dragon let out a heart-wrenching roar. Its thick scales actually turned a gray-white color at a speed visible to the naked eye, losing all luster. Beneath the scales, its flesh was also withering. Wave after wave of intense pain constantly assaulted the sword-spine dragon's brain, making it wish it could pass out, but the intense pain kept it conscious. This kind of agonizing pain that felt like dying and coming back to life was the most tortuous. The 70,000-year sword-spine dragon had extremely tenacious vitality. Although Du Guyan's jade phosphorus destruction beam had caused it extremely serious damage, the sword-spine dragon had not been killed just like that. The oncoming ferocity made Du Guyan sigh inwardly. If it weren't for Lu Chen suppressing the sword-spine dragon so tightly, she wouldn't be its match at all. Facing the tenacious sword-spine dragon, Du Guyan pondered for a moment and summoned her 8 spider lances. 8 ferocious, bone-white spikes extended from Du Guyan's back, each spike covered in dense barbs. One could imagine that once these 8 bone spikes pierced into the body, it would be excruciatingly painful. The sword-spine dragon's scales and armor were already gray-white and no longer possessed strong defensive power. Under the piercing of Du Guyan's controlled 8 spider lances, they were easily torn apart. The 8 bone-white spikes pierced into one side of the sword-spine dragon's body, sinking in about a foot deep. Awoo! The sword-spine dragon was in agony. It struggled to turn its head, looking at the Du Guyan who was hurting it, its beastly eyes projecting bone-deep resentment and hatred. It was unwilling to accept this. If it hadn't been suppressed, it could have crushed this small human in front of it with a single collision. After Du Guyan pierced the 8 spider lances into the sword-spine dragon's body, she activated the devouring skill of the 8 spider lances. Gurgle, gurgle, streams of the sword-spine dragon's life energy and spirit power were continuously extracted into Du Guyan's body along the 8 bone-white spikes. The sword-spine dragon was a sub-dragon type spirit beast. Du Guyan possessed the Jade Phosphorus Dragon spirit, and in terms of quality, the Jade Phosphorus Dragon was superior to the Sword-Spine Dragon. The devoured life energy and spirit power of the Sword-Spine Dragon were easily absorbed and refined by the Jade Phosphorus Dragon. Du Guyan's cheeks flushed with a hint of red. Feeling her spirit power rising gradually within her, she hadn't expected that using the 8 spider lances devouring skill for the first time would yield such a huge improvement. The current 8 spider lances were no longer the initial 2,000-year spirit bone. With the improvement of Du Guyan's strength, it had reached the level of a 10,000-year spirit bone. This was why it could so smoothly devour the sword-spine dragon's life energy and spirit power. As the life energy and spirit power flowed away, the sword-spine dragon's aura became weaker and weaker until its body became completely withered, and with endless resentment and unwillingness, the sword-spine dragon finally died. Du Guyan staggered back a few steps. She was a bit too full, so she quickly sat cross-legged on the ground, mobilizing the power of the Jade Phosphorus Dragon to accelerate the absorption of the devoured life energy and spirit power. About half an hour later, Du Guyan had digested a portion of the life energy and spirit power. It wasn't that she didn't want to continue digesting the remaining life energy and spirit power, but she still needed to absorb the sword-spine dragon's spirit ring. With a movement of her mind, she summoned the Black Spirit Ring. The Black Spirit Ring slowly drifted towards her, until it sleeved onto her body and finally merged into her body. Extremely violent and surging energy swept through her body, causing her to tremble slightly, and a hint of pain appeared between her brows. This 70,000-year spirit ring was not easy to absorb. But Du Guyan would definitely be able to absorb it successfully. Absorbing a 70,000-year spirit beast spirit ring for a 7th spirit ring was, for other spirit masters, absolutely a situation of certain death. But for Du Guyan, it was not an impossible thing. Du Guyan had absorbed the dragon origin fruit, and her spirit had evolved from the Jade Phosphor Snake to the Jade Phosphorus Dragon. As a top-tier dragon attribute spirit, it could suppress the sword-spine dragon's spirit ring energy to the maximum extent. Moreover, the number of spirit bones on her body was also shockingly large. The spirit steady skull, the mirror reflection right arm bone, Tang Xiao's strength type left arm bone, the human-faced demon spider emperor right leg bone, and the external spirit bone 8 spider lances. With a full 5 spirit bones, how could her physical fitness, strengthened by 5 spirit bones, not be able to absorb a 70,000-year spirit ring? Lu Chen, bringing Xiao Wu and Zuqing, waited in the distance while chatting and laughing, waiting for Du Guyan to absorb the spirit ring. He wasn't worried at all that Du Guyan would fail to absorb it. Meanwhile, Spirit City, Elder Hall. Qian Douluo, who was currently acting as the Supreme Pontiff in the capacity of High Priest, had already heard reports from his subordinates about what had happened in the Heaven Do Empire. Their undercover plan had failed completely. That substitute for Qian Runshui had already been killed. According to the news that had spread, it was Tang Xiao who killed her, but according to Qian Dalu's judgment, she definitely died at the hands of Lu Chen. Based on the situation at the time, the alliance between the Clear Sky sect and the Heaven Do imperial family was already a done deal. Those people from the Clear Sky sect wouldn't be crazy enough to plot against Emperor Shui Yi and the Crown Prince Shui Qing. The only person who could do such a thing, and the only person who was on the scene at the time, was Lu Chen. Whether the undercover plan succeeded or not, Qian Dalu actually didn't care after bringing Qian Runshui back to Spirit Hall. Success was best. Failure didn't matter. This could not affect Qian Dalu's state of mind. What truly caused his state of mind to fluctuate was the destruction of the Clear Sky sect. The Clear Sky sect was Tang Chen's sect. Qian Dalu and Tang Chen, in their repeated battles, neither could do anything to the other. They were long past being mere enemies, and were also friends who cherished each other. Back then, when Qian Dalu campaigned on Sea God Island, he would call Tang Chen along precisely because of their mutual respect and their relationship as both enemies and friends. Even later, when Spirit Hall besieged the Clear Sky sect, Qian Dalu had spared them and did not push the Clear Sky sect to the brink of extinction. If he really wanted to destroy the Clear Sky sect, the Clear Sky sect definitely wouldn't have lasted until now. Qian Dalu turned around, his body drifting to the window, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, and sighed lightly. Tang Chen, I don't even know if you are alive or dead. You idiot, back then Bo Saishi promised that whoever became a god, she would marry. As a servant of the gods, how could I possibly become a god? Back then, Bo Saishi had already chosen you, but you were stupid enough not to guess the truth and disappeared from the continent for decades. Even the Clear Sky sect you left behind has now been destroyed by someone. But it wasn't me who destroyed it, so you can't blame me. Of the 7 great sects in the Spirit Master's world, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has had its experts killed and injured, and the remaining disciples have been disbanded. The Clear Sky sect has been slaughtered in its entirety, and there isn't a single Clear Sky Hammer Spirit Master left. 2 of the 7 sects are already gone. It seems it is time to re-rank the 7 great sects of the Spirit Master's world. Perhaps this is a good opportunity for our Spirit Hall to expand its influence. Lu Chen, I hope you won't be absent. Disbanding the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and destroying the Clear Sky sect. I really want to see if this ruthless person who can pull off such earth-shattering events has 3 heads and 6 arms. Not long after, a message was sent out from Spirit Hall. In view of the fact that 2 of the 7 great sects were gone, the High Priest of Spirit Hall, Qian Dalu, would hold a sect tournament to re-rank the 7 great sects of the Spirit Master's world. Chapter 227. The Condensation of Lingering Resentment, a Spirit Bone. Sunset Forest. Night had already fallen, and the sunset forest under the cover of darkness was devoid of its daytime bustle, leaving only a blanket of silence. After 7 hours of absorption, Douluo finally succeeded in absorbing that 70,000-year sword spine dragon spirit ring, and the surging spirit power within her body gradually calmed down. Her eyelashes fluttered as she opened her beautiful emerald green eyes. A sharp light shot out, and after a moment, the light slowly receded back into her pupils. She rose gracefully and stretched her arms back in a long yawn, fully showcasing her increasingly mature and proud figure. Suddenly, her nose twitched as the aroma of roasted meat wafted in. Following the scent, Douluo turned her head to look. She saw Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing sitting around a campfire, roasting meat while chatting and laughing. The aroma Douluo smelled was drifting from Lu Chen's hands. She immediately let out a dissatisfied HMPH. Fine, I'm over here risking my life to absorb a spirit ring, and you guys are having a barbecue party. You really don't care about me at all. Lu Chen glanced over, held up a meat skewer, and said with a chuckle. Yan, as if we don't know your situation. Count how many spirit bones you have. If you couldn't absorb a 70,000-year spirit ring with all that, your willpower would truly disappoint me. Stop complaining and come eat some roasted meat. This skewer in my hand is freshly grilled, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and full of flavor. It won't be as good once it gets cold. Douluo wasn't actually angry. Hearing Lu Chen's words, she swayed her hips and walked over quickly, sitting down right next to him under the slightly disgruntled gazes of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing. She leaned her full figure against Lu Chen, took the skewer from his hand, and took a light bite. The juices overflowed, making her mouth water and her eyes light up instantly. This is delicious. Did you add some special seasoning? Lu Chen caught the fragrance constantly wafting from Douluo's body. It's just a matter of mastering the heat. Just like Huo Yuhao 10,000 years later, who relied on the meticulous observation of his spirit eye spirit to make a simple grilled fish that everyone would praise. Lu Chen didn't have the spirit eye spirit, but his mental force was on the verge of a qualitative change, just one final leap away from transforming into divine thought. Roasting some meat and controlling the heat was child's play for him. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with curiosity. After absorbing this 70,000-year spirit ring, your improvement must be significant, right? Douluo nodded repeatedly. After swallowing the meat, her expression was full of joy, and the corners of her mouth curled up uncontrollably. My spirit power has reached rank 73. Partly because I absorbed a ring beyond its age limit, and partly because I used the 8 spider lances to devour the sword spine dragon's life energy and spirit power. This 70,000-year spirit ring granted me an incredibly powerful martial soul avatar. It provides a 100% boost to physical attributes and a 100% enhancement to spirit ring skills. However, using it will leave me weakened for 3 days, during which I cannot use the martial soul avatar again. After hearing the effects of Du Guyan's skill, Lu Chen nodded. Even by his standards, the effect of this martial soul avatar was quite impressive. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing felt an even greater sense of urgency. Now that Du Guyan had become a spirit saint, the two of them were still only spirit kings. The two girls glanced at each other, seeing the determination in each other's eyes. After they returned, they would have to double their efforts in their cultivation. About half an hour later, all the roasted meat had been finished by Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan. Xiao Wu took a handkerchief from her storage soul tool, wiped the grease off her hands and face, then patted her round little belly, speaking contentedly. It's night now. Are we staying in the forest overnight, or going back to the sect? Lu Chen shook his head and looked at the shriveled corpse of the sword spine dragon. The sword spine dragon died with great resentment. It was suppressed by me and then drained dry by Yan Yan's 8 spider lances. Yan Yan, go dig into the sword spine dragon's corpse. There's a surprise waiting. Du Guyan was delighted. What else could it be but a spirit bone if Lu Chen considered it so important? She nodded heavily and jogged to the corpse, summoning her 8 spider lances again to tear open the shriveled remains of the sword spine dragon. An iron-gray light immediately radiated from the shriveled corpse, emitting a startling energy fluctuation that made everyone's breathing quicken. Du Guyan's face flushed with excitement. She reached out and grabbed the spirit bone. It was a perfectly intact left leg bone. A 70,000-year left leg bone was a priceless treasure. After getting the spirit bone, Du Guyan looked back at Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. Go ahead and absorb the spirit bone. A spirit ring and spirit bone from the same spirit beast provide the best effect when used by the same person. Du Guyan no longer hesitated. She immediately sat cross-legged, placed the left leg bone on her own left leg, and circulated her spirit power to activate and absorb the spirit bone into her body. Seeing this, Lu Chen looked at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing and joked. It looks like we'll be spending the night in the forest. Xiao Wu grabbed Lu Chen's arm, pressing her developing chest against it, and said with a giggle. Then we'll stay in the forest. You're always so busy. I treasure every second I get to spend with you. Zhu Zuqing pursed her lips and said thoughtfully. Then you guys go rest, I'll keep watch for the night. A faint smile appeared on Lu Chen's face as he reached out his other hand to Zhu Zuqing. What watch? With me here, no blind spirit beast would dare to come and attack. Come, it's a rare outing. Let's go watch the stars. At Lu Chen's invitation, Zhu Zuqing's heart melted, and she threw herself into his embrace like a swallow returning to its nest. With Xiao Wu on his left and Zhu Zuqing on his right, Lu Chen leapt into the air and landed on a cliff face. The view here was excellent. Looking up, they could see a sky full of starlight. Lu Chen sat on the ground, with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing snuggling close to him, their heads resting on his shoulders. Under the starry sky, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing felt their hearts filled with an unspeakable sense of happiness. They truly wished this moment could last forever. Holding one in each arm, Lu Chen also felt incredibly content. Having transmigrated to the Douluo continent, what he desired was a free, easy, and unrestrained life of adventure. Back when his strength was insufficient, he was always being chased by various enemies. Now that he was a rank 99 Super Douluo, he could finally catch his breath. Holding the girls and watching the stars, his heart was at peace. Life is truly beautiful. Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing stayed on the cliff until dawn. When the sun rose from the eastern horizon, the night vanished, and the stars faded away. Only then did Lu Chen lead Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing back down into the valley. Du Guyan had also successfully absorbed the spirit bone, her spirit power reaching rank 75 in one go. She also gained a sword spine skill, which could transform her left leg into a sword spine, making it indestructible in close combat. This trip had been incredibly fruitful. Afterward, Lu Chen led the three girls back toward the longevity sect. Chapter 228, Heading to Spirit City. Longevity Sect. After Lu Chen returned with Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan, talking and laughing together. Du Gubo came looking for them in a frantic rush. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Du Gubo didn't even have time to worry about Du Guyan before saying with a grave expression, "Lu Chen, you're finally back. There is a matter you must decide on. Information sent from Spirit Hall says that because you disbanded the 7 treasure glazed tile school and wiped out the Clear Sky sect, the rankings of the 7 great sects have become a name without substance. Qian Dalu, the high priest of Spirit Hall, has decided to reopen a sect competition in 5 days. He has invited the sect masters or clan chiefs of all forces across the continent to lead teams to Spirit Hall to participate. Our longevity sect is also on the invitation list. I heard that Qian Dalu even specifically named you in the invitation." Speaking to this point, Du Gubo paused, his voice turning low and filled with immense wariness. Qian Dalu was once one of the 2 peaks of the Spirit Master's world. The other was Tang Chen of the Clear Sky sect. Tang Chen's whereabouts have been unknown for years. He didn't even appear when you wiped out the Clear Sky sect, so he is likely dead out there somewhere. But this Qian Dalu has always been cultivating in seclusion in the Elder Hall. After so many years of accumulation, there's no telling what level his strength has reached. Even if you both have level 99 spirit power, I believe Qian Dalu is even more unfathomable. You must be careful if you face him. I'm not saying Qian Dalu will definitely make a move against you, but you've been too prominent these past 2 years. Between disbanding the 7 treasure glazed tile school and destroying the Clear Sky sect, your name has spread throughout the entire Douluo continent, and people talk about you with great interest. Qian Dalu is the high priest of Spirit Hall. He will certainly prioritize Spirit Hall's interests. Your existence already poses a massive threat to Spirit Hall, so it's impossible for him not to have some thoughts about it. In short, be careful. Qian Dalu is old, but you are still very young. If you really face him, there's no need to fight to the death. We can run if we have to, hide if we must. Only by staying alive is there a future." Lu Chen had an odd expression. Firstly, Du Gubo certainly cared about him, which was why he spoke these earnest words. However, Du Gubo was somewhat underestimating him. If Lu Chen went all out, he was definitely not someone Qian Dalu could withstand, unless Qian Dalu mobilized the divine force of the angel god. But as a divine servant, even if he could use divine force, it was impossible for him to become a divine ranked combatant. Lu Chen felt that he could still hold his own against him. It just so happened that he also wanted to see how much power he could explode with once he went all out. Lu Chen raised his hand and patted Du Gubo's shoulder, saying with a relaxed smile, "Big brother Du Gu, I know you care about me, but don't underestimate me. With my full set of spirit rings and spirit bones, I do not fear a battle with anyone. Since Qian Dalu is holding a sect competition in 5 days, I'll give him some face and take Yan Yan, Xiao Wu, and Zuqing along to have a look. As for the sect, I'll have to trouble Big Brother Dugu to continue looking after it. Our sect's foundation is shallow, so please put in some extra effort to recruit some genius disciples into the inner sect, so we can bring glory to our sect as soon as possible." To reassure Du Gubo, Lu Chen gave him a peace of mind. "With those spirit abilities of my blue-silver emperor, even if a person dies, they can be saved. Big brother Du Gu, don't worry about me." Although he had just returned to the longevity sect, Lu Chen prepared to leave again. He turned around and waved his hand. "Xiao Wu, Zuqing, Yan Yan, let's set off. The sect competition won't be held for another 5 days. It seems we still have time to play around in various places. Xiao Wu, don't be too emotional when we go to Spirit Hall this time. I will definitely save your mother." Xiao Wu's eyes turned red. Ever since she learned Lu Chen had the skill to resurrect people, she had been looking forward to the day he could save her mother. Now, that day had finally arrived. Xiao Wu pushed off on her toes, her steps light and brisk like a lively and cute rabbit, following closely by Lu Chen's side. "Boss Lu Chen, I believe in you." Zhu Zuqing knew Xiao Wu's identity and could understand her excitement. She quickened her pace to catch up, walking to Xiao Wu's side and taking her arm to give her the firmest support. Du Guyan watched Lu Chen's departing back. She was about to chase after him, but remembering her grandfather was still there, she waved to Douluo. "Grandpa, we're heading out then. By the way, let me tell you some good news. This time in the Sunset Forest, I hunted a 70,000-year sword-spine dragon. Not only did I absorb a 70,000-year spirit ring, but I also absorbed a 70,000-year spirit bone. My spirit power has reached level 75. In the future, my achievements will definitely surpass yours." As she finished speaking, Douluo chased after them with quick steps, her skirt fluttering as she soon caught up to Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing ahead. Standing in place, it took Douluo quite a while to recover from his shock, a look of uncontrollable wild joy appearing on his face. "Haha, my granddaughter's future will definitely surpass mine. A level 75 spirit saint at 20 years old, aside from Lu Chen, this is one of the top talents in this Douluo continent." Looking at Lu Chen and the others who had already walked far away, Douluo shook his head with a trace of helplessness on his face. "It seems I really am old. When things happen, I only think of running and hiding. Young people are more energetic. Even knowing they might face danger, they still head to Spirit Hall without hesitation. Then you go venture outside. I, this old man, will stay at home and guard this family business for you, recruiting genius disciples. The probability of geniuses appearing among loose cultivators is very low, so it seems I must start recruiting some spirit master families, some families that aren't doing well on the continent but have decent potential, to be subsidiary families of our longevity sect." Douluo turned and left, his brow slightly furrowed as he pondered which spirit master families could be recruited. And on the other side, after leaving the longevity sect, Lu Chen and his group hurried towards Spirit Hall. Since they weren't in a rush, they spent the journey sightseeing. Surrounded by 3 vivid and beautiful women, the smile on Lu Chen's face never disappeared. Although under the scrutiny of the heavenly Tao, he could only look and not eat, kissing and hugging were no problem. As a result, during these few days, Lu Chen was immersed in a gentle paradise. By the time the 5th day arrived, Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Douluo arrived at Spirit City at the very last moment, just as the sect competition was about to begin. At the gates of Spirit City, there was no cliché face-slapping scene of pretending to be a weakling. As soon as Lu Chen reported his name, the guards at the gate all sucked in a breath of cold air. After all, Lu Chen was no longer some unknown nobody. The things he had done were enough to make his name shake the entire continent. Led by a designated person, Lu Chen and the others were taken to the competition site of the sect competition, arriving just in time for Qian Dalu's appearance. Chapter 229. Confronting Qian Dalu. Spirit City. In the plaza in front of the Supreme Pontiff Palace, all the various forces had arrived. There was the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, the Wind Sword Sect, the Elephant Armored Academy, the Black Tiger Sect, the Fire Leopard Sect. The number of people from each force was not large, roughly 7 or 8 per group, but those who came were the elite of the elite. The weakest among them was a spirit saint, and the sect masters or clan chiefs of each force were at least at the level of a spirit Douluo. As for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, its clan chief, Clan Master Yu Yuanjun, was a super Douluo with 95 levels of spirit power. At this moment, the gazes of these people were all focused on Lu Chen, who had just arrived. Seeing that tall, straight figure and that handsome face, everyone's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of awe. Lu Chen. Although they had never met Lu Chen before, they had at least seen his portrait. The earth-shattering things Lu Chen had done had long since swept across the continent like a storm. If one was still active in the Spirit Master's world and didn't know Lu Chen, they would have wasted their time. Previously, Lu Chen had not shown his face, and they had assumed that his longevity sect was unwilling to participate in this sect tournament. This had even made them breathe a sigh of relief. After all, they didn't have to face this monster, Lu Chen, directly. Now that Lu Chen had appeared, everyone, including Clan Master Yu Yuanjun of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, secretly made a decision in their hearts. Once they encountered Lu Chen, they would concede on the spot. If they couldn't compete for the title of the continent's #1 sect, they could still compete for the second. If they were accidentally beaten to the point of being critically injured or near death by Lu Chen, they might not even be able to get into the 7 great sects. Clan Master Yu Yuanjun's expression was slightly ugly. His good-for-nothing youngest son, Xiaogang, seemed to have some conflict with Lu Chen. Fortunately, he had already expelled Xiaogang from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. He hoped that would not provoke Lu Chen's wrath. Currently, among the upper three sects, the high-level members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had all been killed and the remaining disciples disbanded. The Clear Sky sect had been exterminated, and there wasn't even a single Clear Sky Hammer Spirit Master left. This was the consequence of offending Lu Chen. As the clan chief of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the only remaining member of the upper three sects, Clan Master Yu Yuanjun felt a bit panicked. Lu Chen was clearly not very broad-minded. If he were to hold a grudge, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would be in danger. At this moment, Lu Chen just glanced at these people casually and then withdrew his gaze without caring. Not one of them was worth his attention. He turned his head, raised his gaze, and looked at the 16 figures standing in a line on the rostrum. The 16 figures were just standing there quietly, yet they became the sole center of this world. Their powerful aura, like a collapsing mountain or a surging tide, spread out in all directions, causing a suffocating pressure. A full 16 titled Douluo, this was the foundation of Spirit Hall as the holy land for spirit masters on the Douluo continent. Standing in the middle was an old man in white robes. His hair and beard were white, and there were wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, but it didn't look ugly. On the contrary, it gave people a sense of vicissitudes. His gaze was peaceful, like the warm sun in winter, gentle and warm. Although this was Lu Chen's first time seeing this old man, his strong intuition told him that this person was the high priest of Spirit Hall, Qian dalu. The 99-level super Douluo known as invincible in the sky. On Qian dalu's left stood 6 old men in golden robes. Although they had different appearances, the aura they emitted was uniformly exceptionally powerful. These were the other 6 priests of the Elder Hall. Second priest, Gold Crocodile Douluo. Third priest, Lion Douluo. Fourth priest, Green Phoenix Douluo. Fifth priest, Light Feather Douluo. Sixth priest, Thousand Jun Douluo. Seventh priest, Demon Subduing Douluo. They had previously been cultivating in the Elder Hall, but ever since Qian dalu came out of seclusion to act as the Supreme Pontiff and regained control of Spirit Hall, these priests had come out to work again. On Qian dalu's right stood 9 old men in red robes, among whom were the Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, whom Lu Chen was familiar with, so their identities were self-evident. They were the 9 elders of the Elder Palace. Even though Qian dalu brought the 6 priests out of seclusion, which greatly divided the authority of the Elder Palace, the status of the 9 elders in Spirit Hall remained pivotal. Seeing so many people, Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Spirit Hall is truly worthy of its reputation, actually having 16 titled Douluo-level powerhouses. The Longevity sect I founded only has 2 titled Douluo to date. Compared to Spirit Hall, there is no comparison at all." Qian dalu stared fixedly at Lu Chen. He was even more shocked in his heart. Lu Chen was simply too young, even younger than his granddaughter Qian Runshui. But at this age, Lu Chen had already become a 99-level super Douluo like himself. Qian dalu had once been incomparably proud, believing his talent was the best on the entire Douluo continent. It wasn't until later that he met Tang Chen. And then later, he met High Priestess Bo Saishi. This made Qian dalu realize that there are always people better than you, and he was not the #1 genius of the Douluo continent. But now, compared to Lu Chen, whether it was him, Tang Chen, or High Priestess Bo Saishi, their talent was only fit to shine Lu Chen's shoes. Qian dalu lowered his eyes slightly, not knowing what he was thinking, but his tone was very gentle, carrying the gratification of an elder seeing a junior grow up. Compared to Longevity Douluo, what do we old guys amount to? We used to pride ourselves on being geniuses, but today, seeing Longevity Douluo, we finally know what a true genius is. Twin spirits, this kind of talent is uniquely gifted, it can be called the #1 talent throughout history. Speaking of this, Qian dalu paused, then his voice turned deep and was filled with strong oppression. Longevity Douluo achieved success at a young age, and his hard nature is arrogant. We can understand that, but you have gone too far, and I, this old man, have to say a few words to you. You disbanded the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and destroyed the Clear Sky sect. Granted, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Clear Sky sect offended you first, but you didn't have to use such cruel methods. In the process, how many innocent people were harmed. They are the most pitiful ones. But suddenly, Qian Dalu withdrew his previous attitude, and his tone became gentle again. Fortunately, it is not too late to mend the fold. The sect tournament we are holding today is to select the new 7 great sects of the Spirit Masters world. In the future, our Spirit Hall and the new 7 great sects will maintain order in the Spirit Masters world together. Absolutely do not let the continent fall into chaos. Longevity Douluo, you should also take your people and be seated first. This sect tournament will soon enter the drawing phase. What a Qian Dalu! In just a few words, he established the status of an elder concerned about a junior. If it were anyone else with an unsettled hard nature, they might really have been fooled by Qian Dalu. But Lu Chen was unmoved. His eyes were cold, and he grinned, saying, "High Priest, I think you are mistaken. I am not here to participate in the sect tournament. With this bunch of guys, even if they were all tied together, they wouldn't be enough for me to beat with one hand." As soon as these words were spoken, the plaza suddenly became restless. Although Lu Chen was telling the truth, this was too hurtful. Especially Clan Master Yu Yuanjun of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, who snorted coldly in anger. He was at least a 95 level Super Douluo. Could it be that he couldn't even withstand one move from Lu Chen? Lu Chen ignored them and continued, looking at Qian Dalu. "I only have one purpose for coming here today, to take away Bibi Dong, as well as Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo changed drastically. They had not expected Lu Chen to hold such a grudge. Back then, they had acted on Bibi Dong's orders and once intercepted and killed Lu Chen, and as a result, Lu Chen had remembered it until now. Once taken away by Lu Chen, where would they find a way to survive? Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo had no choice but to look at Qian Dalu with pleading gazes. A cold glint shone from Lu Chen's azure eyes. "Back then, Bibi Dong slandered me as a beast-to-human transformation and put out a bounty on me across the entire continent, causing me huge trouble and forcing me to hide, not daring to show my face on the continent. Today, this matter should also be settled with me." Chapter 230. Qian Dalu overheats and attacks. Silence fell before the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Just when everyone thought Lu Chen had come to participate in the sect competition, an earth-shattering reversal occurred. Lu Chen had no intention of competing at all. He was dismissive of the so-called 7 great sects rankings. He was here specifically to cause trouble for Spirit Hall. He wanted to take Bibi Dong, Chrysanthemum Douluo, and Ghost Douluo away. Although Bibi Dong was currently imprisoned, she was, after all, once the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall. If she were taken away by Lu Chen so openly in front of the public, then Spirit Hall's face would truly be rubbed into the ground by Lu Chen. Furthermore, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan and Ghost Douluo Guimei were veterans of Spirit Hall. Their authority within the Elder Palace was among the highest. As the law enforcement elders of Spirit Hall, they had made immense contributions. If such meritorious figures were taken away at will by Lu Chen, the high-level elders of Spirit Hall would likely lose all loyalty and unity. Having Spirit Hall, with its 10,000-year history, slapped in the face by a teenager in his teens, as long as Qian Dalu still had a breath in him, he would surely fight Lu Chen to the death. Sure enough, Qian Dalu's expression had already darkened. Had it been decades ago when he was younger, he would have definitely started fighting Lu Chen by now. It was only because Qian Dalu had spent decades in quiet cultivation that his moral character had improved. He no longer simply suppressed others with force, but also emphasized winning people over with virtue. Simply put, I not only want to beat you, but I also want to beat you while standing on the moral high ground. In the current situation, it was indeed Bibi Dong, Chrysanthemum Douluo, and Ghost Douluo who had provoked Lu Chen first. Lu Chen seeking justice for himself was morally beyond reproach. Therefore, Qian Dalu was in no hurry to act. He took a step forward, attempting to win back around for Spirit Hall through words. Longevity Douluo, in this matter, Bibi Dong was indeed in the wrong. As for Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, they were merely following Bibi Dong's orders. Thus, all the blame cannot be placed on their heads. The only one to blame is Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong is under a great deal of suspicion. Just the suspicion of murdering my son, the previous Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, Qian Xunji, is enough to nail her to the pillar of shame. She has already been dismissed from her position as Supreme Pontiff by me and is imprisoned in Douluo Hall for investigation. Your desire to seek justice for yourself is indeed beyond reproach, but that must wait until we have completed our investigation of Bibi Dong. Longevity Douluo, if you trust me and trust Spirit Hall, we will surely ensure Bibi Dong gives you an explanation. However, as for Bibi Dong, as well as Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, they absolutely cannot be taken away by you. Qian Dalu's words both affirmed the righteousness of Lu Chen seeking justice and simultaneously adopted the status of a victim to refuse Lu Chen's demand to take Bibi Dong away. He even exonerated Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, pinning all the guilt onto Bibi Dong, yet still insisted that Bibi Dong could not be taken by Lu Chen. This was all seemingly correct nonsense. I've said I will give you an explanation, so just go back and wait honestly. If you continue to make those unreasonable demands, then it will be entirely your problem. By seizing upon this issue, Qian Dalu could then legitimately take action against you. Lu Chen sneered upon hearing this. He wasn't a 3-year-old child. If Qian Dalu wanted to use these platitudes to trap him, then he shouldn't be blamed for spouting nonsense. Back then, the book he wrote, The Romantic Affairs of Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong, was a novel that took the entire continent by storm. Lu Chen suddenly burst into laughter. With the enhancement of spirit power, his clear voice echoed across the entire square. Qian Dalu, if I give you face, I call you High Priest. If I don't give you face, I call you Qian Dalu, what can you do to me? Regarding the grievances between me and Bibi Dong, Chrysanthemum Douluo, and Ghost Douluo, you jump out and say you'll give me an explanation. What explanation can you give? Why don't you explain it clearly then? By being so vague, I can see you have no intention of giving me an explanation at all. Lu Chen paused for a moment, his eyes filled with absolute mockery and playfulness. He was about to use his ultimate move. The matter between your son Qian Xunji and Bibi Dong is no secret. Although Qian Xunji was devoured by Bibi Dong, it was a case of dying for love, a romantic death. A forbidden love between master and disciple. Tisk tisk, when it comes to playing around, the Supreme Pontiffs of your Spirit Hall really know how to play. Secret Room Douluo Qian Xunji imprisoned Bibi Dong in a secret room, engaging in great battles day and night. Those 18 styles were truly breathtaking to behold. Lu Chen looked at Qian Dalu, wearing an expression as if he had discovered some shocking secret. Qian Dalu, you defend Bibi Dong so desperately. Even though you know she devoured your son, you only imprisoned her in Douluo Hall. You wouldn't be like your son, keeping a beauty hidden away. Your son imprisoned Bibi Dong in a secret room for his battles. And you, the father, imprisoned Bibi Dong in Douluo Hall for your battles. Right in front of the memorial tablets of the many ancestors of Douluo Hall, how exciting. That is simply heavenly excitement. Compared to how you play, your son Qian Xunji couldn't match even a tenth of you, Qian Dalu, in his entire life. As soon as these rebellious words were spoken, they immediately caused an uproar in the square. One must realize that those in the square right now were all prominent powers of the Douluo continent, such as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, Elephant Armored Academy, Black Tiger Sect, Fire Leopard Sect, Wind Sword Sect. To some extent, they represented the spirit masters world of the Douluo continent. At this moment, the members of these sects and families all looked at Qian Dalu with strange expressions, their eyes filled with scrutiny, as if they were looking at a lecherous old pervert. Originally, Qian Dalu's reputation on the Douluo continent was quite good. They should have been dismissive of Lu Chen's rebellious words. But who could help it when the matter of Qian Xunji and Bibi Dong was so explosive? Qian Xunji and Bibi Dong were both master and disciple and husband and wife. Their relationship also involved imprisonment, rape, a whole series of issues. As the High Priest of Spirit Hall, it was absolutely impossible for Qian Dalu to have been completely unaware. But he did not come out to stop it. This was a stain on Qian Dalu that could not be washed away. Qian Xunji was Qian Dalu's son, and Bibi Dong was both Qian Dalu's grand disciple and his daughter-in-law. Now that Qian Dalu was defending Bibi Dong so much, could it be that he really had a thing with Bibi Dong? Isn't this taking over his son's widow? Does Bibi Dong really have that much charm? First attracting her teacher to act, then attracting her grand teacher to act, with the exact same method, keeping her hidden away and imprisoned for great battles. The members of these major powers had already begun to let their imaginations run wild. They whispered among themselves, occasionally letting out, "Ga-ga," sounds of strange laughter. On the rostrum, Qian Dalu's face turned beet red, and wisps of white smoke rose from his head. He had completely overheated. As a senior of the Spirit Master's world, he would still speak grandly of reason, but Lu Chen disregarded all martial ethics. Coming to deceive, coming to sneak attack, using low and vulgar jokes to splash a whole body of dirty water onto this 100-year-old man. This caused Qian Dalu's eyes to turn blood red and his breathing to become heavy like a bull's. He had seemingly developed Down syndrome out of nowhere. His lifelong reputation absolutely could not be destroyed here. At this moment, his gaze toward Lu Chen looked as if he wanted to swallow him alive, his voice revealing a sky-piercing killing intent. "Lu Chen, you foul-mouthed boy, this old man will destroy you today." As his voice fell, bursts of violent aura erupted from Qian Dalu's body, kicking up gusts of wild wind that blew in all directions. It was as if the air had solidified, forcing the 6 great priests on his left and the 9 great elders on his right to all retreat repeatedly, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure of a rank 99 spirit power super Douluo. Qian Dalu slowly rose into the air. Amidst a brilliant, holy light, 3 pairs of wings spread out behind him, and a 30-meter tall angel phantom gradually condensed in the sky behind him. Black, 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 red, 8 black and 1 red, an extremely shocking spirit ring configuration. One spirit ring after another rose from beneath Qian Dalu's feet, rhythmically moving up and down around his body. The terrifying pressure released stirred up waves of air ripples in midair. Under Qian Dalu's intimidation, the members of the various powers immediately became as quiet as cicadas in winter, no longer daring to discuss the previous topic. They were worried Qian Dalu might conveniently silence them. Only Lu Chen was laughing exceptionally happily. He's anxious. He's anxious. Chapter 231. The battle begins. Lu Chen turned his head and said, "Xiao Wu, Zuqing, Yan Yan, the upcoming battle will be very dangerous. You enter my portable space first, and I'll let you out after I'm finished fighting." As his voice fell, Lu Chen's mind stirred, and ripples of space began to spread out. Xiao Wu, Zuqing, and Du Guyan knew their strength was weak, and staying outside would only drag Lu Chen down. Thus, they offered no resistance, allowing the spatial ripples to envelop them and suck them into Lu Chen's portable space. With Xiao Wu, Zuqing, and Du Guyan settled, Lu Chen no longer had any worries. His eyes looked down with disdain. Since he had a breakthrough to rank 99 spirit power and became a super Douluo, he had never fought anyone with his full strength. Facing Qian Dalu today, he could finally let loose and fight. Lu Chen quickly soared into the air and raised his palm. Accompanied by a surge of black light, a 3-meter-long giant black iron sickle condensed in his hand. Black, black, red, 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 2 black and 5 red, 7 spirit rings rose one after another beneath his feet. Although he had 2 fewer spirit rings compared to Qian Dalu, the configuration of his spirit rings completely surpassed Qian Dalu's. A full 500,000-year spirit rings flickered with piercing blood-colored light. The sky-piercing malevolent evil chi made everyone present tremble. Under the stimulation of that malevolent aura, everyone, including the Thunder Douluo clan master Yu Yuanjun, felt goosebumps rise all over their bodies. Yu Yuanjun's eyes were vacant as he murmured to himself, "No wonder he looked down on us. This spirit ring configuration alone has already made me lose the courage to fight." At this moment, the 6 high priests and 9 elders, who were originally full of confidence in Qian Dalu, also had their faces changed drastically. Among them, only the 2nd high priest, Gold Crocodile Douluo, possessed a single 100,000-year spirit ring. But on Lu Chen's body, there were actually 500,000-year spirit rings. As everyone knows on the Douluo continent, the more spirit rings one has and the higher their age, the more powerful the strength. Now, Lu Chen's spirit ring configuration was clearly even better than Qian Dalu's. The 2nd high priest, Gold Crocodile Douluo, said with an uncertain expression, "Everyone, get ready. Lu Chen's strength is likely beyond our imagination. Once the high priest falls into a disadvantage, we will all strike together to mob Lu Chen." Although the tactic of ganging up is a bit low, if Lu Chen really defeats the high priest, our spirit hall will lose all face. The other high priests and elders all nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Lu Chen involuntarily carrying a hint of awe. Judging by age, this group of 70 and 80-year-old geezers were more than old enough to be Lu Chen's grandfathers. But now Lu Chen, who was only in his teens, had strength enough to crush them. This gave them the illusion that they had lived all their years in vain. These people lacked knowledge and only assumed the 5 red spirit rings on Lu Chen's body were all 100,000-year spirit rings. But Qian Dalu saw clearly that Lu Chen's 3rd spirit ring was an ordinary 100,000-year spirit ring. Lu Chen's 4th spirit ring, that red spirit ring with 3 golden patterns, was clearly a 300,000-year vicious beast spirit ring. And the 5th, 6th, and 7th spirit rings each had 2 golden patterns, they were all vicious beast spirit rings of over 200,000 years. Qian Dalu's mind instantly tightened to the limit. Relying on the legacy of the angel god, he had managed to obtain a configuration of 8 black and 1 red spirit ring. But Lu Chen opposite him not only had a configuration of 2 black and 5 red spirit rings, but also possessed more than 1 vicious beast spirit ring. This caused a strong sense of frustration to arise in his heart. Perhaps I am truly old. Just as Qian Dalu was lost in dejection, Lu Chen's robes fluttered and his long hair flew. The free and unrestrained spirit of a youth overflowed from his bold features as he laughed loudly. Qian Dalu, did I hit the mark? Is that why you're attacking out of shame and anger? Qian Dalu snapped back to his senses, veins popping on his forehead. His eyes were dark and his expression cold. Looking again at Lu Chen's arrogant face, he laughed in extreme anger and said, "Such a fine young genius, it's a pity he has such a mouth. Perhaps your growth has been too smooth, and you haven't experienced the beatings of the Spirit Master's world, which is why you've developed such a lawless personality. Today, this old man will give you a good lesson. I'll teach you what it means to respect your seniors, angelic domain." As his voice fell, an extremely brilliant golden light erupted from Qian Dalu's body, spreading toward Lu Chen's position. Lu Chen's reaction was very swift. The moment Qian Dalu released the angelic domain, he also released the slaughter domain. A black light as dark as ink erupted from his body. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the golden light. The severing attribute of the slaughter domain showed its power, forcefully tearing the angelic domain to shreds. The sky full of golden light scattered like fireworks, turning into clumps of incandescent white flames that gradually disappeared into the air. Qian Dalu was greatly shocked and spoke in disbelief. "This is impossible. The angelic domain is the glory of the angel god. How could you possibly tear the angelic domain apart?" Lu Chen chuckled and did not answer Qian Dalu's question. The angelic domain was indeed a top-tier domain ability. Within the domain, it could suppress 50% of the enemy's strength and even cause continuous burning damage. Compared to Lu Chen's blue-silver domain, the angelic domain was indeed superior. But Lu Chen didn't have just one blue-silver domain, he had another slaughter domain that existed solely for offense. The birth of the slaughter domain was due to Lu Chen's black iron sickle spirit absorbing many 100,000-year spirit rings beyond its limit, awakening a severing attribute at the level of rules. Nothing it could not cut, all tangible things could be easily torn apart by the slaughter domain. Qian Dalu's eyes were filled with wariness. Since Lu Chen was unwilling to explain the ability of that ink-black domain, he could only test it himself. 4th spirit ability, angelic sacred sword. Qian Dalu's 4th spirit ring shone brightly. Sun true fire gathered, condensing a 2-meter-long angelic sacred sword in his hand. Flames swirled on the blade. It was the sun true fire that could incinerate all darkness in the world. The 3 pairs of pure white wings on his back flapped gently, and Qian Dalu instantly streaked out. His figure turned into an afterimage, heading straight for Lu Chen like a bolt of lightning. Nicknamed invincible in the sky, Qian Dalu's speed was unsurpassed on the continent. In an instant, he arrived before Lu Chen and swung his sword. The terrifying sword chi made Lu Chen's skin feel a stinging pain. Lu Chen remained calm in the face of danger. Confronting Qian Dalu's assault, he attached the slaughter domain to the black iron sickle, using offense as defense, and swung the black iron sickle to meet the angelic sacred sword. Crack! The sound of something shattering rang out. With the enhancement of the slaughter domain, the black iron sickle forcefully snapped the angelic sacred sword. The sharp edge of the scythe continued forward, slashing toward Qian Dalu's head. Qian Dalu looked horrified. Just as the black iron sickle was about to hit his neck, his figure rapidly retreated, backing away dozens of meters. Even after that, he still felt a lingering fear. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, a few strands of hair fell from his forehead, and a stinging pain came from his cheek. Qian Dalu reached out to touch it. A cut had opened on his face, and wisps of blood were seeping out. He looked down again at the broken angelic sacred sword. Qian Dalu finally guessed the ability of that domain. His voice was low, his words laced with wariness. Your black domain should be an ability that increases the sharpness attribute. Truly terrifying. Even the 7-kill sword, which was once number 1 in attack power, would not awaken such a frightening domain. Sharp to the extreme, it can tear apart my angelic domain, and when applied to a spirit, it reaches the level of cutting through anything. Qian Dalu felt a massive headache over this. With the enhancement of that black domain, Lu Chen's offensive capabilities were strengthened to the limit, making it almost impossible for him to confront Lu Chen head-on. Chapter 232. Super Douluo vs Super Douluo. Looking at Lu Chen holding the black iron sickle, Qian Dalu now felt he was like a hedgehog with nowhere to bite. Because he was wary of that ability to cut through anything, he didn't even take the initiative to attack again. Since Qian Dalu wouldn't attack, it was Lu Chen's turn. Lu Chen's figure flashed, turning into a dark shadow that rapidly charged forward. He made no sound of breaking the wind. Under his control, the energy between heaven and earth didn't become an obstacle, instead, it became his aid, accelerating his speed. However, no matter how fast Lu Chen was, he couldn't outpace the invincible of the sky, Qian Dalu. Behind Qian Dalu, 3 pairs of holy white wings flapped gently, causing his figure to flash away in an instant, leaving only an afterimage to quickly dissipate. Between the flashes of his figure, Qian Dalu's first spirit ring and 4th spirit ring lit up again. 4th spirit ability, Angelic Sacred Sword. 1st spirit ability, Angelic Light Slash. Sun True Fire gathered. The angelic sacred sword in Qian Dalu's hand, which had been severed, actually restored itself to its original state after the Sun True Fire merged into it. Qian Dalu gave a low shout and swung the angelic sacred sword towards Lu Chen. The highly compressed Sun True Fire emitted infinite light and heat, distorting the surrounding air and bending the light. A 10-meter-long golden flame sword chi slashed out from the angelic sacred sword. The flames rose, emitting a holy and bright aura, as if it could sweep away all the evil and filth in the world. Lu Chen felt a wave of scorching heat rushing towards him. The phantom of the golden flame sword chi gradually enlarged in his pupils. But his expression remained unmoved. He swung the black iron sickle. With the enhancement of the slaughter domain, the sharp blade of the black iron sickle effortlessly severed the golden flame sword chi. He continued to move forward. While behind him, the golden flame sword chi, split into 2, exploded violently. The exploding golden fire waves covered a radius of 100 meters, as if the entire sky had turned into a sea of fire. The sea of fire was scorching, enough to incinerate the body of a titled Douluo. Don't underestimate this golden flame sword chi just because Lu Chen handled it easily. Any titled Douluo below level 95 could not possibly survive this move. It was because Lu Chen was too strong. Not because this move was too weak. Seeing his attack fail, Qian Dalu frowned deeply. He was also having a massive headache now. One must know that he was the continent's #1 sword saint, with sword skills honed to the peak. Except when facing Tang Chen, Qian Dalu could be said to be invincible in close combat. The reason Qian Dalu felt so frustrated now was that he didn't have a weapon that could contend with Lu Chen's black iron sickle. From the brief exchange just now, Qian Dalu already understood. His angelic sacred sword was easily severed. If he hadn't dodged fast enough, his head would have been cut off by that black scythe. That black scythe has a domain that can enhance sharpness, cutting through everything and being invincible. My sword skills, honed to the peak, actually have no use here, unless I call upon the divine artifact of the angel god, the true angelic sacred sword. That is a divine artifact, a weapon belonging to a divinity. Lu Chen's black scythe, even enhanced by his domain ability, cannot possibly sever a divine artifact. However, we are both level 99 spirit power super Douluos. In a one-on-one battle, if I am the first to use a weapon belonging to a divinity, even if I win, it would be considered a loss. Qian Dalu was extremely conflicted. Because he didn't have a suitable weapon, he could only rely on his speed to dodge Lu Chen's continuous pursuit. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and clicked his tongue twice. Tisk tisk. As one of the two peaks of the Spirit Master's world, you only know how to dodge. Do you think you can keep dodging just because you're fast? Then I'll restrict your speed and see what you can do. 6th Spirit Ability, Gravity Distortion. While in a state of high-speed movement, one of Lu Chen's red spirit rings instantly flashed. An invisible wave spread out in all directions with his body as the center. When the invisible wave covered a radius of 300 meters, Qian Dalu, who had been relying on his speed to dodge, was finally enveloped by the invisible wave. Gravity Distortion, Hundredfold Gravity. Under the suppression of hundredfold gravity, Qian Dalu's expression instantly changed drastically. He felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire, his body became incredibly heavy. Under the squeeze of gravity, his bones were making popping sounds, his internal organs were swelling violently, and even breathing a single breath of air became a luxury. This, Lu Chen actually has a spirit ability that can control gravity. I can't dodge it. It seems I must go for a lethal blow. 7th Spirit Ability, Angel Avatar. 8th Spirit Ability, Angel Gaze. In an instant, the 30-meter-tall angel phantom behind Qian Dalu suddenly took a step forward and merged with his main body. With the injection of spirit power, the angel phantom transformed from illusory to solid, and its size suddenly expanded. Within a few breaths, the originally 30-meter-tall angel phantom transformed into a 100-meter-tall real seraphim. The once blurred face now seemed to have the mist covering it cleared away, revealing a face identical to Qian Dalu's. Holy and bright golden light erupted from within the seraphim, making it seem as if another sun had appeared above Spirit City. Facing this miracle of the angel gods' descent, the residents living in Spirit City were already kneeling towards the seraphim's position, chanting for the angel gods' protection. In the square in front of the Supreme Pontiff Palace, under the sweep of that vast and boundless spirit power pressure, the 6 high priests and 9 elders of the Spirit Hall now had their hearts in their throats, their eyes staring unblinkingly at the sky. Will he win? He must win. They prayed silently in their hearts. In the sky, the seraphim's eyes turned into a blazing white color, spewing divine light, giving off an extremely strong mental pressure. That's right. This angel gaze spirit ability was a killing move that combined spirit power and mental energy. It could not be defended against and could only be endured through mental energy. With this killing move, Qian Dalu had killed countless enemies, including many super Douluos with level 96 and level 97 spirit power. Even the level 98 spirit power gold crocodile Douluo would only have the path of falling when facing the angel gaze in Qian Dalu's martial soul avatar state. In Qian Dalu's memory, only Tang Chen and High Priestess Bo Saishi had successfully resisted the angel gaze, but even then, their spirits were severely damaged. The next moment, 2 beams of blazing white divine light shot out from the seraphim's eyes, arriving almost instantly. In the blink of an eye, they pierced through Lu Chen's body. Yes, pierced through Lu Chen's body. Facing such an unknown offensive spirit ability, how could Lu Chen possibly take it head-on? He directly activated his head spirit bone skill, etherealization. His true body hid within the void space. Although the angel gaze spirit ability was extremely terrifying in power, it ultimately could not blast through space, so it didn't cause any damage to Lu Chen. After the 2 beams of blazing white divine light gradually dissipated, Lu Chen returned to the real world from the void space amidst a ripple of space. Qian Dalu was completely dumbfounded. A killing move he unleashed in his martial soul avatar state actually didn't cause any damage to Lu Chen. At this moment, he was so frustrated he wanted to vomit blood. To perform the angel gaze, Qian Dalu's own spirit power consumption was enormous, and he happened to fall into his weakest state. Lu Chen seized this opening, took a step forward, and swung the black iron sickle violently. Spirit power surged, and the energy of heaven and earth boiled intensely. All the residents of Spirit City felt that heart-palpitating and terrifying pressure. The 6 high priests and 9 elders of the Spirit Hall also cried out in alarm. However, it was already too late. Lu Chen's black iron sickle slashed out. 5th Spirit Ability, Earth Ant Emperor slash. A 30-meter-long pitch-black light blade flew out from the black iron sickle. Under Qian Dalu's watchful eyes, the pitch-black light blade struck the seraphim's body. Crack, accompanied by a cracking sound, the seraphim was split in two, followed by a loud bang as it exploded, scattering into countless golden flames that set the entire sky ablaze. With the martial soul avatar broken, Qian Dalu suffered a severe backlash. His aura plummeted to rock bottom, and he coughed up mouthfuls of blood, no longer able to resist the suppression of the hundredfold gravity. Like a flaming meteor, he streaked across the sky, falling towards the position of the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Boom, boom, the flaming meteor hit the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Amidst the earth-shaking tremors, the entire Supreme Pontiff Palace collapsed, reduced to a pile of ruins. The 6 high priests and 9 elders of the Spirit Hall all cried out, "High Priest," in unison and rushed towards the ruins. Who could have imagined one of the 2 peaks of the Spirit Master's world would be defeated so easily? It wasn't a total defeat. After all, within the Spirit Hall, Qian Dalu could actually borrow the angel divine power of the angel god, but he probably didn't because he wanted to save face. In the battle just now, he only relied on his own strength to fight against Lu Chen. Because in Qian Dalu's view, as a level 99 spirit power super Douluo, if he used the angelic sacred sword and drew upon the angel divine power for enhancement, even if he won in the end, it would be an utter defeat. The result had proven that without using the angel divine power, Qian Dalu was simply not Lu Chen's opponent. Chapter 233. Defeating 6 priests with a single move. On the square in front of the Supreme Pontiff Palace, Clan Master Yu Yuanjun murmured in a daze. The world is changing. From now on, the Douluo continent will no longer be dominated by Spirit Hall alone. In the past, Spirit Hall possessed the highest quality and largest number of titled Douluo on the Douluo continent, making it the undisputed holy land for Spirit Masters. Countless loose cultivator Spirit Masters yearned for Spirit Hall, longing to become a part of it. But after today, everything is likely to change completely. With Lu Chen overseeing it, the Longevity Sect will be the undisputed #1 sect in the world, its momentum overshadowing even Spirit Hall. Just then, Lu Chen descended from the sky. Seeing this, Clan Master Yu Yuanjun quickly turned around and led the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to rapidly move away from the square. Let's go quickly. This place is about to become a battlefield. A battle between level 99 Super Douluo. Even just a bit of the aftermath could severely injure or even shake us to death. Clan Master Yu Yuanjun was indeed clever, but he wasn't the only one. The sect masters and clan chiefs of other various forces also led their sect members away from the square, running toward the bottom of the mountain. They were truly afraid of being caught in the aftermath of that battle. If they died there would be no one to even plead their case. So, each of them ran incredibly fast, wishing they had been born with 2 extra legs. Above the ruins of the Supreme Pontiff Palace, Lu Chen descended from the sky. He did not deactivate his gravity distortion spirit ability. Invisible ripples centered on him covered a 300-meter radius, encompassing the ruins of the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Under the suppression of 100-fold gravity, the 6 priests of Spirit Hall could barely maintain their footing. However, their faces were flushed red, their bones crackled and popped, their internal organs swelled violently, and even breathing became a luxury. As for the other 9 elders, they were forced directly onto their knees. Veins bulged on their foreheads, capillaries burst, and lines of blood sprayed from their pores, only to be evaporated into mists of blood under the gravity squeeze. These priests and elders of Spirit Hall truly felt the immense gap between themselves and a level 99 Super Douluo. A gap so large it made them feel despair. Lu Chen looked at them, raised an eyebrow, and said, "This is a battle between me and Qian Dalu. Instead of watching from a distance, you ran into the center of the battlefield. What, do you actually want to deal with me alongside Qian Dalu? With just you lot?" The second priest, Gold Crocodile Douluo, was the most loyal to the angel lineage. Now that Qian Dalu was severely injured, he certainly couldn't watch Lu Chen continue to harm him. He gritted his teeth and let out a sky-shaking roar. "Everyone, strike together. We absolutely cannot let him harm the high priest again." As his voice fell, Gold Crocodile Douluo led by example. He summoned his martial soul possession, and 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, rose from beneath his feet. Then, his 7th spirit ring flashed with light. Amidst an angry roar, gold crocodile Douluo's body swelled abruptly, transforming into a 100-meter-long golden crocodile king martial soul in just a few breaths. After activating his martial soul avatar, although the 100-fold gravity of the gravity distortion still existed, the golden crocodile king martial soul was no longer pressed to the point of being unable to move. 8th spirit ability, death roll. As he spoke, his 8th spirit ring lit up. The golden crocodile king martial soul opened its mouth and bit its own tail, exposing its back covered in golden scales. The golden scales stood up one by one, blooming with brilliant light and emitting a blade-like sharp aura. One could imagine the consequences of being crushed by him. The body would surely be shredded into pieces of meat. With gold crocodile Douluo leading the way, lion Douluo, green phoenix Douluo, light feather Douluo, 6th pontiff qian, and demon subduing Douluo no longer hesitated. Each activated their martial soul avatar, using the super strong burst of the avatar to finally allow their bodies to move freely. In the next instant, they each unleashed their 8th or 9th spirit ability. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread out, causing the surrounding world energy to steam, turning this area into a pressure cooker with pressure so high it was off the charts. One could imagine that with 1 level 98 Super Douluo, 3 level 97 Super Douluos, and 2 level 96 Super Douluos all in their martial soul avatar states and unleashing their 8th or 9th spirit abilities, the combined power would be absolutely beyond imagination. These priests, relying on their profound cultivation, at least still had the strength to fight. As for those elders, their spirit power was between level 92 and level 95. Under the 100-fold gravity suppression of gravity distortion, every pore on their bodies was spraying blood, and their bones were creaking and popping. It was already remarkable that they hadn't fainted. They currently had no ability to stand up and fight at all. They could only look at the 6 priests with expectation, hoping the 6 priests would show their divine might and repel Lu Chen in one fell swoop, allowing them to escape the suppression of this 100-fold gravity. On the other side, facing the full force outburst of the 6 priests, Lu Chen curled his lips and decided to give them a lesson they would never forget. 5th spirit ability, Qianjin clone. 6th spirit ability, Thousand Jun barrier. 2nd spirit ability, Dark demon evil god break. Among the spirit rings rhythmically moving around Lu Chen's body, 3 rings flashed simultaneously. Then, in Lu Chen's hand, the single black iron sickle suddenly flashed with dark light, and another identical black iron sickle was replicated. Lu Chen held a black iron sickle in each hand, left hand in front and right hand behind. The black iron sickle in his left hand erupted with golden light, instantly condensing a foot-thick golden barrier around his body. The black iron sickle in his right hand erupted with sky-piercing evil and demonic power, intertwining and tangling with each other. At the tip of the scythe's blade, a head-sized black energy ball condensed, wrapped in streaks of dark red wind blades and dark blue lightning. In the next instant, the rolling golden crocodile king martial soul crushed toward Lu Chen with unstoppable force. Clang, 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 clang. Accompanied by a series of metallic clashing sounds, the golden crocodile king martial soul crashed into the Thousand Jun barrier. The result was beyond gold crocodile Douluo's expectations. His destructive death roll didn't even leave a single mark on the Thousand Jun barrier. This is impossible, gold crocodile Douluo shouted in shock. And immediately following, lion Douluo's lion light wave, green phoenix Douluo's world incinerating flames, light feather Douluo's ultimate feather light, and the martial soul fusion skill of 6th pontiff Qian and demon subduing Douluo, all being saved, attaining Bodhi, all struck. Those were high-powered spirit abilities capable of crushing mountains and splitting peaks. Killing an ordinary titled Douluo would be as simple as eating or drinking. But as these high-powered spirit abilities landed on the Thousand Jun barrier together, they only caused violent ripples to spread across the golden barrier. Other than that, the Thousand Jun barrier showed no signs of damage. Thousand Jun barrier, a defensive spirit ability comparable to absolute defense, it was enough to withstand any attack below the level of a divine skill. The combined attack of these 6 priests was indeed terrifyingly powerful, but it had not yet reached the level of a divine skill. Relying on the defensive effect of the Thousand Jun barrier, Lu Chen methodically gathered power. The black energy ball emitting evil and demonic power at the tip of the black iron sickle in his right hand had expanded from its initial head size to dozens of meters in diameter. Once Lu Chen finished gathering power, he let out a long breath and swung the black iron sickle with his right hand, releasing the dozens of meters wide black energy ball. Go! The black energy ball streaked through the air and landed in the middle of the 6 priests, then exploded with a boom. The corrosive power of the evil attribute, the cutting power of the wind attribute, and the explosive power of the lightning attribute, the power of these 3 attributes perfectly intertwined and erupted, swallowing the 6 priests in an instant. Even though the 6 priests had each activated their own defensive spirit abilities, under the corrosive power of the evil attribute, their defensive abilities were like empty shells, corroded into 1,000 holes in just a moment. Then the wind attribute cut through and the lightning attribute exploded, knocking the 6 priests out of their martial soul avatar states with unstoppable force, leaving them all half dead and unconscious on the ground. With just one move, he had defeated the 6 priests. Chapter 234. The Angelic Sacred Sword, a true divine artifact. Amidst the ruins of the Supreme Pontiff Palace, Douluo, his clothes in tatters and his long hair disheveled, stood up unsteadily from the ground, pushing away the rubble that had been pressing down on him, his breath faint. Wisps of blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth, and a dazed look filled his expression, as if he could not believe he would lose so miserably. His gaze swept across the surroundings, seeing gold crocodile Douluo, lion Douluo. These 6 priests closest to him were all lying on the ground now, their chests barely heaving, all having reached a state of being critically wounded and on the verge of death. Douluo swayed as he walked over, his voice filled with deep guilt. Gold crocodile, lion, Qingluan, Guangling, 6th Pontiff Qianjin, Zhongmo, it is I who have failed you. I placed too much importance on my own pride, to the point of being heavily injured and knocked down by Lu Chen, even dragging you all into facing this invincible opponent. Lu Chen, you are indeed very strong, incredibly so. As a fellow level 99 Super Douluo, you were able to confront the 7 great priests of my spirit hall by yourself. However, your biggest mistake was wreaking havoc in the spirit hall. The spirit hall is protected by the glory of the angel god. Today, I shall return the shame you brought upon the spirit hall 100-fold, and I will personally execute you here. Having said this, Douluo buried all his emotions deep in his heart. With a pious expression, he faced the direction of the Douluo hall, placed his palms together in front of his chest, and prayed devoutly. Great angel god, your devout believer Douluo prays to you here. There is an evil demon named Lu Chen who has caused an uproar in the spirit hall and heavily injured its priests. His behavior is vile and unforgivable. Please bring down your divine might, so that your devout believer may slay the evil and eliminate the demon, restoring peace to the spirit hall. Douluo was a servant of the angel god, and his prayer was directly transmitted to the angel statue in the Douluo hall. That 300-meter-tall angel statue suddenly trembled slightly, then erupted with a brilliant holy light. The angel divine power was gradually awakening. Then, from the hands of the angel statue, a 100-meter-long giant sword surrounded by white flames suddenly shot through the air. Its size rapidly shrank as it flew, and by the time it reached Douluo, it had already condensed to a normal size. The blade was about 4 feet 3 inches long and about 4 fingers wide, radiating the dual divine might of holiness and fire. This was precisely the divine artifact of the angel god, the angelic sacred sword. Within the Douluo hall, as the angelic sacred sword departed through the air, the surging angel divine power also settled into silence. Bibi Dong, who had been suppressed beneath the angel statue, suddenly opened a pair of eerie green eyes and murmured almost imperceptibly. Douluo, it seems you've run into big trouble to have actually summoned away the angelic sacred sword. Jia, the heavens are truly helping me. Without the suppression of the angelic sacred sword, this mere Douluo hall cannot trap me at all. Once I escape from the spirit hall, I will hurry to hunt the last 2 spirit beasts needed for my soul-eating spider emperor spirit and begin the legacy of the Rakshasa god as soon as possible. As long as I can become a god, I will return all the shame brought upon me by your angel lineage 100-fold and completely sever your angel legacy. As her voice fell, Bibi Dong quickly stood up and fled toward the outside without any hesitation. Back to the outside. Douluo looked at the angelic sacred sword hovering before him, his expression pious and fanatical. The angel god had answered his prayer and even lent him the angelic sacred sword. For a divine servant, this was simply the greatest affirmation. He reached out and grasped the hilt of the angelic sacred sword. In an instant, streams of angel divine power poured into Qian Dalu's body, using the sword as a medium. Qian Dalu's aura had originally plummeted to rock bottom due to his heavy injuries, but as the angel divine power entered his body, his wounds were quickly smoothed over, and his aura surged upward like a rocket. In just a few breaths, his aura surpassed the original level 99 limit, briefly reaching a new level. Level 100 Godhood. Qian Dalu was not the successor of the angel god, but as a divine servant who also possessed the seraphim spirit, he could carry the angel divine power for a short time without issue. As for carrying the angel divine power for a long time, that would crush his body. Qian Dalu's eyes were indifferent as he stared coldly at Lu Chen. Feeling the surging angel divine power within him, he was confident that with his current strength, he could completely slay Lu Chen in a short time. In an instant, his figure flickered, and ripples appeared in the surrounding space. Qian Dalu had vanished from his spot. With the enhancement of divine force, his speed had surpassed his previous limits. Lu Chen only felt a blur before his eyes as Qian Dalu used teleportation to appear right in front of him. A sword was thrust out, and the piercing cold light caused goosebumps to rise on his exposed panel. Such incredible speed. Lu Chen's figure retreated explosively while he swung his black iron sickle to meet the angelic sacred sword. With a loud clang, circles of energy ripples spread out from the point of impact between the two weapons. Facing the angelic sacred sword, a true divine artifact, Lu Chen's slaughter domain failed to take effect. He could not cut through the angelic sacred sword. After all, Lu Chen was not yet a god. His spirit and his domain could make him invincible in the mortal world. But they were not enough to cut through the weapon of a divinity. Seeing this, a flash of joy appeared on Qian Dalu's brow. Ha ha ha, Lu Chen, your domain that enhances sharpness ultimately has its limits. This is the weapon of the angel god, a true divine artifact. You cannot cut it. Did you really think I was afraid of you just now? I, Qian Dalu, am now 150 years old and have practiced the sword since childhood. My sword techniques have reached the pinnacle. Through battles with countless experts, I have never tasted defeat. I am the first sword saint of the Douluo continent. Now, let me show you my true strength. Take this move. As he spoke, Qian Dalu executed sword techniques as smooth as flowing water, thrusting, pointing, lifting, picking, collapsing, intercepting, slashing, smearing, parrying, circling. These were all the most basic swordsmanship movements, but in his hands, they could turn the mundane into the miraculous, leaving no trace like a ram hanging by its horns. As the current first sword saint of the Douluo continent, Qian Dalu's sword techniques were no longer confined to flashy moves. Even the most basic movements were impossible to resist. If one's reaction was even slightly slow, they would be sliced into mincemeat in an instant. Lu Chen was indeed suffering. He was only 13 years old. Previously, he had been invincible in battle by relying on those rule-breaking spirit abilities. His own combat skills and experience could only be considered average. Under Qian Dalu's current assault, Lu Chen was quite flustered in his response. He thought to himself, it seems that after this battle, I must find time to properly hone my combat skills and experience. This is a shortcoming of mine. Simultaneously, during the battle, the angelic sacred sword in Qian Dalu's hand would release attacks of both holy and fire attributes. Lu Chen's robes had long since failed to withstand them and turned into a pile of ashes. His panel was scorched red, emitting a sizzling sound. If his physical strength were not high enough, having reached the level of a million-year divine beast, Lu Chen would likely have been roasted through by now. My combat skills and experience are completely outmatched, and this angel divine power is also making me suffer. I can't go on like this. I must seize an opportunity to counterattack. Chapter 235, Slashing BB Dong. Qianjin Body Protection. Lu Chen activated the 300,000-year-old right arm spirit bone skill. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from his right arm and spread throughout his body. Within a few breaths, the brilliant golden light covered his entire body, transforming him into a shimmering little golden man. Seeing the changes in Lu Chen, Qian Dalu retreated warily. Before he understood the actual function of that golden light, he did not get too close. This golden light actually had no offensive capabilities. Its actual function was to increase Lu Chen's defensive power and improve his body's endurance. Having transformed into a little golden man, Lu Chen finally displayed the other skill of the 300,000-year-old right arm spirit bone. 1,000-ton giant strength. In this instant, it was as if an ancient divine beast had awakened within Lu Chen's body. That terrifying, majestic divine might stirred up circles of airwaves in the atmosphere, spreading outward from his body as the center. Crack, crack, crack. As the airwaves rolled past, the earth cracked and the air boomed. The pressure that erupted in that moment even surpassed the pressure Qian Dalu unleashed with the help of angel divine power. The 6 high priests and 9 elders lying on the ground were sent flying like tattered sacks by the impact of the airwaves. Lu Chen could clearly sense how terrifying the power within him was. At the same time, this power exerted severe pressure on his body. His internal organs were in a state of high load. If not for the buffering of the qianjin body protection, his body might truly have been torn apart by his own power. After all, 1,000-ton giant strength allowed him to explode with 1,000% of his own power, which directly multiplied his strength tenfold. He already had physical fitness comparable to a million-year spirit beast. On that basis, with his strength multiplied by 10, it would not be an exaggeration to say Lu Chen's physical body had reached godhood. Lu Chen's breath became wind and his gaze was like lightning. With a leap, he lunged toward Qian Dalu, his powerful physical body tearing through the air and creating a vacuum passage. Qian Dalu's eyes narrowed and his expression became solemn. He was also startled by the changes in Lu Chen, but since he was currently empowered by angel divine power, he felt confident in handling any sudden situation. Even if you have spirit abilities that enhance your strength, under the glory of the angel god, you will surely be burned to ashes. The 3 pairs of pure white wings behind Qian Dalu suddenly spread out, allowing him to fly into midair in a flash. He held the angelic sacred sword high, echoing the bright sun in the sky. Wisps of sun-true fire descended and merged with the angelic sacred sword, causing the scorching airwaves of the sword to climb to another extreme. Lu Chen, meet your death. Qian Dalu let out a sharp cry, his body falling like a flaming meteor as he swung the angelic sacred sword to meet Lu Chen, who had turned into a little golden man. Boom! The 2 figures collided in midair, producing a world-shaking explosion. The surging energy fluctuations caused cracks to appear in space itself. This was a collision between divine rank powerhouses. Only divine rank powerhouses have the ability to break space. With a splashing sound, Qian Dalu spat out blood and flew backward in disbelief. With the boost from the angel divine power, he had already reached the level of a divine rank powerhouse. But in that clash just now, he was actually at a disadvantage. The ferocious, giant force rebounded into his body, causing his internal organs to shift and cracking them with numerous fine wounds. Amidst the whistling wind, Qian Dalu flew back over 100 meters. The 3 pairs of pure white wings on his back flapped continuously before he could stabilize his figure. He pressed a hand to his chest, mobilizing spirit power to soothe his churning internal organs. Blood continued to flow from his mouth as he spoke hoarsely. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have the boost of angel divine power. I already have divine rank combat power. Why would I fall into a disadvantage and even suffer such injuries in that collision just now? Lu Chen snorted in disdain upon hearing this. You obtained a bit of divine force and truly think of yourself as a god. Your body is still that same body, the body of a level 99 super Douluo. Your body, which has not transcended human limits, simply cannot withstand the rebound force generated by a collision between divine rank powerhouses. As his voice fell, Lu Chen lifted the black iron sickle and continued to charge and strike at Qian Dalu. There was no technique to speak of, it was pure brute force. Every collision sent Qian Dalu retreating while coughing up blood. Just as Lu Chen said, although Qian Dalu had the boost of angel divine power and could pose a great danger to Lu Chen with the dual divine might of holiness and fire in battle, his body was still that of a level 99 super Douluo. The rebound force produced by the collision of divine rank powerhouses was simply not something he could bear. On the other hand, Lu Chen's body was inherently powerful, comparable to a million-year spirit beast. After using the 2 skills, qianjin body protection and 1,000-ton giant strength, he had reached the point where his physical body had attained godhood. In collision after collision, he was able to gain the upper hand thanks to his powerful body. However, as the battle continued, the angel divine power with its dual divine might of holiness and fire was also gradually invading his body. Qian Dalu spat out blood repeatedly, feeling as if his internal organs were about to be coughed out. Through these repeated collisions, Qian Dalu had realized that Lu Chen's physical strength was simply absurdly powerful. Even his greatest rival, back then, Tang Chen of the Clear Sky sect, might not have been able to unleash such terrifying power as Lu Chen after using the Great Sumeru Hammer and exploding 9 spirit rings. Qian Dalu's eyes were bloodshot. Striking blood flowed continuously from his eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth, making him look incredibly wretched. This was not due to the weakness of the angel divine power, it was because Qian Dalu's body could not withstand the collisions of divine rank powerhouses. Boom! After another collision, Qian Dalu's body flew backward. His hands were trembling, and he could almost no longer hold the angelic sacred sword. As for Lu Chen, he was also not feeling very well. The angel divine power with its dual divine might of holiness and fire had invaded his body, nearly melting his internal organs. Every breath he exhaled now was hot enough to distort the air. If it weren't for Qianjin body protection significantly increasing his physical defense, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the continuous burning damage of the angel divine power. That was, after all, the purest divine force. And currently, only Lu Chen's physical strength had reached the divine rank level. Lu Chen exhaled a boiling, scorching airwave and thought with a slight wince. I almost forgot, my purpose in coming to Spirit Hall was to take Bibi Dong away, not to fight to the death with Qian Dalu. Although Qian Dalu's body cannot withstand the rebound damage from divine rank collisions, that pure angel divine power on him is also enough to be troublesome for me. No, I can't keep fighting like this. If we really fight to the end, I can certainly make Qian Dalu's body completely collapse, but that angel divine power will definitely not make things easy for me either. Thinking of this, Lu Chen swept out with his mental force and quickly locked onto Bibi Dong's location. What a coincidence! Bibi Dong had just escaped from Douluo Hall. Curious about who had forced Qian Dalu to summon the angelic sacred sword, she hid her figure and secretly approached the location of the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Lu Chen released his mental force, instantly leaving Bibi Dong with nowhere to hide. Bibi Dong, back then you slandered me as being a beast to human transformation, today I've come to collect your debt. Lu Chen shouted and his figure flashed, tearing through the air. Relying on his powerful physical body, he crashed through a vacuum passage like a 100-ton truck towards Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong was dumbfounded. She had just come out of Douluo Hall and was already facing a life and death crisis. Fortunately, her reactions were swift. She summoned the Death Spider Emperor Martial Soul and instantly completed the Martial Soul possession. 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, rose up, and that red 9th spirit ring shone with brilliant light. 9th spirit ability, Undying Body. In an instant, Lu Chen rushed in front of her, raised the black iron sickle high, and swung it down fiercely. With a crack, Bibi Dong's body was split in 2 from the middle. That beautiful face and that curvaceous, proud figure were all divided in half, with blood mixed with internal organs gushing out continuously. Chapter 236, Undying Body. Seeing this situation, Lu Chen also raised an eyebrow. He took the opportunity to rush over and deliver a slash, not expecting that a single strike would cut Bibi Dong in half. Perhaps because she was caught off guard, Bibi Dong failed to put up any effective resistance. However, at the critical moment, Bibi Dong unleashed that life-saving spirit ability that could be called heaven-defying. Undying Body. In the next instant, Bibi Dong's body, which had been split in 2, rapidly turned into energy. Skin, flesh, muscles, bones, and organs, from the outside in, everything quickly transformed into streams of energy. That energy seemed to have a life of its own. As it writhed, it flew off into the distance, and then all the energy coalesced once more. A perfectly intact Bibi Dong was reassembled. It couldn't exactly be called perfectly intact. Bibi Dong's face was deathly pale, her breathing was rapid, and her chest heaved violently. It seemed that this undying body spirit ability had a terrifyingly high consumption of spirit power. Bibi Dong widened her beautiful eyes, which were filled with shock and fury, mixed with traces of fear. She reached out a finger as slender and white as a scallion to point at Lu Chen, her voice a lost scream of disbelief. You are Lu Chen. You've become a god. This is impossible, but your power far exceeds a level 99 super Douluo. You don't have a divine artifact, divine raiment, or the unique divine force of a divinity on you. You aren't a god yet. It seems you have tempered your own body to the level of a divine body. As the supreme pontiff of Spirit Hall and the successor to the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong's vision and knowledge were top tier throughout the entire Douluo continent. After all, back then Yu Xiaogang had learned some second-hand knowledge from Bibi Dong and was able to completely baffle Tang San at Nuoding Academy with it. If Yu Xiaogang had such deep reserves of knowledge, Bibi Dong's were naturally even richer. Based on her own knowledge and Lu Chen's current situation, she deduced the truth of the matter with a little thought. Lu Chen was not yet a god, he had simply polished his own body to the level of a divine body. Hearing Bibi Dong's speculation, Lu Chen did not deny it. His entire body was wrapped in a layer of golden light, shining brightly and emitting a vast heavenly majesty. When he spoke, it was like the roar of thunder. Bibi Dong, it seems you still remember me. Back then, you inexplicably slandered me as a beast to human transformation and put a bounty on me across the entire continent, forcing me to not show my face for a whole year. I remember this grudge very clearly. Coming to Spirit Hall today is to settle this old debt with you. As soon as he finished speaking, the air currents around Lu Chen surged. His figure flashed, and like a high-speed train, he crushed toward Bibi Dong. A few hints of panic and horror appeared on Bibi Dong's exquisite face. The aura on Lu Chen's body was too strong, making her feel a sense of suffocation, and her heart beat like rapid drumbeats. She reacted quickly. Third spirit ability, Death Spider Web Restraint. Bibi Dong opened her mouth and spat out a purple-black sphere of light still dripping with mucus. The purple-black sphere quickly expanded in midair, forming a large net 5 meters in diameter that emitted a foul, fishy stench. This was the spider web restraint from the man-faced demon spider. The spider web was tough and carried a corrosive poison. Once an ordinary spirit master was restrained, breaking free would be harder than climbing to the heavens. But for Lu Chen, he simply slammed into it with force, and the spider web was instantly torn apart. As for the corrosive poison, the golden light on Lu Chen's body wasn't just for show, its defensive power rivaled the 1,000-jun barrier. Bibi Dong's expression was ugly. Her face and body were covered in purple-black carapace, and at her lower abdomen was a fleshy sphere 1 meter in diameter with 8 spider legs beneath it. To be honest, after her martial soul possession, Bibi Dong was truly more than a little hideous. Any man who could still feel a physical impulse toward her after seeing this form was truly no ordinary man. Bibi Dong was by no means willing to be captured without a fight. Several spirit rings on her body lit up simultaneously. 8th spirit ability, Spider Emperor Avatar. Amidst a burst of purple-black light, an identical Bibi Dong separated from her main body. This clone possessed 100% of the strength of Bibi Dong's main body, though it lacked intelligence and required the main body to control it. Bibi Dong controlled this clone to face Lu Chen in her stead. 4th spirit ability, Thorny Spider Armor. 5th spirit ability, 1,000 Peaks 10,000 Shields. 6th spirit ability, Blood Drain Spider Thorns. The Spider Emperor Avatar unleashed 3 major spirit abilities at once. Sharp spider thorns grew out of its body, and the thorns connected with the thick carapace, making it look like a hedgehog and giving one the feeling that there was nowhere to strike. Lu Chen didn't care about any of that. He simply accelerated and charged through. The black iron sickle in his hand slashed down with fury, and with a thunderous boom, the hedgehog-like Spider Emperor Avatar was directly blown apart, exploding into a cloud of purple-black mist that scattered in all directions. After the Spider Emperor Avatar was destroyed, Bibi Dong suffered a backlash. She let out a muffled groan, her face turning even paler as her aura rapidly plummeted to rock bottom. Panic and dismay were written all over her face. The Spider Emperor Avatar has 100% of my strength, why was it so vulnerable? What did a mere Spider Emperor Avatar matter? Even Qian Dalu, with the blessing of the angel divine power, was still beaten by Lu Chen until he kept spitting up blood. Lu Chen flashed forward and swung the black iron sickle in a horizontal sweep. Bibi Dong was directly cut at the waist, her lower half fell to the ground while her upper half flew out sideways. If it were anyone else, they would certainly be dead by now. But this was Bibi Dong. Her undying body spirit ability, which could be called heaven-defying, took effect once again. Her upper and lower halves rapidly turned into energy and, as if they had a life of their own, flew off into the distance. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen inwardly curled his lip. I think I somewhat understand how others feel when they face me. Bibi Dong's undying body is also an unsolvable ability that allows her to reconstruct her body time and again. Only the divine force of a divine rank powerhouse can completely obliterate it. I wonder if killing her over and over again can push Bibi Dong's undying body spirit ability to its limit and kill her for good. While Lu Chen was thinking this, the two clumps of purple-black energy coalesced once more, manifesting Bibi Dong's figure again. She was panting heavily, and her aura had dropped significantly once more. Seeing this, Lu Chen stepped forward, shaking the void realm. The black iron sickle spun in his hand, and under Bibi Dong's malicious and resentful gaze, the spinning black iron sickle tore her body to shreds. Bibi Dong was in so much pain she almost fainted. Although the undying body allowed her to continuously reconstruct her body, the pain of her body being torn apart was fed back into the depths of her soul in its original form. As Lu Chen killed Bibi Dong over and over again, the distortion, loathing, hatred, and malice in her heart became deeper and heavier. Chapter 237. Digging out Bibi Dong's spirit rings and spirit bones. While Lu Chen was torturing and killing Bibi Dong, Qian Dalu finally recovered his strength and flew over, clutching the angelic sacred sword. Seeing Lu Chen repeatedly torture and kill Bibi Dong, his expression flickered with uncertainty. Lu Chen is a scourge, and Bibi Dong is one as well. If Lu Chen really can kill Bibi Dong, it might be a good thing for little Shui. After all, she wouldn't have to truly face her own mother as an enemy. However, Bibi Dong was once the supreme pontiff of the Spirit Hall. Our Spirit Hall can clean our own house. If she were to die at Lu Chen's hands, our Spirit Hall would lose all face. Thinking of this, Qian Dalu made a decision instantly. 2 spirit rings on his body shone brightly. Bibi Dong, I've come to help you. 3rd spirit ability, Holy Light Illumination. 6th spirit ability, Angelic Judgment. In an instant, brilliant holy light erupted from Qian Dalu's body, continuously strengthening his attack power, defense, and speed. The 3 pairs of white wings on his back spread out, drawing in the light and heat emitted by the sun. He pushed the dual divine might of the angel divine power's holy flames to the limit, making him look like another sun between heaven and earth. The residents of Spirit City had long since knelt on the ground in unison. Their expressions were pious and fanatical. Although Qian Dalu was only a divine servant, the power surging from him now was genuine angel divine power. Qian Dalu swung his sword and slashed. The angelic sacred sword let out a resonant hum, unleashing a blazing white flame sword qi that possessed the power to purify all evil. Furthermore, the most terrifying aspect of angelic judgment was its ability to lock onto an enemy. Just like now, Lu Chen felt a prickling sensation on his back. He was locked on by that flame sword qi, he couldn't escape or hide. No matter where he fled, that flame sword qi would pursue him relentlessly. This gave Lu Chen a headache. Bibi Dong was like an unkillable cockroach. Even after being tortured and killed a dozen times, she could still reform her body. And behind him, Qian Dalu was also a minor nuisance. Qian Dalu's strength wasn't worth mentioning, but the angel divine power forced Lu Chen to take him seriously. Sky-ripping claw. Lu Chen raised his right hand and summoned the dark gold terraclaw. White bone armor covered his palm. With a flick of his fingers, 5 dark gold blades over 3 feet long extended out. Now, the dark gold terraclaw had evolved into a divine artifact. Even if it was only the most ordinary divine artifact, it provided a massive boost to Lu Chen's strength. He swung the dark gold terraclaw, unleashing a dark gold claw print. The claw print tore through space, leaving 5 pitch-black rifts in its wake. With a loud boom, the claw print collided head-on with the flame sword qi. The resulting energy shockwave formed a towering fire tornado. The extreme heat distorted space, and the condensed wind pressure felt like a wall of wind. The wind wall pushed out in all directions, slamming into Qian Dalu's body and forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Meanwhile, on Lu Chen's side, while Lu Chen's attention was drawn by Qian Dalu, Bibi Dong launched a counterattack with eyes full of loathing and resentment. Slaughter God Domain. Slaughter Hell. Bibi Dong released her slaughter god domain. A killing intent as vast as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood enveloped Lu Chen, battering his mental force. His vision blurred for a moment, as if he were standing on a battlefield of corpses and blood. Even though Lu Chen quickly snapped out of it, it still gave Bibi Dong time to prepare. Bibi Dong's two arms had transformed into two black scythes. The scythes' design was exaggerated and hideous, covered in barbs. If one were hit by these scythes, they would surely be sliced into pieces. And this pair of black scythes came from the left and right arm bones of a 100,000-year death spider emperor. The probability of a single spirit beast producing two spirit bones was minuscule, yet Bibi Dong had happened to encounter such a thing. While Lu Chen was in a daze, Bibi Dong swung the two black scythes, striking Lu Chen's golden shining body. Clang, clang, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, the result was obvious. The black scythes formed by the left and right arm bones were not enough to tear through the defense of the qian body protection. The first thing Lu Chen did upon regaining his senses was to kick Bibi Dong away. The slaughter god domain is truly a terrifying ability. With my current mental force, I was actually affected by its killing intent. Bibi Dong was kicked dozens of meters away. Her expression was as hideous as a malevolent ghost. Why, my death spider emperor left and right arm bones have always been invincible. Why can't they tear through your body's defense? Lu Chen curled his lip. The death spider emperor left and right arm bones were 100,000-year spirit bones, while his 1,000 ant emperor right arm bone was a 300,000-year spirit bone. There was simply no comparison between the two. Your undying body spirit ability is indeed heaven-defying. It seems I can't kill you today, but the spirit rings and spirit bones that don't belong to you, I'm taking them today. Lu Chen lunged forward and stepped on Bibi Dong's chest, crushing her sternum and making her feel suffocated. If he killed Bibi Dong, it would trigger the undying body. But if Lu Chen didn't kill her, then the undying body wouldn't be triggered. Without taking Bibi Dong's life, Lu Chen forced her out of her martial soul possession state. He then swung his black iron sickle and chopped off her left leg. Within Bibi Dong's left leg was 100,000-year soft bones rabbit left leg bone. Ah, the pain of a severed limb, compounded by the agony of losing a spirit bone, made Bibi Dong scream out in pain. Her eyes were filled with a frenzied killing intent. Damn you, I'll kill you, I will definitely kill you. Lu Chen had no time to listen to her barking. His powerful and overbearing spirit power surged into Bibi Dong's body, forcing out her second martial soul, the soul-eating spider emperor. Black, red. 7 spirit rings, 6 black and 1 red, rose around her. That 7th 100,000-year spirit ring was precisely the 100,000-year spirit ring of the soft bones rabbit. Lu Chen erupted with spirit power, which transformed into a giant hand. He grabbed that 100,000-year spirit ring and yanked it hard, tearing it out from Bibi Dong's body. Ah, the spirit ring had already fused with Bibi Dong's body and soul. Tearing it out now was no different from ripping a piece of flesh from her body. The pain caused Bibi Dong's eyes to roll back. In less than a minute, Lu Chen had reclaimed Xiao Wu's mother's spirit ring and spirit bone from Bibi Dong. This severely depleted Bibi Dong's origin qi and caused her aura to become extremely withered. However, perhaps it was because of the Rakshasa divine power within her. Bibi Dong did not drop in realm despite losing the spirit ring and spirit bone. Most likely, the Rakshasa divine power had protected her origin. After all, as the successor of the Rakshasa god, she was somewhat different from ordinary spirit masters. Lu Chen had originally thought that if Bibi Dong's realm dropped and she could no longer trigger the undying body effect, he would have a chance to kill her. But Bibi Dong's realm hadn't dropped. With the undying body skill, Lu Chen truly couldn't kill her completely. Bibi Dong, the day I become a god will be the day you die. With that thought, Lu Chen stowed away Xiao Wu's mother's spirit ring and spirit bone. He immediately turned to leave, grabbing those two unlucky fellows, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, along the way. Then, transforming into a brilliant golden light, he swiftly flew toward the distant horizon. Qian Dalu, I'll remember this grudge. I will definitely return. Chapter 238. Angel Divine Power like Bone-Eating Gangrene. Watching Lu Chen flee into the distance, Qian Dalu breathed a sigh of relief, but he also felt deeply humiliated. As the servant of the angel god and the high priest of Spirit Hall, he had actually allowed Lu Chen to leave calmly after wreaking havoc in Spirit Hall. This was a disgrace, a profound disgrace. Then, Qian Dalu gave a bitter smile. Fortunately, Lu Chen had left on his own. Otherwise, Qian Dalu feared he would have returned to the embrace of the angel god today. He was not afraid of death. Having lived for 150 years, he had lived enough. What he feared was not seeing the day his granddaughter became a god. Thinking of the words Lu Chen said before leaving, Qian Dalu felt a toothache. Today, Spirit Hall had lost all its face, and it was impossible to hide it. The many factions in the Spirit Master's world were all still watching from the outside. And he had offended Lu Chen. Such a monster who could unleash divine rank combat power without even becoming a god. Qian Dalu thought over and over again, but in the end, he could only let out a long sigh. He released his hand, cradling the hilt of the angelic sacred sword in one hand and the blade in the other. Facing the direction of Douluo Hall, with a respectful expression, he bowed and said devoutly, "Great angel god, Qian Dalu has failed you. I was unable to slay the evil demon and instead allowed it to retreat successfully." No one blamed him. Lu Chen's strength was plain for all to see. The angelic sacred sword trembled slightly, then tore through the air and flew back into the hands of the angelic statue in Douluo Hall. With the departure of the angelic sacred sword, the angel divine power also gradually drained from Qian Dalu's body. Without the angel divine power to help suppress his injuries, his aura instantly plummeted to the bottom. His face was as pale as paper, and he opened his mouth to spew a stream of blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs. In the collision just now, his internal organs had shifted and were riddled with wounds. With such injuries, if not for his profound cultivation, Qian Dalu would already be lying on the ground. The injuries from this battle will cost me at least 20 years of my life. Cough, cough, Xiaoshui, the next time Lu Chen attacks, I fear your grandfather won't be able to stop him. I hope you will have grown up by then. As his voice fell, Qian Dalu walked over to where Bibi Dong was, looking at her with her left leg severed, blood gushing out, and her eyes rolled back as she fainted. Qian Dalu was furious and kicked Bibi Dong, sending her rolling dozens of times on the ground. Bibi Dong, this is all your fault. Back then, seeing your talent and intelligence, even though you killed my son, I still let you become the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall. Yet, you have brought such a great disaster upon Spirit Hall. I cannot kill you, but I will never let you have the chance to become a god. Afterward, Qian Dalu walked over, picked up Bibi Dong's body, and prepared to take her back to Douluo Hall to be suppressed. Qian Dalu felt weary as well. He really wanted to just let go and not care anymore, but as the High Priest of Spirit Hall, he had to stand up at this moment and clean up the aftermath of all this. Meanwhile, on the other side, having left Spirit Hall, Lu Chen plunged into the Stardo Great Forest and finally landed in a certain part of the core area of the Stardo Great Forest. He threw the Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo in his hands aside. Bang, bang, the two landed on the ground one after the other. Chrysanthemum Douluo's effeminate face showed a hint of terror and panic. Although he was scared to death, as a titled Douluo, he still had some pride and was unwilling to kneel and beg for mercy. He screamed, his voice harsh but weak. Lu Chen, I admit that we dealt with you back then, but that was all on the orders of the Supreme Pontiff, not our intention. Lu Chen's whole body was shining with golden light. He had deactivated 1,000-ton giant strength, but he had not deactivated qian body protection. Right now, there was still a strand of angel divine power rampaging inside his body, like bone-eating gangrene, continuously burning his meridians, flesh, bones, and internal organs. If he deactivated qian body protection now, he would surely be severely burned by the angel divine power. Lu Chen had wreaked havoc in Spirit Hall, and it looked like he had the complete upper hand, but only he knew the price he had paid for it. Lu Chen glanced at Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. For these two people who had once tried to intercept and kill him, the best way to handle them was to just kill them. However, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo possessed a spirit fusion skill, the domain of two poles of static, which was a quite excellent ability. It would be a pity to just kill them. Lu Chen's mind stirred, and he summoned his blue-silver Emperor Martial Soul, with 9 spirit rings, 3 purple, 4 black, and 2 red. Seeing this scene, both Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo trembled, thinking that Lu Chen was going to kill them. As that red spirit ring lit up, Chrysanthemum Douluo shouted, "Old ghost, run!" Ghost Douluo also shouted, "If we go together, if we die together. If we can't run, we'll fight him." The two titled Douluo were about to summon their spirits. But Lu Chen stepped forward, and an aura as violent as a mountain erupted from his body, directly pinning Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo firmly to the ground. They wanted to summon their spirits, but their spirits were suppressed within their bodies and could not leave them at all. If Lu Chen, a dignified 99th level Super Douluo, could let two 95th level titled Douluo run away, that would truly be a laughingstock. Lu Chen's indifferent voice reached their ears. Ninth Spirit, Ability, Blue-Silver Sovereign. In an instant, his blue-silver Emperor martial soul bloomed with brilliant light, and waves of thick pressure enveloped Chrysanthemum Douluo, gradually twisting his will within his terrified eyes. Chrysanthemum Douluo's spirit was the immortal herb Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum, but as long as it was a plant spirit, he could control it through the blue-silver sovereign ability. In less than 3 minutes, Chrysanthemum Douluo's eyes had completely changed. There was no more panic or fear from before, and all that remained was obedience and respect. Seeing this, Lu Chen withdrew the aura suppressing Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Ghost Douluo felt his body loosen and immediately jumped up from the ground. But he did not turn and run, because, out of concern for his brotherhood with Chrysanthemum Douluo, he reached out to pull Chrysanthemum Douluo. "Yu Guan, let's go." But the next moment, he froze. He pulled, but he couldn't move him. Yu Guan slowly stood up from the ground. He shook off Ghost Douluo's hand and knelt halfway in the direction of Lu Chen, his eyes lowered, his face full of respect, his voice fanatical. Subordinate Yu Guan pays respects to master. Hearing this, Lu Chen had yet to show any reaction, but Gui Mei was completely stunned. He and Yu Guan had been brothers for decades. It could be said that Gui Mei knew Yu Guan better than Yu Guan knew himself. But now, Gui Mei felt an unprecedented sense of strangeness toward Yu Guan. Yu Guan had completely changed. Gui Mei looked at Lu Chen with terrified eyes, screaming uncontrollably. "It's you, it's all you're doing. What did you do to Yu Guan?" Lu Chen chuckled and said, "I just made him pledge allegiance to me. And you, Ghost Douluo, from now on, you and Yu Guan will join my longevity sect and serve as the left and right protectors. Yu Guan, supervise your partner well. If Gui Mei has any intention of betraying the sect, do not hesitate, you can kill him on the spot." When Yu Guan heard this order, he turned his head to look at Gui Mei, revealing eyes filled with icy killing intent. Subordinate obeys. If Gui Mei attempts to betray the sect, this subordinate will surely kill him with my own hands. Gui Mei felt a deep chill in his heart as he was stared at by Yu Guan's gaze. They were old brothers of decades, and now Yu Guan actually genuinely wanted to kill him. What kind of black magic had Lu Chen used to be able to change the will of a titled Douluo? Gui Mei shuddered in terror. Seeing this, Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. "Gui Mei, work well for me in the future, and I will not treat you brothers badly. Otherwise, you wouldn't want to be killed by your own best brother, would you?" Gui Mei lowered his head deeply. After his psychological defenses were completely broken, he finally said in a low voice, "I understand." Subordinate Gui Mei pays respects to master. After subjugating Yu Guan and Gui Mei, Lu Chen had them go around the vicinity to maintain a perimeter and ensure that no spirit beast of the Star Do Great Forest disturbed him. Then, with a thought, spatial ripples appeared around his body, and Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan walked out of those spatial ripples one by one. After the 3 women came out, their gazes turned to Lu Chen. Seeing Lu Chen shining with golden light, they all showed puzzled expressions. "Lu Chen, what's going on with you? Are you okay? Is there anything we can do to help you?" Lu Chen shook his head upon hearing this. "I am fine, you don't need to worry. Xiao Wu, I will resurrect your mother for you right now." 8th Spirit Ability, Reincarnation Blue-Silver Emperor. The next instant, as his 8th spirit ring lit up with light, his blue-silver emperor martial soul branched out into a palm-sized blue-silver emperor. And this was the reincarnation blue-silver emperor. Lu Chen placed this reincarnation blue-silver emperor on the ground, then took out the spirit ring and spirit bone he had dug out from Bibi Dong. That blood-red spirit ring and that pale pink spirit bone were both emitting astonishing energy fluctuations. Seeing this spirit ring and spirit bone, Xiao Wu's eyes instantly turned red. She took 2 steps forward and said with a trembling voice, "Mom, it's Mom's spirit ring and spirit bone." Lu Chen nodded and then said, "Your mother's body has already been destroyed, so I can only use this reincarnation blue silver emperor to mold a new body for your mother. Within this spirit ring and spirit bone, your mother only has soul fragments left. As for what degree she can recover to, it will only depend on heaven's will." 9th spirit ability, wildfire cannot burn it all away, spring breeze blows and it grows again. Just after Lu Chen cast his spirit ability, his blue-silver emperor martial soul suddenly erupted with brilliant light, filled with a rich life aura. Under the illumination of the brilliant light, the blood-red spirit ring and the pale pink spirit bone quietly melted, and the two fused together, condensing into a figure that was 90% similar to Xiao Wu. It was Xiao Wu's mother, Aru. But at this moment, Aru had dull eyes and looked a bit foolish. Her soul was too severely damaged, and it was already very difficult to piece it together to this extent. Xiao Wu covered her mouth, 2 lines of clear tears flowing from her eyes. Looking at her mother, she was unable to control her excitement. "Mom, it's me, I'm Xiao Wu. Do you still remember me?" Lu Chen said with a solemn expression. "She can't hear you right now. Let's wait until she is completely resurrected." Afterward, under Lu Chen's control, that soul of Aru merged into the reincarnation blue-silver emperor. Aru's soul fused with the reincarnation blue-silver emperor, and immediately began to evolve a new body. After finishing all this, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief and could no longer hold back from spitting out a mouthful of stagnant blood. It could be seen that within that blood, there were also blazing white flames mixed in. After leaving Lu Chen's body, the blazing white flames grew more intense, emitting a terrifying high temperature, and in an instant, evaporated that pool of blood into a blood mist. Seeing this, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan could not help but exclaim, "Lu Chen, how are you?" Lu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although he felt as if his internal organs were burning, he certainly could not let Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan worry, so he feigned ease and said, "It's nothing, you don't need to worry, it's good that the stagnant blood is out." Chapter 239, Resolving the Hidden Danger. Lu Chen's explanation clearly failed to ease the worries of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan. He also knew he had to deal with the angel divine power within his body as soon as possible, but before that, Lu Chen gave Xiao Wu an instruction. "Xiao Wu, go and watch over your mother. The reincarnation blue-silver emperor needs at least 3 days to evolve a body that matches the nature of her soul. A surge of angel divine power is indeed entrenched in my body, but you don't need to worry, I'll be able to resolve it very soon." As his voice fell, Lu Chen walked to the side alone, and his 4th spirit ring suddenly lit up. 4th spirit ability, blue-silver purification. His blue-silver emperor martial soul burst with light, which flooded into Lu Chen's body, washing over his skin, flesh, bones, and organs. It began to clash with the angel divine power entrenched within him, attempting to purify it. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu looked back and forth between the reincarnation blue-silver emperor that was evolving a body and Lu Chen, who was shrouded in golden light, his expression solemn and brow furrowed as he fought the angel divine power. Moved to tears, Xiao Wu's eyes welled up like broken strings of pearls, and she began to sob uncontrollably. "Boss Lu Chen, you have truly sacrificed too much for me just to help me save my mother." While Xiao Wu was crying tears of gratitude, Du Guyan looked at her with an unfriendly expression, her aura flaring as she scolded sharply. "Cry, cry, cry. What use is crying? I understand now, you aren't human at all. The fact that your mother dropped a spirit ring and spirit bone after being killed proves she was a 100,000-year beast to human transformation. Xiao Wu, I really didn't expect you to be a 100,000-year beast to human transformation as well. Since Lu Chen likes you, I won't expose your identity to the outside world. But this time, Lu Chen ended up like this just to save your mother. If anything really happens to him, I'll make sure you're buried with him. Is Spirit Hall that easy to deal with? If it wasn't for you, Lu Chen definitely wouldn't have rashly gone up against them. There is a surge of angel divine power entrenched in Lu Chen's body, that is the power of a god. I can't imagine how arduous the battle must have been for him to escape Spirit Hall in one piece. My heart truly aches for him. Hearing the scolding, Xiao Wu didn't argue with Du Guyan. After a moment of silence, she suddenly clenched her small fists and said with a look of absolute determination. Boss Lu Chen was hurt to this extent for my sake. If something really happens to Boss Lu Chen, I will sacrifice myself to him. His second martial soul is still missing 2 spirit rings to reach 9. If it truly comes to a life-threatening moment, the vitality of my 100,000-year spirit beast form will surely be able to save him. Xiao Wu's cheeks were wet with tears, but her eyes shone with a steady light. She was even prepared to face death. However, if Lu Chen heard her words, he would probably only smile and wave his hand in refusal. Lu Chen truly didn't think much of Xiao Wu's 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone anymore. Her skills were indeed top-tier life-saving divine techniques, but right now, what Lu Chen lacked least were life-saving skills. He even had skills for resurrection. He really didn't lack things like teleportation, Paragon Golden Body, or Void. As for Xiao Wu's vitality, Lu Chen's current physique was so powerful it could rival a million-year spirit beast. Even if he squeezed Xiao Wu dry, it wouldn't fill even a tenth of Lu Chen's vitality. In truth, Lu Chen's injuries weren't that severe. The main issue was the angel divine power, which was like a maggot on a bone, continuously burning his body. This was the real reason Lu Chen had to retreat from Spirit Hall. Amidst the tense atmosphere between Xiao Wu and Du Guyan, Zhu Zuqing, caught in the middle, began to persuade them in a gentle tone. Stop saying such discouraging things. Lu Chen is at his most critical moment right now. We cannot have internal strife and set his backyard on fire. Since we have already decided to follow Lu Chen wholeheartedly, we shouldn't make things difficult for him. If he has to risk his life fighting enemies outside, only to return to us and have to spend effort mediating our relationship, we will become his burden. Currently, our strength is insufficient to be his right hand, so we should be even more united to provide him with a warm harbor after his battles are over. Zhu Zuqing's words were reasonable. Both Xiao Wu and Du Guyan fell silent, quietly keeping watch by Lu Chen's side, praying that he could overcome this hurdle. Just as Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan reached a consensus, Lu Chen encountered a huge problem on his end. The angel divine power not only surpassed spirit power in quality in every way, but it also possessed the dual divine might of holy fire, and its purification ability was terrifyingly powerful. Lu Chen's blue-silver purification could only retreat steadily when it met the angel divine power. Not only did it fail to purify it, but it was even subjected to counter-purification. Lu Chen's brow furrowed even tighter. As expected, anything involving a god means a mountain of trouble. Angel divine power is too difficult to deal with. If I can't resolve this hidden danger, it will slowly burn me to ashes. Although my blue-silver emperor has evolved into a divine rank spirit and possesses the ultimate life attribute, it is still inferior in quality compared to divine force. To counter divine force, I can only rely on another surge of divine force. It seems I can only depend on the seed of life now. With this thought, Lu Chen released his mental force, pouring it into the seed of life to guide its life divine power, using it to trigger the blue-silver emperor's fourth spirit ability, blue-silver purification. This move caused Lu Chen's internal spirit power consumption to instantly increase 100-fold, but it also boosted the power of his blue-silver purification by more than 100 times in one go. Waves of blue-gold light swept through and washed over his skin, flesh, bones, and organs. The angel divine power that had been like a maggot on a bone finally met its match. Like a mouse meeting a cat, it began to retreat in a crushing defeat. Seeing that it was indeed effective, Lu Chen felt his spirits lift. The angel divine power that had been rampaging through his body was finally suppressed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Time passed minute by minute. After 10 hours of purification, the last surge of angel divine power remained entrenched in his chest, causing a burning pain in his lungs as if every breath of air he took was molten lava. Facing this stubborn angel divine power, Lu Chen steeled his heart and suddenly opened his eyes, raising his hand to strike his own chest. With a loud bang, the palm strike shook his internal organs, causing him to uncontrollably spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. That blood landed in the distant forest, instantly causing that patch of forest to ignite. Brilliant white flames burned fiercely, like a holy fire capable of incinerating all evil in the world. Although he had spat out blood, Lu Chen's complexion improved greatly. The last of the angel divine power had been mixed into that mouthful of blood and expelled into the forest. Without the angel divine power continuously burning his lungs, he felt his breathing become smooth. That refreshing sensation made him unable to resist letting out a long howl. Furthermore, the ultimate life attribute of his blue-silver emperor martial soul began to take effect at this moment. The burn injuries within his body were rapidly being repaired under a cool, soothing sensation. This physical self-healing effect was the best manifestation of ultimate life itself. Chapter 240, The Resurrection of Eru. Having shaken off the angel divine power that had been clinging to him like bone-eating gangrene, Lu Chen was finally able to deactivate the qian body protection skill. The golden light that had spread from his right arm across his entire body slowly retracted back into his right arm. As the golden light faded, it revealed a male physique with extremely defined, rugged muscle lines. Because Lu Chen's clothes and trousers had long since been burned away by the flames of the angel divine power during the previous battle, he was currently naked. After deactivating qian body protection, Lu Chen immediately took a new set of clothes and trousers out from his portable space and put them on. Ever since he obtained the portable space, Lu Chen had stopped using his storage soul tool. After all, the internal space of a storage soul tool was quite small, and the amount of items it could hold was very limited. However, the internal volume of Lu Chen's portable space was directly proportional to his mental force. The weaker his mental force, the smaller the internal volume; the stronger his mental force, the larger the volume. With Lu Chen's current mental force, the volume of his portable space was comparable to a large city. He could store whatever he wanted and however much he wanted. Even though Lu Chen had been very fast at putting on his clothes and trousers, one must not forget that Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan had been guarding by Lu Chen's side the entire time. Therefore, the very instant the golden light faded from Lu Chen's body, they saw everything clearly. Wow! The three women exclaimed in unison. Their originally fair cheeks quickly flushed with a rosy hue. Lu Chen's robust and upright physique had left a deep impression on all of them. Even though Lu Chen had already finished dressing, their gazes remained locked onto him, looking as if they couldn't wait to pounce on him. This was the Douluo continent, after all. Regardless of whether they were boys or girls, they could develop rapidly through absorbing spirit rings. Both physically and mentally, they were mature beyond their years. Therefore, the moment they saw Lu Chen's body, they couldn't help but feel their hearts race uncontrollably. That handsome face and that upright physique caused the three women to inevitably let their imaginations run wild. Seeing the infatuated expressions of the three women, Lu Chen's lips curled up almost imperceptibly, and he felt quite smug inside. Being worshipped and adored by girls, this kind of pleasure made one feel comfortable from the bottom of one's heart. He extended his palm and waved it in front of the three women. "I've made you worry, but I'm fine now." Hearing Lu Chen's gentle words, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan finally snapped out of their daze. They stepped forward, crowded around Lu Chen, and reached out to pinch and touch his body. It was hard to tell if they were truly worried about Lu Chen or if they were just taking the opportunity to take advantage of him. Xiao Wu's eyes were red, and she said in a very emotional tone, "Boss Lu Chen, thank goodness you're okay. If anything had really happened to you, I would have wanted to sacrifice myself for you." Lu Chen did not want to accept Xiao Wu's sacrifice. Xiao Wu's spirit ring and spirit bone, to be honest, Lu Chen no longer had any interest in them. He reached out with his large hand and rubbed Xiao Wu's head, comforting her, "Don't say silly things. What could possibly happen to me? If you really sacrificed yourself for me, that would be when I'd feel heartbroken." While speaking, Lu Chen slightly raised his head and looked at the two behemoths standing in the distance. They were none other than the Titan giant ape and the sky azure bull python. This was, after all, the core area of the Stardow Great Forest, the territory of the Titan giant ape and the sky azure bull python. Once they sensed Lu Chen's presence, it was only a matter of time before they sought him out. Upon seeing them, Lu Chen even greeted them, "Da Ming, Ming, when did you two arrive?" The sky azure bull python and the Titan giant ape, the two behemoths, both widened their beastly eyes, staring unblinkingly at the burning forest. That scorching white flame burned like a torch, emitting infinite light and heat, causing the surrounding temperature to rise rapidly. The sky azure bull python and the titan giant ape felt deep fear toward that flame. After all, it was the sun true fire of the angel divine power. Even in the hands of Qian Douluo, it couldn't unleash the true power of the sun true fire. However, it would still be easy for it to burn a 100,000-year spirit beast like the sky azure bull python or the titan giant ape to death. Hearing Lu Chen's voice, the two behemoths, the sky azure bull python and the titan giant ape, looked over toward the source of the sound. A complex look flickered in the sky azure bull python's eyes, and it spoke in a low voice, "We've been here for a while. Ming and I sensed Sister Xiao Wu's presence, so we rushed over from the Lake of Life. Lu Chen, we admire you. In order to save a Ru, you actually dared to battle a god. We cannot imagine what a tragic and bitter struggle you must have gone through to escape unscathed from that place, Spirit Hall. Even just that ball of divine fire you spat out earlier, I fear our bodies wouldn't be able to withstand it. We can sense that it radiates a scorching high temperature that makes our skin crawl. We won't say anything else, just for the fact that you saved a Ru, Ming and I owe you a massive favor. In the future, if you have any orders, Ming and I will certainly comply." After it finished speaking, the titan giant ape also followed up with a low roar, "Me too." Lu Chen actually felt fine. Even though Qian Dalu had used the angel divine power, he was essentially just a level 99 super Douluo and simply couldn't withstand the backlash force of a confrontation between divine rank powerhouses. During the battle, he had held the upper hand the entire time. If the angel divine power hadn't eroded into his body, there would have been no need for him to leave in such a hurry. Lu Chen smiled very nonchalantly. "After all, this is something I promised Xiao Wu, so I must keep my word. Don't all crowd around me. The reincarnation Blue Silver Emperor needs at least 3 days to evolve a physical body. How far along is the evolution process now?" Hearing that Lu Chen was still concerned about her mother's resurrection at a time like this, Xiao Wu felt both grateful and pleasantly surprised. She grabbed Lu Chen's large hand and led him to the location of the reincarnation Blue Silver Emperor, saying in a jubilant and excited tone, "The evolution process is going very smoothly. Now, the reincarnation Blue Silver Emperor has evolved into an embryo, and I can sense the exact same aura from this embryo as my mother's. As long as mother can be resurrected, even if she has amnesia, even if she is simple-minded, as long as mother is alive and I can see her every day, that is enough." Lu Chen also looked at the reincarnation Blue Silver Emperor. In terms of form, traces of the Blue Silver Emperor could no longer be seen. It had completely evolved into the shape of an embryo, and limbs, head, and other organs could be seen. Although it was still just an embryo, the surging energy emitted by it was in no way inferior to a 100,000-year spirit beast. After all, Lu Chen had invested a Ru's spirit ring and spirit bone into the reincarnation Blue Silver Emperor. Therefore, after a Ru was resurrected, she would be able to recover 100% of her original strength, though her soul might be somewhat incomplete, which might lead to amnesia or even simple-mindedness. Lu Chen nodded. Everything is moving in a good direction. Now, all we can do is wait. Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, Dugu Yan, as well as the sky azure bull python and the titan giant ape, kept watch beside the embryo, observing it as it slowly evolved into a human. Just like that, time quickly arrived at the 3rd day. The embryo had completely evolved into a human. Aru's long brown hair was draped down. Her features were not stunningly beautiful, but they were extremely pleasing to the eye, the type that looked better the more you looked at them. Her body was covered by a piece of clothing, but it still couldn't hide her voluptuous figure. Her pair of long legs were particularly eye-catching, round and slender, surpassing even Xiao Wu's. Under the expectant gaze of everyone, Aru's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Aru had finally been resurrected. Chapter 241, Sacred Soul Grass. Mom. Seeing her mother finally open her eyes, Xiao Wu could no longer suppress her emotions. She shouted, "Mom!" in a voice filled with excitement and threw herself onto Aru. Facing Xiao Wu's sudden embrace, Aru instinctively extended her lotus root-like arms and wrapped them around Xiao Wu's back. Upon noticing this, Xiao Wu believed her mother had regained her consciousness, and she excitedly poured out her feelings over and over again. "Mom, I missed you so much. Ever since you were killed by that vicious woman, Bibi Dong, I have been thinking about avenging you every single moment. But my abilities were limited, and I could only transform into a human to enter human society. Fortunately, I met Boss Lu Chen, and even more fortunately, Boss Lu Chen possesses the ability to resurrect. I never thought that one day I would be able to see you again. Mom, let's never be separated again. Xiao Wu was very excited, but unfortunately, she did not notice that the embrace was merely an instinctive reaction of Ru's body. No matter how much she poured out her heart, there was not a glimmer of light in Ru's eyes. She remained dazed and foolish, like a hollow puppet. Ru's soul was too severely damaged. She had been killed by Bibi Dong, and her soul had been forcibly shattered. Only the remaining soul fragments were barely preserved within her spirit ring and spirit bone. Even though Lu Chen had gathered her soul back together by relying on wildfires cannot destroy, the spring breeze brings it back to life, it could only be pieced together to this extent. Although Ru had come back to life, she was dazed and foolish, looking rather vacant. Xiao Wu cried for a long time, but upon discovering that her mother gave her no response, a bad premonition welled up in her heart. She straightened her body and looked into her mother's eyes. That pair of eyes, devoid of any luster, deeply stung Xiao Wu's heart. Even though Xiao Wu had long thought this might be the case, she still felt a pain in her heart as if it were convulsing. She forced a smile and said, "Mom, as long as you are alive, that is enough. From now on, Xiao Wu will stay by your side every day. I believe that one day, you will recover." At this moment, Lu Chen walked over, squatted down, extended his large hand to gently pat Xiao Wu's slender shoulder, and said in a gentle voice, "Xiao Wu, don't be discouraged. As long as there is a heaven and earth treasure related to the soul, we can accelerate your mother's soul recovery. For now, help your mother put on her clothes, she cannot keep exposing herself like this." After saying this, Lu Chen stood up and walked toward the sky azure bull python and the titan giant ape. Hearing Lu Chen's comfort, Xiao Wu's emotions gradually stabilized. After Lu Chen left, she tearfully dressed her mother piece by piece. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Chen walked over to the sky azure bull python and asked, "Da Ming, back then you said you were going to search for the sacred soul grass. I wonder if you have found it." The sky azure bull python nodded, then shook its head, and finally spoke in a bitter voice. "We did find it, but the sacred soul grass has already developed its own consciousness. Even though Erming and I intercepted it with all our might, we still let the sacred soul grass escape. We only managed to tear off a single blade of grass from the sacred soul grass. We don't know if it will be effective." While speaking, a scale on the sky azure bull python's lower jaw gradually opened, and then a palm-sized blade of grass fell out. Lu Chen reached out to catch the blade of grass and immediately felt an impulse welling up from the depths of his soul, wanting to consume it. A strange look flashed in his eyes. This is indeed the sacred soul grass, a supreme treasure that can repair the soul. However, just this blade of grass is certainly not enough to repair Xiao Wu's mother's soul. Hand this sacred soul grass over to me. I will try to infuse it with life force, allowing this blade to take root and sprout. Relying on the tenacious life force unique to plants, I will see if I can cultivate a brand new sacred soul grass." Hearing Lu Chen say this, the sky azure bull python placed its hope in him. "Then I will leave it to you." Lu Chen nodded and put away the sacred soul grass. "Leave it to me." Then he turned and walked back. Lu Chen's gaze swept over Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, Du Guyan, and Ru. Xiao Wu had already dressed her mother, and there were no longer any exposed areas on her body. "Xiao Wu, take good care of your mother. We should return to the sect now." As his voice fell, Lu Chen summoned his black iron sickle spirit and unleashed his third spirit ability, Space Slash. Slicing a spatial rift in midair, Lu Chen took the four women and entered the rift. In the blink of an eye, they returned to the longevity sect. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan were all amazed by this experience of traveling through space. They had clearly just been in the Stardow Great Forest, but in the blink of an eye, they had returned to the longevity sect. This was also the first time Lu Chen had used Space Slash to travel with others. He found that the consumption of spirit power had multiplied several times, but for him, it was just a drop in the ocean. "Xiao Wu, go settle your mother in first. Take good care of your mother during this time. You have been separated for so long, and now that you have finally reunited, you must have a lot to say." Give me some time. Once I have cultivated the sacred soul grass, I will be able to completely restore your mother's soul. Xiao Wu was deeply moved. The look she cast toward Lu Chen was filled with endless affection, as if Lu Chen said just one word, she would not even hesitate to sacrifice herself. Boss Lu Chen, I really love you to death. Lu Chen chuckled and nodded. He had known Xiao Wu's feelings for a long time. Zuqing, go with Xiao Wu. In case she gets overwhelmed, you can help her out. Zuqing nodded slightly. Xiao Wu was her good sister, and she would definitely help wherever she could. Afterward, Xiao Wu and Zuqing took a route to arrange accommodation for her. Only Lu Chen and Du Guyan remained on the spot. Lu Chen said, Yan, let's go check on your grandfather. I don't know if anything has happened in the sect during the few days we were away. Du Guyan stepped forward, took Lu Chen's arm, and said with a beaming smile. Now my grandfather is a level 97 super Douluo. With him watching over the sect, nothing will go wrong in the sect. Lu Chen nodded. That is true. Just when Lu Chen and Du Guyan found Du Gubo, they were surprised to discover that Du Gubo's expression was a bit gloomy, and he seemed to be in a bad mood. Lu Chen asked in surprise. Brother Dugu, has something happened in the sect? You don't seem very happy. Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Du Gubo immediately put down what he was doing and walked over in a few strides. Lu Chen, Yan, you're back. Haha, I did encounter a small matter, but it's not a problem. On the contrary, Lu Chen, you surprised me too much this time. With your own strength, you defeated 16 titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, including the level 99 Super Douluo Qian Dalu. That is a top-tier powerhouse who had already become famous 100 years ago. When I first stepped into the Spirit Master's world, he was already one of the 2 peaks of the Spirit Master's world. Even he is not your match. You are now the #1 powerhouse on the continent. Seeing Lu Chen and Du Guyan return, Du Gubo instantly cast aside the slight unpleasantness in his heart. Lu Chen smiled slightly. It seemed that what happened at the Spirit Hall had already spread across the continent over the past few days. The goal he had once set for himself was to become the #1 in the world before the age of 20. As it turned out, he was only 13 now, and he had already become the #1 in the world. He had still underestimated himself. However, Lu Chen always felt that he seemed to have forgotten something. Meanwhile, in the core area of the Stardow Great Forest, the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape were staring blankly at Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. The Sky Azure Bull Python roared. Get out, human spirit masters, the Stardow Great Forest does not welcome you. The voice was long and resonant, like rolling thunder, causing both Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo to feel a massive shock in their hearts. Now that Lu Chen had left, the forgotten Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo could only slink away from the Stardow Great Forest and head toward the Longevity Sect. On the way, Ghost Douluo wanted to say something but hesitated. Finally, he couldn't help but speak. Yu Guan, do you still have your own will? Now that Lu Chen has forgotten us, let's run away on our own. Yu Guan suddenly stopped. He turned his head to look at Ghost Douluo, who was inciting him to betray Lu Chen, his eyes filled with infinite killing intent, as if looking at a mortal enemy. Chrysanthemum withers, the ground is covered in wounds, flowers fall and people's hearts break. Seeing that Yu Guan was preparing to unleash his 9th spirit ability, Ghost Douluo felt his hair stand on end. He quickly waved his hands and said, "Just pretend I was joking." Chapter 242, The Unappreciative Tai Tan. Du Gubo's old face was full of smiles, his palms clenched into fists from excitement, and his eyes were filled with admiration. For the feat Lu Chen had accomplished, he also felt a sense of reflected glory. How many years had it been? Spirit Hall had always been the holy land for spirit masters on the Douluo continent. Now, relying on his own strength, Lu Chen had defeated all the titled Douluo of Spirit Hall. Not to mention the last 100 years, even going back 1,000 years, he was the only one to have done so. Lu Chen rubbed his chin and looked at Du Gubo with interest. Brother Dugu, I have already suppressed Spirit Hall to the point where they cannot lift their heads. Logically speaking, no one would dare provoke us. What exactly did you encounter that made your expression so gloomy? Hearing Lu Chen bring this up, the smile on Du Gubo's face faded. He grabbed his hair and explained with a huff. since you handed the management of the longevity sect to me, I naturally want to lead the longevity sect to grow stronger. However, the talent of loose cultivator spirit masters is limited, so I wanted to recruit some spirit master families. The first one I set my sights on was the Strength clan in Heaven-Do City. The clan chief of this family is named Tai Tan. He possesses the Great Eight Spirit, is a Spirit Douluo level Spirit Master, has immense strength, and possesses decent ability. This Strength clan was once a vassal of the Clear Sky sect, but under the suppression of Spirit Hall, the direct disciples of the Clear Sky sect were unable to protect themselves, and these affiliated families were abandoned. In my opinion, since you destroyed the Clear Sky sect, these affiliated families should be clapping and cheering. Recruiting them shouldn't be too much trouble. Hey, who would have thought this Tai Tan would be so unappreciative? I sent people to recruit them, and they refused without hesitation. Although they were polite on the surface, given the current momentum of our longevity sect, it is a favor to them that we are willing to recruit them, yet this Tai Tan still refused. This made me very unhappy, but our longevity sect is not some bully organization after all. Even if the recruitment of the Strength clan failed, we wouldn't stoop so low as to deal with them. Thinking about it now, I am still very angry. This Tai Tan, I gave him a chance, and he couldn't even grasp it. After listening, a strange look appeared in Lu Chen's eyes. This Tai Tan and the Strength clan were not just vassals of the Clear Sky sect. Tai Tan had recognized Tang Hao as his master, willingly becoming a slave, and led the Strength clan to become the Slave clan. For such a spirit master family, even if they wanted to join the longevity sect, Lu Chen would feel disdain. Since the other party was unwilling to join, Lu Chen sneered in his heart, he would deal with it later. Lu Chen smiled and comforted Dugu Bo. Brother Dugu, it is just a spirit master family with only a spirit Douluo. If they don't join, so be it. These spirit master families are not of one mind with us anyway. When I have time, I will visit the 5 Elements academies on the continent. Instead of recruiting spirit master families, it is better to recruit these spirit master academies. The spirit masters cultivated through the academies can have a stronger sense of belonging to us. Speaking of this, Lu Chen paused, turned his head, and looked at Dugu Yan beside him. Yan Yan, you comfort your grandfather. Don't be angry over such a small matter. Dugu Yan nodded slightly. She trotted over to Dugu Bo's side, patted his back gently with one hand, and offered an idea with a bright smile. Grandfather, our longevity sect won't stoop to dealing with a Strength clan that refused recruitment, but if you want to vent your anger, we can discreetly leak the news of the Strength clan's refusal to the Heaven-Do imperial family. Now that this Emperor Shui Bang has successfully ascended to the throne, it is all thanks to Lu Chen. In order to curry favor with Lu Chen and the longevity sect, the Heaven-Do imperial family will make it impossible for the Strength clan to survive in Heaven-Do City. Dugu Bo's eyes lit up. He stroked his beard and laughed with pleasant surprise. Yan Yan is still the smart one. I, Dugu Bo, am now the Grand Elder of the longevity sect. My words and actions represent the longevity sect, so taking action to suppress a spirit master family that refused recruitment is indeed bad for the reputation of the longevity sect. I can completely send a message to Prince Shui Xing and let the Heaven-Do imperial family do this for me. Haha, now I feel much better. Sigh, I really miss the past. When I was a lone spirit master, I never had to worry about so much. Whoever made me unhappy, I would make them even more unhappy. That is the righteous yet evil Dugu Bo. Lu Chen smiled. He had dragged Dugu Bo to the longevity sect to work for him, so he certainly had to take care of Dugu Bo's emotions. Since Dugu Bo wanted to vent his anger, he could do whatever he wanted. Then Lu Chen greeted Dugu Bo and Dugu Yan, turned around, left the longevity sect, and went to the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well. Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well. As soon as he entered this valley, Lu Chen felt that his blue-silver emperor spirit had become more active. As a plant-type spirit, the rich ice and fire energy of the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well was very suitable for the cultivation of the blue-silver emperor. However, returning to the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well this time, Lu Chen was not here to cultivate. He took the sacred soul grass, which only had one leaf, out of his portable space. Life force is almost omnipotent, not to mention that my blue-silver emperor also possesses the ultimate life attribute. Even if there is only one leaf, I can make you grow roots and cultivate a complete sacred soul grass. 9th, Spirit ability. wildfire cannot consume, spring breeze blows again. Lu Chen summoned his spirit and cast his ninth spirit ability. The continuous blue life energy was poured into the sacred soul grass, which only had one leaf. Immediately, that leaf burst with infinite vitality, the roots and veins squirmed rapidly, as if it had come alive. At the broken position of the leaf, roots grew out, constantly exploring in all directions, extracting energy from the air. Seeing this, Lu Chen planted the leaf that had grown roots next to the ice and fire yin-yang well. This leaf has taken root. Nourished by the ice and fire energy of the ice and fire yin-yang well, this leaf will sooner or later be able to be cultivated into another sacred soul grass. As long as the sacred soul grass is cultivated, Xiaowu's mother will have hope of a complete recovery. Lu Chen sat cross-legged on the ground casually, looking at the slightly swaying leaf, his eyes deep, revealing a thoughtful look. This battle with Qian Douluo has let me know that if I go all out, I can erupt with divine rank combat power. But I am not a god after all. Divine force is more than one grade higher than spirit power. After this incident, Qian Douluo will definitely speed up the cultivation of Qian Runshui. I cannot delay any longer. If Qian Runshui becomes a god ahead of time, that will definitely not be a good thing for me. My second martial soul also needs to fill in the last two missing spirit rings. For the 8th spirit ring, I will go hunt the evil spirit Orca King, and for the 9th spirit ring, I will go hunt the deep sea demon Whale King. So, the next stage of my work is to go to sea and hunt spirit beasts. Chapter 243, Setting Sail. During this period, he had been rushing back and forth without stop. Fortunately, after Lu Chen's strength had increased, he was full of energy and tireless. After making the decision to set sail and hunt spirit beasts, Lu Chen departed the very next day. Longevity Sect. Xiao Wu bid farewell to Lu Chen with teary eyes. Because she had to take care of her mother, she could not accompany Lu Chen on this trip. Boss Lu Chen, you must return early. It is a pity that I cannot accompany you out to sea this time. My mother is currently in a daze, and I must stay by her side. Zuqing, Yan Yan, I will leave it to you two to take care of Boss Lu Chen. Du Guyan linked her arm with Lu Chen's. Compared to Xiao Wu's teary eyes, her face was bright with a smile. Rest assured, although we cannot help with combat, in daily life, we will take care of him so that he has everything handed to him on a silver platter. Before he sleeps, we will even warm up his bed for him. It started off fine, just feeding and dressing him, but by the end, talking about warming the bed, Du Guyan's boldness left both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing stunned. Lu Chen also felt that Du Guyan was becoming increasingly outrageous. He shook his head, chuckled, and said, I am not a child, there is no need for you to take care of me like an infant. This time, I am going out to sea to hunt spirit beasts. It is not a leisure trip, and there is a high probability that we will be sleeping in the open. If it weren't for you insisting on following, I would have planned to go alone. Enough said. Xiao Wu, hurry back and take care of your mother. Zuqing, Yan Yan, let us set off. After bidding farewell to Xiao Wu, Lu Chen took Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan and headed west, toward the first stop of their voyage, Vast Sea City. Meanwhile, in Heaven Do City. At Du Guyan's suggestion, Du Gubo sent someone to deliver a letter to Prince Shui Xing. In the letter, after exchanging pleasantries, he casually mentioned that he had sent someone to recruit the Strength Clan, but the clan chief of the Strength Clan, Tai Tan, had refused without hesitation, which left him quite displeased. Prince Shui Xing was a smart man. After seeing the contents of the letter, he immediately knew that Du Gubo was unhappy with the Strength Clan and wanted to use his hand to teach the Strength Clan a lesson. Prince Shui Xing naturally jumped at the opportunity. The debt of gratitude for saving his life that he owed Du Gubo had now been repaid by Lu Chen. In the future, trying to establish a connection with Du Gubo would be extremely difficult. Naturally, Prince Shui Xing would not let such a good opportunity slip by. In the current Heaven Do Empire, Shui Bang was young. To stabilize the situation, Shui Xing was made regent. His power in the Heaven Do Empire could be said to be second only to 1, and above 10,000. With a few casual words from Shui Xing, the blacksmith shops belonging to the Strength Clan in Heaven Do City were sealed off by the Heaven Do imperial family under various pretexts. The blacksmiths in these shops were all spirit masters from the Strength Clan, each with a fiery temper. During the process of sealing the shops, they clashed with the officials of the Heaven Do Empire. This really stirred up a hornet's nest. The Strength clan faced comprehensive suppression by the Heaven Do imperial family. The already not so wealthy Strength clan, having lost the blacksmith shops they relied on for a living, quickly fell into a state of depleting their savings. As the clan chief of the Strength clan, Titan was gnashing his teeth in anger, but he was helpless. Covering the sky with one hand, simply covering the sky with one hand. The Heaven Do Empire is too dark. Even honest blacksmiths like us have been suppressed to this extent. It is Lu Chen, it must be Lu Chen. He killed my master, Tang Hao, and even wanted to recruit me to join his longevity sect. PFF'd, in his dreams. Even if I take my skills as a divine craftsman to the grave, I will never work for him, Lu Chen, or the longevity sect. Lu Chen is manipulating the Heaven Do imperial family to fully suppress my Strength clan. He must be holding the mindset of, if I can't have it, I will destroy it. Despicable villain, extremely base. HMPH. The Heaven Do imperial family is blind to let Lu Chen stir up trouble in the Heaven Do empire. Heaven Do is finished. In reality, Titan was overthinking it. Lu Chen had no spare time to deal with him. If he really wanted to deal with him, there would be no need for the Heaven Do imperial family. As a mere spirit Douluo, Lu Chen could wipe him out with a wave of his hand. Beside Titan, a middle-aged man who looked 90% similar to Titan had a face full of sorrow and sighed repeatedly, saying, "Dad, now our Strength clan has cut off its source of income. Many clansmen are living off their savings. If this continues, I fear it won't be long before our entire Strength clan will be left with nothing to eat. Even if you don't consider yourself, consider the whole clan. How about we go to the longevity sect? If we need to bow our heads, we will bow. If we need to admit our mistakes, we will admit them. The current power of the longevity sect is even greater than the Clear Sky sect of the past. Becoming a vassal family to the longevity sect will at least secure a path of survival for our Strength clan." This middle-aged man was Titan's son, Tai Nuo. Hearing these spineless words from Tai Nuo, Titan slapped him on the head, sending his body stumbling. "Bastard! A loyal subject does not serve two masters. Since I, Titan, have acknowledged Tang Hao as my master, I will never be half-hearted. Lu Chen killed my master. Although I do not have the ability to take revenge, I will never work for the enemy. Now that Lu Chen is covering the sky with one hand in the Heaven Do Empire, we cannot stay in this Heaven Do city. Tai Nuo, go and notify all the clansmen to start packing. While we still have savings, we must hurry to move out of Heaven Do city and go to another place to start over. I will go to Shrek Academy and communicate with the young lord. Although I cannot avenge the old master, I must protect this last bloodline for the old master. If the young lord comes with us, he can also stay away from this place of trouble that is Heaven Do city." Titan's slap had quite a bit of force. Tai Nuo felt dizzy, and after hearing Titan's words, he felt the world spinning. He felt that his old father was too stubborn. He feared that if this continued, the future of the Strength clan would be uncertain. However, he was his father after all. Even though Tai Nuo was worried, he could only do as Titan said. As for Titan, he subsequently arrived at Shrek Academy. His grandson, Tai Long, was a classmate of Tang San, and because of a chance encounter, he learned that Tang San was the son of Tang Hao. Titan's servile nature flared up, and he acknowledged Tang San as his young lord on the spot. And he had his grandson, Tai Long, follow Tang San around, attending to his every need. Arriving at Shrek Academy and finding Tang San, Titan stated his purpose. His rugged face showed a sincere expression. "Young lord, now that Lu Chen is covering the sky with one hand in the Heaven Do Empire, our Strength clan merely refused his recruitment and faced comprehensive suppression by the Heaven Do imperial family. Now our Strength clan cannot hold on in Heaven Do city anymore and is preparing to migrate to another place soon. You should come with us. This Heaven Do city is a huge vortex. If you are not careful, it can grind you to pieces." Tang San narrowed his eyes, revealing a grim look. As expected of Lu Chen, "I have only just received the allegiance of Senior Titan, and Lu Chen has already sent people to recruit you. Clearly, he has also realized the immense value of the Strength clan. Blacksmith. It is definitely the most underestimated profession on the Douluo continent. It is not just me who has noticed the value of blacksmiths, even Lu Chen has noticed the value of blacksmiths. Chapter 244, Wolftalken. Hearing that Tai Tan wanted to take him away, Tang San thought about it over and over, and finally shook his head. He could not leave. Tang San stepped forward a few paces, reached out his hands to grab Tai Tan's broad shoulders, his eyes bloodshot, and said through gritted teeth. Senior Tai Tan, I know you are doing this for my own good. But I cannot just leave like this. I must vindicate my father. My father, and the Clear Sky sect, they must have been wronged. It was Lu Chen who killed Emperor Shui Yi and Crown Prince Shui Qing. Everything is a frame up by Lu Chen. I want to stay and participate in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament 1 year from now. As long as I perform well in the tournament, I will have the opportunity to see Emperor Shui Bang and then vindicate my father. Tai Tan felt a sense of respect, moved in his heart, thinking that the young lord he recognized was indeed a person of pure filial piety. However, he was not optimistic about Tang San. Tai Tan tactfully reminded him, Young lord, Lu Chen now holds absolute power in the Heaven Do Empire. Even if you manage to see Emperor Shui Bang, I am afraid Emperor Shui Bang will not go against the rising Lu Chen for your sake. Let's go. The Douluo continent is vast. Besides the Heaven Do Empire, there is still the Star Luo Empire, as well as numerous kingdoms and duchies. There will always be a place for us to settle down. Tang San's eyes flickered a few times, but finally became firm. At this moment, there was nothing left to hesitate about. He took a stack of blueprints out from his 24 moonlit bridges and handed them to Tai Tan with the utmost solemnity. Senior Tai Tan, I understand what you are saying. Even if Emperor Shui Bang knows the truth, for the sake of the Heaven Do Empire's stability, it is very likely he will not take action against Lu Chen. Therefore, if I want to vindicate my father, I must let Emperor Shui Bang see the hope of confronting Lu Chen. These blueprints are all designs for a type of weapon I have created, called hidden weapons. Even ordinary people can use them. If used by surprise, they can cause massive damage to spirit elders and even spirit ancestors. Against a titled Douluo like Lu Chen, a single hidden weapon might not be effective, but as long as these hidden weapons are equipped to the army on a large scale, a legion of 10,000 could rival a legion of 100,000. As long as I use the hidden weapons to assemble a Tang clan army, I will have the confidence to deal with Lu Chen. I believe that once Emperor Shui Bang sees the hope of dealing with Lu Chen, he will definitely be willing to avenge his father and brother. He will certainly support us and fight Lu Chen to the end. Senior Tai Tan, I will entrust these blueprints to you. After you leave Heaven Do City and settle down in another city, please craft the hidden weapons on these blueprints. First, craft the hidden weapons needed for a 100-man unit. When I see Emperor Shui Bang, I will present these hidden weapons to him, so he can see the power of the hidden weapons with his own eyes, and let him know that Lu Chen is not invincible. People are always deeply skeptical of things they have not seen with their own eyes. Just like now, Tang San actually still believed that a legion of 10,000 using hidden weapons could deal with a titled Douluo like Lu Chen. Hearing Tang San describe the hidden weapons as so powerful, Tai Tan curiously took those blueprints. With a rustling sound, he flipped through them one by one. The more he looked, the more shocked and excited he became. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. It's truly marvelous. I never imagined such wondrous weapons could exist in this world. The structure of every component is so ingenious. Young lord, you are truly a genius. To be able to design such intricate weapons, ha 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 ha. Let's see who dares to look down on us. Blacksmiths in the future. With us blacksmiths crafting these hidden weapons, we can even allow ordinary people to possess the strength to contend with spirit masters. Young lord, rest assured, I will personally keep these blueprints safe, and I will personally craft these hidden weapons. Once I have crafted a batch of hidden weapons, I will personally send them back to Heaven Do City and deliver them into your hands. Tai Tan took a deep breath, looked at Tang San with burning eyes, and said with great emotion, Young lord, you are more far-sighted than your father. So you had already thought of a plan. Back then, your father possessed supreme talent and could solve any problem with just his clear sky hammer, but he kept hitting walls in the Spirit Master's world. To carve out a world in the Spirit Master's world, talent, hard work, wisdom, and forbearance, all are indispensable. Young lord, this old servant believes you will definitely succeed. Your talent and hard work are not inferior to your father's, and your wisdom and forbearance are even greater. The future spirit master's world will surely be stirred up by you. This old servant is willing to lend you a hand. The Clear Sky sect of the past had 4 vassal families: the Strength clan, the Defense clan, the Speed clan, and the Breaking clan. Each has their own unique skills. I will try to contact them. However, whether you can subdue them will depend on your own methods. With their help, you will have the qualifications to bargain with the Heaven Do imperial family, and Emperor Shui Beng will also value you more. Tang San's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Being able to gain Tai Tan's loyalty was already a pleasant surprise. If he could gain the loyalty of the other 3 vassal families, he would be able to pull together a formidable force. Just as Tai Tan said, with the help of these vassal families, Tang San would have the qualifications to bargain with the Heaven Do imperial family. Tang San was very satisfied. Originally, he was very hesitant to hand over so many blueprints of hidden weapons, which were core secrets of the Tang sect, to Tai Tan. Now, seeing Tai Tan's reaction, Tang San felt that the blueprints he gave out were well worth it. He grabbed Tai Tan's shoulders again. Senior Tai Tan, then I will leave everything to you. Tai Tan's steel needle-like short hair stood on end, and he said with an exceptionally serious face. Please rest assured, young lord. What a fine display of loyalty between master and servant. Not long after, Tai Tan led the Strength clan out of Heaven Do City, preparing to head to a kingdom or duchy outside the Heaven Do Empire to settle down temporarily. Now, let's return to Lu Chen's side. He had Zhu Zuqing in his left arm and Du Guyan in his right, flying towards the west. It took less than half a day for them to reach the western border of the Heaven Do Empire. Upon arriving here, Lu Chen could smell the salty scent of sea breeze in the air. They shouldn't be too far from the coastline. Just as Lu Chen was preparing to push on in one go and take Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan to the seaside, his expression suddenly shifted, because his mental force had perceived some peculiar creatures. Based on his perception, Lu Chen adjusted his flight direction. In less than a moment, Lu Chen saw the creatures he had perceived. They were some half-human, half-wolf monsters. They could walk upright on 2 legs, but had the head of a wolf and the limbs of a wolf. In their blood-red pupils, one could see instinctive brutality, cruelty, lechery, and greed. These wolf-taken were moving in packs, rushing out from the mountain forests towards the plains ahead. In that plain, there was a village with wisps of cooking smoke rising. Du Guyan asked with a puzzled expression, "What kind of creatures are these? They stand on 2 legs like humans, but have wolf heads and wolf limbs." Zhu Zuqing introduced with a look of disgust. "These are wolf-taken. They are half-human, half-spirit beast monsters born after storm devil wolves defile human girls. They are cruel and brutal by nature, and every one of them has the strength of a low-level spirit master. They like to invade human villages, killing the men and the elderly, raping the women, and eating the children. They are capable of every evil and often appear in the Star Luo Empire. I didn't expect to see them in the Heaven Do Empire as well." Lu Chen looked at these wolf-taken, then looked at the village on the plain ahead. There was no expression on his face, but a trace of killing intent emanated from his body. Although it was not dense, it was extremely pure. Lu Chen said, "I could wipe out all these wolf-taken with a single slap. But Zuqing, Yan, I have decided to use these wolf-taken to temper your strength. You have been cultivating in seclusion before. Now it is time to improve your practical combat experience through battle. I will hold the line for you. You will deal with these wolf-taken. Can you do it?" Chapter 245, The Wager. Hearing that Lu Chen wanted them to hunt the wolf-taken as a trial, determination surged in the eyes of both Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan. The 2 women nodded almost simultaneously. "All right, no problem." Upon receiving their answers, Lu Chen descended rapidly, landing with a boom on the path the wolf-taken were traveling, kicking up waves of air that sent the group of wolf-taken flying. Woo-woo. The wolf-taken let out whimpering cries. Compared to ordinary humans, they were incredibly powerful wolf-taken, but compared to Lu Chen, they were no different from ants. Landing on the ground, Lu Chen released his embrace and set Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan down. "I'll leave these wolf-taken to you. I will only step in to help if you encounter a life-threatening situation. Other than that, it's all up to you." Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan stepped forward, one to the left and one to the right, completing their martial soul possession as they moved. Zhu Zuqing looked at the wolf-taken with disgust in her eyes, speaking with a resolute and firm tone. Leave it to us with confidence. We are going to be your right-hand women, we will never be scared by a mere group of wolf-taken. As she spoke, her figure became more slender, her fingers extended by over a foot, a dark energy swirled around her body, and 5 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, rose from beneath her feet. Du Guyan's tone was exceptionally relaxed. She was a true spirit saint powerhouse and didn't take this group of wolf-taken seriously at all. Just a bunch of half-breed scum, we can handle them ourselves. It's the perfect opportunity to show you the results of our training. Upon saying this, her body was completely covered by a layer of dragon scale armor, a diamond-shaped crystal grew on her forehead, and protrusions rose on both sides, shaped like dragon horns, as 7 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, rose one by one from beneath her feet. 2 powerful auras erupted, causing the group of grey wolf-taken to tremble and retreat continuously. The grey wolf-taken had at most the cultivation of spirit grandmasters to spirit elders. Facing the spirit king Zhu Zuqing and the spirit saint Du Guyan, it was like mice seeing a cat. But just at this moment, 3 wolf howls rang out through the mountain forest. Woo, woo, woo. Encouraged by the wolf howls, the 100 or so wolf-taken that had been trembling and retreating saw their eyes clouded with a bloody hue. Their fear and terror dissipated completely, leaving behind only pure cruelty and brutality. The 100 wolf-taken split to the left and right, and 3 wolf-taken covered in cyan fur walked up from the path that had opened up. If there were no surprises, these 3 cyan wolf-taken were the leaders of this pack. Because Lu Chen did not actively expose his aura, the gazes of these 3 wolf-taken leaders were entirely drawn to Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan. Wolf-taken were hybrids born after storm devil wolves defiled human girls, they were lecherous by nature. Seeing the beautiful and well-proportioned Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan, they were practically drooling. They knew clearly that Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan were powerful spirit masters. But such spirit masters would surely be able to bear more and better offspring for their wolf-taken tribe. Woo, woo, woo. Driven by greed and lechery, the 3 wolf-taken leaders issued the order to attack. The 100 or so grey wolf-taken extended their claws, snarling as they launched an attack towards Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan. They even employed strategy, not rushing up in a swarm, but forming squads of 10, using the squad formation to fully utilize their numerical advantage. Du Guyan was not in the least afraid of the wolf-taken's attack, she even had the leisure to look at Zhu Zuqing beside her and playfully proposed. Zuqing, why don't we have a contest? I won't use my 7th spirit ability, and we'll see who kills more. Wolf-taken, whoever is the final winner gets to sleep with Lu Chen first. Zhu Zuqing pursed her lips and replied without hesitation. I won't make a bet with you. Lu Chen is my lover, not some prize. Sleeping with Lu Chen is a union of love and shouldn't be used as a wager. Dark Swamp, source of darkness, 1st spirit ability, Hell Rush Stab. Zhu Zuqing flashed, her body darting out like a dark shadow. A surge of dark energy erupted from the center of her body, forming a dark space within a 100-meter radius around her. This was Dark Swamp. The surrounding wolf-taken fell into the dark swamp, and the dark energy invaded their bodies, causing their strength to be greatly suppressed and their movements to become stiff and incredibly sluggish. Besides that, another surge of dark energy bolstered Hell Rush Stab, increasing the power of Hell Rush Stab by 40%. This was Source of Darkness. As a support ability, it could be applied to any spirit ability, increasing the spirit ability's power by 40%. These 2 spirit bone abilities, one suppressing the enemy and one amplifying herself, caused Zhu Zuqing's strength to nearly double. She raised her hand and swiped, tearing the body of a wolf-taken apart. The wolf-taken's internal organs, along with blood, were sprayed everywhere. After killing the first wolf-taken, Zhu Zuqing didn't pause for a moment before attacking the second wolf-taken. Although there were many wolf-taken, Zhu Zuqing could kill one with a single swipe. In just a few breaths, 7 or 8 wolf-taken had already died at Zhu Zuqing's hands. Meanwhile, Du Guyan was still anxiously explaining to Lu Chen. Lu Chen, I was just joking earlier, I absolutely didn't mean any disrespect to you. I love you, I like you so much. The passionate and unrestrained Du Guyan felt the attacking power of tea-flavored words for the first time. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Yan Yan, if you don't act now, those Wolftaken will all be killed by Zuching. Hearing this, Du Guyan glared at Zhu Zuching, who was like a dark shadow in the battlefield, killing a Wolftaken with just a flash of movement. She seemed to have underestimated Zhu Zuching's level. Du Guyan felt a sense of frustration, so she vented all her anger on the Wolftaken. 4th spirit ability, Jade Phosphorus Poison Arrow Rain. Du Guyan clasped her hands together, her spirit power surging rapidly within her, condensing one poison arrow after another in midair, about several hundred of them, covering the sky like raindrops. Under Du Guyan's control, the poison arrows were fired forward. Although the Wolftaken were fast, there were too many poison arrows. The Wolftaken couldn't dodge them all, and more or less, all would be struck by 1 or 2 poison arrows. These poison arrows contained an extremely potent nerve poison. Once the toxin invaded the Wolftaken's body, they would lose control of their bodies. Their consciousness remained clear, but they couldn't feel their bodies, and one by one, the Wolftaken fell to the ground in succession. Du Guyan's pretty face was filled with cold fury as she looked at the Wolftaken lying on the ground, speaking coldly once again. 3rd spirit ability, Jade Phosphorus Purple Poison. Du Guyan spewed purple poison mist from her mouth, which swept forward. Once it made contact with the bodies of those Wolftaken, it would rapidly erode their flesh. SS's, 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 accompanied by a hissing sound, the flesh of those Wolftaken turned into a pool of pus and blood, emitting a strong, fishy stench that was hair-raising to behold. Du Guyan's Jade Phosphorus Purple Poison possessed an extremely tyrannical corrosive poison. At this moment, with Du Guyan striking in anger, its lethality reached its peak, instantly eliminating over 20 Wolftaken. Just like that, under the slaughter of Zhu Zuching and Du Guyan, the number of Wolftaken began to decrease rapidly. Chapter 246, Obtaining Another Spirit Bone. Within less than 3 minutes, over 100 Grey Wolftaken had been completely wiped out by Zhu Zuching and Du Guyan. Under Lu Chen's cultivation, both Zhu Zuching and Du Guyan had not only consumed immortal herbs but also possessed a full set of spirit bones. Zhu Zuching had 3 spirit bones. Du Guyan had 6 spirit bones. Many titled Douluo could not even gather such a collection of spirit bones. Having such strength was perfectly normal. The remaining 3 Qian Wolftaken leaders no longer possessed their initial arrogance. Terrified, they let out roars, attempting to use such bluster to mask the deep trepidation in their hearts. It was not that they did not want to flee, rather, their animal instincts told them that if they turned to run now and exposed their backs, they would truly be unable to even resist. The 3 Qian Wolftaken assumed an offensive stance, baring their fangs and claws, trying to intimidate Zhu Zuching and Du Guyan. But who could they possibly scare with such a display? Zhu Zuching panted slightly. Although the battle had not lasted long, she had used both her spirit ring abilities and spirit bone abilities, consuming a massive amount of spirit power, leaving her with only 1/3 remaining. Under these circumstances, Zhu Zuching did not try to be a hero. Among the 3 Qian Wolftaken, she chose the one on the left, which appeared slightly weaker, as her target. Her eyes were sharp and focused, like a hunter staring intently at their prey. 5th spirit ability, Nether Shadow Piercing Strike. Zhu Zuching's 5th spirit ring flashed. She tapped her toes against the ground, her form transforming into a shadowy figure that darted out with lightning speed, arriving in front of the Wolftaken in the blink of an eye. Caught off guard, the Wolftaken instinctively swiped with its claws, but it swiped at empty air. It was like striking at thin air, it hadn't hit anything solid at all. This was Zhu Zuching's Nether Shadow Piercing Strike, which could turn solid into ethereal, reducing physical damage by 50%. The next instant, the shadow Zhu Zuching had transformed into pierced right through the Wolftaken's body. This penetration was not fatal, but it caused the Wolftaken's aura to drop significantly. A portion of its spirit power had been plundered by Zhu Zuching. It wasn't over yet. Relying on the advantage of her speed, the shadow that was Zhu Zuching quickly turned back and pierced through the Wolftaken's body once again. Just like that, back and forth, in the span of just a few breaths, the shadow that was Zhu Zuching had pierced through the Wolftaken's body over a dozen times. Although this Qian Wolftaken was not yet dead, its spirit power had been completely drained, and it collapsed to the ground with a thud. At this moment, Zhu Zuching, having resumed her human form, actually looked flushed, because she had plundered the Wolftaken's spirit power, her own spirit power had recovered to over half. Third spirit ability, Hell Decapitation. Zhu Zuqing's third spirit ring flashed. She pressed her hands together and raised them above her head, black energy surging out to condense into a black moon blade over a meter long. As the black moon blade slashed down, with a crack, it decapitated the Cyan Wolftaken lying on the ground. As for why the other two Cyan Wolftaken did not rescue this one, it was because they had also fallen at the hands of Du Guyan at the same time. As a spirit saint, even after wiping out dozens of Grey Wolftaken, Du Guyan still had as much as 70% of her spirit power remaining. After Zhu Zuqing made her move, she also launched an attack on the other two Cyan Wolftaken. As her sixth spirit ring flashed, she spat out a jade phosphorus destruction beam. With just a single strike, she corroded a Cyan Wolftaken that couldn't dodge in time into a pile of white bones. This completely terrified the last Cyan Wolftaken. It whimpered, turned around, and fled. Du Guyan chased after it, her legs slightly bent, leaping into midair. Her left leg transformed into a sword spine, and she slashed down furiously. With a crack, she decapitated the fleeing Cyan Wolftaken. With this, the entire Wolftaken tribe was wiped out. Du Guyan landed on the ground and retracted her martial soul possession. Because she had vented all her anger, her mood improved slightly. However, when she turned to look at Zhu Zuqing, her just improved mood turned sour again. She scanned Zhu Zuqing up and down as if she were meeting her for the first time, her tone carrying a hint of gnashing teeth. Sister Zuqing, you really have some impressive tricks. I thought you were a pure, innocent little white flower, but today you really gave me a big surprise. Zhu Zuqing deactivated her martial soul possession. Under Du Guyan's gaze, her expression remained calm as ever. She was from the Zhu family of Star Luo. She had been exposed to the schemes of noble courtyards vying for favor since she was young. These few passive-aggressive remarks were the most low-level tactics. Zhu Zuqing retorted without blushing or catching her breath. What are you talking about, Sister Yan Yan? I don't understand. If you are talking about the bet from just now, then what I said came from the bottom of my heart. I love Lu Chen. This isn't just talk. How could I ever treat him as a wager? Here she goes again. Du Guyan glared at her. This young girl's level was even higher than she had imagined. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, Lu Chen clapped his hands and walked towards Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan, speaking with a smile. All right, I saw everything you did just now. That Cyan Wolftaken was comparable to a spirit emperor, and the other two were comparable to spirit kings. The other Grey Wolftaken were all between the strength of a spirit grandmaster and a spirit elder. I am very satisfied with your performance in battle, being able to wipe out this Wolftaken tribe without sustaining any injuries. Now, it is time to reap the rewards. Maintaining a harem is not easy. Relying on a wealth of benefits, Lu Chen had gotten Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Du Guyan to accept each other's existence, but occasionally there would be some disharmony due to vying for favor. Once signs of disharmony appeared, he had to actively step in and balance the scales to avoid things getting truly out of hand. Having pacified Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan, it was time to divert their attention. Lu Chen walked over to the Cyan Wolftaken that Du Guyan had decapitated. He simply raised his hand and pressed down, and a surge of energy blasted the Cyan Wolftaken's corpse apart. With a pop, flesh, bones, and organs were blasted everywhere. After the corpse was blown open, a right leg spirit bone glowing with blood-red radiance could be seen. Lu Chen reached out and picked up the spirit bone, turning to display it in front of Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan. This is a pretty good harvest, though it is a pity it is only a 20,000-year spirit bone. I won't absorb a spirit bone like this, and you two already have right leg spirit bones. Let's keep this spirit bone as a collection item. It can be awarded to outstanding sect disciples in the future. Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan indeed had no need for this spirit bone, so naturally, they had no objections. After resolving the Wolftaken tribe, Lu Chen took Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan and continued on their way towards the seaside. As for the pile of Wolftaken corpses left on the spot, he believed it wouldn't take more than a night for them to be completely devoured by the beasts in the forest. Chapter 247. Killing the Evil Spirit Orca King in one move. At dusk, Lu Chen arrived at Vast Sea City, the the westernmost coastal city of the Heaven Do Empire, with Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan. Since it was already late, they decided to stay in the city for the night. That evening, Lu Chen went to the largest auction house in Vast Sea City, spent 500 gold coins, and obtained the most detailed ocean map available. The areas frequently visited by top-tier spirit beasts like the deep-sea demon whale king, the evil spirit orca king, and the devil spirit great white shark were clearly marked on the map. With this nautical chart, Lu Chen would not have to wander around the ocean like a headless fly. And Lu Chen's first target, or rather, the source of the 8th spirit ring for his black iron sickle spirit, was the evil spirit orca king. The next day, Lu Chen called for Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan, and they officially set sail. There was no need for a boat. Lu Chen held Zhu Zuqing in his left arm and Du Guyan in his right, stepping through the air as he headed towards the area where the evil spirit orca king frequently appeared, according to the map. Along the way, the salty, humid sea breeze slapped against Lu Chen's face, allowing him to experience a unique charm that did not belong to the land. The ocean. This could also be considered a special spirit beast forest. Compared to the Stardo Great Forest, there would only be more, not fewer, high-level spirit beasts in the ocean. For example, the 3 near-shore overlords. The devil spirit great white shark, a 100,000-year spirit beast, was the mount of the sea god, so it was inconvenient for Lu Chen to hunt it. The evil spirit orca king, a 190,000-year spirit beast, was even more powerful than the devil spirit great white shark and was only one step away from becoming a vicious beast. It was Lu Chen's ideal choice for the 8th spirit ring of his black iron sickle. The deep-sea demon whale king, a million-year spirit beast, actually had a cultivation base of 300,000 years, but by constantly devouring other spirit beasts, it had forcibly accumulated a million years of cultivation. If not for the rules of the Douluo continent that prevented spirit beasts from becoming gods, the deep-sea demon whale king would have had the foundation to become the sea god. What Lu Chen looked forward to most was absorbing the spirit ring and spirit bone of the deep-sea demon whale king, which would lay the foundation for him to become a god, or even a god king. After traveling for less than 4 hours, Lu Chen found his target, the evil spirit orca king. The evil spirit orca king was not just a single spirit beast. As the king of the evil spirit orca clan, it commanded hundreds of evil spirit orcas of various sizes. At this moment, the evil spirit orca clan was frolicking and chasing each other on the distant sea surface, and the originally azure ocean was stained with patches of crimson blood. It seemed that the evil spirit orca clan had just completed a hunt, and now that the whole clan was full, they could be so leisurely. Lu Chen looked at Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan in his arms. Zuqing, Yan, I am going to hunt the spirit beast now, you two go into my portable space first. To avoid worrying Lu Chen, both Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan nodded in agreement. Amidst a ripple of spreading space, Lu Chen took Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan into his portable space. With no more worries, Lu Chen could finally let loose. He raised his palm, and with a surge of black light, a 3-meter-long black scythe condensed. Black, red, 7 spirit rings, 2 black and 5 red, rose one by one from beneath his feet. The surging evil chi made the air nearly solidify, stirring up ripples on the surface of the sea. From a distance, it looked as if the ocean were boiling. Roar! Who goes there? Just as Lu Chen summoned his spirit, the towering evil chi immediately made the evil spirit orca king vigilant. It first let out a roar, summoning its clan members to gather around it and form a triangular attack formation. It could be seen that the evil spirit orca king was a giant whale spirit beast 30 meters in length. Its entire body was iron gray, giving people a feeling of invincibility. Its 2 crimson pupils were like 2 lanterns flashing with red light, filled with a look of violence and cruelty. Once one made eye contact with it, one could even feel a suppression at the soul level. Lu Chen held the black iron sickle in his hand and drifted forward. The aura that erupted from his body stirred up a huge whirlpool on the sea surface, and tons of azure seawater were rolled into the sky, then scattered down like a torrential rain. At this moment, Lu Chen felt like the only dominator in the world. Except for the evil spirit orca king, which could slightly resist the aura emitted by Lu Chen. All the other evil spirit orcas felt as if a great mountain were pressing down on them. Regardless of whether they were 1,000-year or 10,000-year ones, the evil spirit orcas whimpered and were pressed down into the ocean. They did not even have the qualification to face Lu Chen directly. This was the might of a level 99 super Douluo. Lu Chen's voice was calm, but it resounded like thunder from the 9 heavens, booming with explosive noise. Evil Spirit Orca King, my black iron sickle spirit is still missing an 8th spirit ring and a 9th spirit ring. I think you are quite suitable, come and be my 8th spirit ring. I can kill just you, a single spirit beast, and not exterminate your entire clan. Perceiving the aura emanating from Lu Chen, the evil spirit Orca King trembled in its heart. Such terrifying power was enough to rival that high priest on Sea God Island. A level 99 spirit power super Douluo, in terms of spirit beast cultivation, would be at least a 700,000-year vicious beast. And it, the evil spirit Orca King, only had 190,000 years of cultivation. The difference between the two was like clouds and mud. The evil spirit Orca King glanced left and right. Its clan members had all been suppressed by Lu Chen's violent aura and sunk to the bottom of the sea. Even though its clan members were all here, it had fallen into a state of helplessness. Before the fight even started, the evil spirit Orca King already felt deep despair. It was afraid it would be hard to escape death today. Roar! The evil spirit Orca King roared. All clan members, head to the deep sea. I will cover your retreat. The enemy is a level 99 spirit power human spirit master. As long as the clan exists, there is hope. I can die, but the clan cannot be exterminated. At this final moment, the evil spirit Orca King displayed the spirit of a clan leader. Under its command, the 10,000-year evil spirit Orcus protected the 100-year and 1,000-year evil spirit Orcus and quickly fled the sea area. Lu Chen didn't bother with the fleeing evil spirit Orcus. His target had been only one from the beginning to the end, the evil spirit Orca King. Watching its clan members gradually move away, the evil spirit Orca King's pupils became increasingly violent, and it let out a roar like a dying beast. Human, if you want my spirit ring and spirit bone, you'll have to see what you're capable of. Orca Domain. Orca's Wrath. A crimson light rapidly erupted from the body of the evil spirit Orca King, staining the surrounding originally azure ocean into a deep crimson. Shrieking howls resounded from within the crimson light, enough to make one's soul sink and be controlled by a violent murderous will. Immediately following that was a highly compressed iron-gray water column, twisting the air and emitting whistling sounds. Lu Chen raised the black iron sickle and made a chopping gesture. Hee, evil spirit Orca King, you dare to strike first in front of me, you are certainly courageous. Very well, I will give you a swift death. Extinction. Cross/. Lu Chen's 4th spirit ring flashed with crimson light. This 300,000-year spirit ring from the 9-headed bloody crimson bat king was also the first time Lu Chen had used its spirit ability. Lu Chen swung his blade, and the towering blood-colored light illuminated the sky into a crimson hue, causing the world within 100 miles to change color. 2 crimson blade auras, each 30 meters in size, intersected to form a cross-shaped blade aura that tore through the air, ripping everything apart in its path. The Crimson Demon Whale Domain and the iron-gray towering water column were all torn apart by that cross-shaped blade aura. The next instant, the cross-shaped blade aura landed on the body of the evil spirit Orca King. Awoo! The evil spirit Orca King let out a wail, and its massive 30-meter body was instantly torn in two by the cross-shaped blade aura. Blood mixed with internal organs gushed out from the body of the evil spirit Orca King, filling the ocean with a pungent, unpleasant stench of blood. Before the consciousness of the evil spirit Orca King completely sank, it had only one thought in its heart. So this is a level 99 human spirit master. With just one move, he could kill me. After struggling for only a moment, the evil spirit Orca King completely lost its breath. Chapter 248 High Priestess Bo Saishi. Above the sea level, the evil spirit Orca King, which had been severed in two from the middle of its body, erupted with waves of red energy, forming a pillar of red light in the sky. An immense, surging pressure spread out, causing waves and surges to rise across the surrounding sea surface. After a long while, the red pillar of light reaching towards the sky gradually compressed, collapsed, and condensed into a blood-red spirit ring. Seeing the spirit ring appear, Lu Chen flew over with a faint smile on his face and landed on the head of the evil spirit Orca King. He sat down cross-legged and summoned the red spirit ring. The red spirit ring trembled, floated around Lu Chen, and then contracted, merging into his body. Waves of violent energy rampaged through Lu Chen's body, but his expression remained unchanged throughout. Based on his current physique, a mere 190,000-year spirit ring from the evil spirit Orca King would not put too much pressure on him at all. The absorption process went smoothly. After 2 hours of methodical absorption, Lu Chen opened his eyes. Within his azure blue eyes, a flash of scarlet light flickered, but that scarlet light quickly dissipated, returning to the original azure blue. He stood up, stretched, and his spirit power surged. With his body as the center, he whipped up monstrous waves on the surrounding sea surface. The head of the evil spirit Orca King beneath him was also pressed down beneath the sea surface. Lu Chen sighed with emotion. Who could have imagined that a 190,000-year spirit ring would not bring me much of an improvement? My spirit power is still level 99, and my physique is still the same. It is because I am too powerful, having already reached the limit of a spirit master. Only my black iron sickle spirit, because of this 190,000-year spirit ring, has become larger in size, its shape more exaggerated, and its toughness and sharpness have both improved significantly. The 8th spirit ring has 2 spirit abilities. Evil spirit Orca Mirror Destruction can crystallize everything around, which can be used for both attack and defense. Evil spirit Orca Demonic Capture is a preemptive control skill that forcibly stuns the enemy for 3 seconds. This skill is good. I have a bunch of attack skills, and the thing I fear most is missing my ultimate. Saving up power to unleash an ultimate skill, only for the enemy to dodge it, that is truly heartbreaking. With this, Evil Spirit Orca Demonic Capture, to forcibly stun the enemy for 3 seconds, I no longer have to worry about the enemy dodging my ultimate. After absorbing the spirit ring, Lu Chen lifted his foot and stomped. An invisible wave spread rapidly, and suddenly, a completely intact right leg bone broke through the body of the evil spirit Orca King and emerged from within it. A spirit beast over 100,000 years old will definitely drop a spirit bone, and it will drop a spirit bone that it does not already possess. Now Lu Chen only lacked a torso bone and a right leg bone, so this evil spirit Orca King right leg bone came at just the right time. Lu Chen walked over, raised his right leg, and kicked the evil spirit Orca King right leg bone. In an instant, the evil spirit Orca King right leg bone melted, and the scarlet liquid energy tightly wrapped around his entire right leg. He sat down cross-legged again and began to absorb the energy of this evil spirit Orca King right leg bone. Lu Chen faced no danger at all when absorbing the evil spirit Orca King spirit ring, and he would face even less danger absorbing the evil spirit Orca King spirit bone. In less than 2 hours, Lu Chen completed the absorption of the spirit bone. To be honest, it didn't improve him much, but it did grant him 2 more attack skills. Orca Evil Spirit Axe is a single target attack skill similar to the evil spirit Orca King's tail fin attack. It can condense spirit power into a straight line, with astonishing destructive power. Orca Tooth Shattering Slash is an area of effect attack skill that can kick out hundreds of tooth-shaped blades, capable of turning people into a sieve in an instant. The skills are good and count as increasing my attack methods. Perhaps they will be effective in close combat in the future. After checking his gains, Lu Chen turned his head to look at the distant sea level, where a tall figure stood in midair. A luxurious blue robe covered her voluptuous body, and the robe was adorned with decorations resembling shells or pearls, making the woman look even more noble and extraordinary. Her appearance was stunningly beautiful, but unfortunately, her long hair had turned white, and her eyes were filled with dead silence, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. This woman was none other than the High Priestess of Sea God Island, High Priestess Bo Saishi. Ever since she saw Tang Chen die before her eyes, her heart had died with him. Now, the only thing driving her to continue living was her duty as the High Priestess of Sea God Island. High Priestess Bo Saixi's gaze swept over Lu Chen. Although she was surprised by Lu Chen's youth, it did not cause much fluctuation in her state of mind. She simply spoke mechanically. Please rest assured, Your Excellency, I am not here to be your enemy. I am the High Priestess of Sea God Island, High Priestess Bo Saishi, and a divine servant of the Sea God. As long as you do not oppose the Sea God, do not wantonly exterminate Spirit Beast of the ocean, destroy the marine environment, and hunt Spirit Beast normally, I will not interfere. Now that you have killed the evil spirit Orca King, it can be considered removing a scourge for the ocean. The evil spirit Orca clan is cruel and tyrannical. Even when they are full, they will torture and kill other ocean spirit beast for amusement. For a spirit beast clan like this, even if they were completely exterminated, it would be only right and Proper. Now that you have obtained the evil spirit Orca King spirit ring and spirit bone, please return the way you came. The boundless ocean is the territory of the sea god. Otherwise, as long as you are still within the ocean, I can only patrol by your side. Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes flickered slightly. His goal in coming to the ocean this time was not just the evil spirit Orca King, but also the deep-sea demon Whale King. He hoped that High Priestess Bo Saishi would not hinder him from killing the deep-sea demon Whale King, otherwise, he would have to fight High Priestess Bo Saishi before hunting the deep-sea demon Whale King. As a divine servant of the sea god, within the range of the ocean, once she mobilized the sea god's divine force, she would likely be even more difficult to deal with than Qian Douluo. Lu Chen spoke loudly. I came to the ocean only to hunt the spirit beast I need. Once I have gathered the spirit rings and spirit bones I need, I will naturally leave the ocean. As his words fell, Lu Chen lifted his foot and stomped, unleashing his right leg bone skill, Orca Evil Spirit Axe. Spirit power was infused into the right leg bone, and after being highly compressed by the spirit bone, it condensed into a scarlet beam of light. Lu Chen slashed his right leg forward, and with a loud crack, the scarlet beam of light split open the evil spirit Orca King's head. Inside that head, there was no scene of gore and brains splattering everywhere, instead, it emitted a rich and intense fragrance. It could be seen that in a certain position inside the head, there was a cavity the size of a basketball, and the cavity was filled with a golden, paste-like substance. This was the whale brain. It was a special medicinal material that could only be nurtured by ocean spirit beast over 100,000 years old. It could greatly enhance a person's physique and improve their aptitude. Seeing this, a look of surprise appeared on High Priestess Bo Saixi's face. Lu Chen actually knew about the existence of the whale brain, it seemed he had come prepared. And next, Lu Chen did not eat the whale brain himself. With his physical constitution, the evil spirit Orca King's whale brain would hardly bring any improvement. He opened his portable space and released Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan. Returning to the outside world, the first reaction of Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan was to be concerned about Lu Chen's situation. Lu Chen, did you defeat the evil spirit Orca King? Lu Chen, are you hurt? Hearing their concern, Lu Chen smiled slightly and explained. It was just a mere evil spirit Orca King. I have already absorbed its spirit ring and spirit bone. Inside this evil spirit Orca King's brain, there is also a mass of heaven and earth treasure grade whale brain, which can enhance a person's physique and improve their aptitude. I let you out so that you could eat this whale brain, don't waste a single bit. Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan followed Lu Chen's gaze and looked at the evil spirit Orca King's head that had been split in two. Seeing the golden, paste-like substance inside the head, they immediately understood that it was the whale brain. They were not coy either. Since Lu Chen told them to eat it, they walked over, dug out the whale brain, and started eating. Among them, Zhu Zuqing even dug out an extra portion of whale brain, preparing to take it back for Xiao Wu. Chapter 249, Art as Explosion. After consuming the whale brain, an unnatural flush appeared on the beautiful faces of Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan. Waves of scorching energy spread throughout their delicate bodies, making their skin, flesh, bones, and internal organs feel numb and tingly, leaving them feeling as if they had no strength in their bodies. As that scorching energy integrated into every organ of their bodies, their physical constitutions received an all-around enhancement. Lu Chen stepped forward and supported Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan, one on each side. I will take you both back into the portable space. Once inside, focus on refining the energy from the whale brain you consumed. Their two flushed, beautiful faces were breathtakingly gorgeous. They looked at Lu Chen with hazy eyes and nodded to indicate they understood. Lu Chen then opened the portable space. As ripples of space spread out, Zhu Zuqing and Du Guyan were retracted by Lu Chen into the portable space. Blood puppet. Lu Chen raised his left hand, and waves of blood-colored light erupted from his left arm, condensing into a blood-colored sphere of light above his palm. Under the illumination of this blood-colored sphere, the evil spirit Orca King, whose head had been split open and whose body had been severed in two, began to tremble violently. It then reassembled itself and once again erupted with a terrifying aura. Lu Chen stood on the head of the evil spirit Orca King, controlling it as it swam towards the demon whale sea area. His eyes shone with a brilliant light. Deep Sea Demon Whale King, I hope you will like this grand gift I have brought you. At this moment, High Priestess Bo Saishi, watching Lu Chen's receding figure, couldn't help but slightly knit her brows. What an evil ability, to actually be able to control a dead spirit beast and make it active again. This spirit master from the continent has already hunted the evil spirit Orca King and obtained its spirit ring and spirit bone. Why has he not left the ocean area yet? I must follow him. If he intends to wantonly destroy the marine environment and exterminate marine spirit beasts, as the High Priestess of Sea God Island, I will absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. Thinking of this, High Priestess Bo Saishi stepped on the waves, treading on a giant wave 7 or 8 meters high, and chased in the direction Lu Chen had left. 2 hours passed very quickly. High Priestess Bo Saixi's brows knitted tighter and tighter, and she felt secretly shocked in her heart. What exactly does this human want to do? Ahead is the demon whale sea area. Could it be that he wants to hunt the deep-sea demon whale king? That is Sea God's formidable rival, a cultivation level infinitely close to a million-year spirit beast, only one step away from becoming a god. Even I, with the help of Sea God's power, cannot do anything against the deep-sea demon whale king. Even if this person has the strength of a 99th rank super Douluo, it is impossible for him to hunt the deep-sea demon whale king. If he can truly kill the deep-sea demon whale king, that would be a good thing. But if he cannot kill the deep-sea demon whale king and instead angers it, it will surely trigger a monstrous disaster. At that time, even I will have to fight with my life. Returning to Lu Chen, his eyes grew brighter and brighter because he had already sensed the energy reaction of the deep-sea demon whale king. That terrifyingly vast energy reaction, to Lu Chen, felt no less than Qian Douluo using his angel divine power. Lu Chen controlled the corpse of the evil spirit Orca King, and in one go, rushed towards the location of the deep-sea demon whale king. In less than a moment, a behemoth with a body length of 200 meters appeared before Lu Chen's eyes. It was as if an island was floating on the sea surface. Its blue-black surface was no different from a city wall. This was simply a mobile fortress. The deep-sea demon whale king also discovered the evil spirit Orca King. Facing this snack delivered to its doorstep, there was no reason for the deep-sea demon whale king not to eat it. With a flick of its tail, it stirred up monstrous waves. Opening its giant mouth, which was like a bottomless abyss, tons upon tons of seawater, as well as the delivered evil spirit Orca King, were swallowed into the deep-sea demon whale king's mouth. The deep-sea demon whale king was too huge. With a body length of 200 meters, compared to it, the 30-meter-long evil spirit Orca King was simply a tiny speck. It was truly a case of the deep-sea demon whale king opening its mouth and swallowing the evil spirit Orca King whole. Lu Chen, standing on the back of the evil spirit Orca King, was not even noticed by the deep-sea demon whale king. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen cast the blood explosion technique of his left arm bone, while simultaneously using his etherealization skill to hide within the void space. Bang! Accompanied by a loud explosion, the 30-meter-sized body of the evil spirit Orca King exploded from the inside out. Every organ and every piece of flesh turned to ash in the explosion, simultaneously releasing destructive energy fluctuations. Roar! Under the impact of the destructive energy, the deep-sea demon whale king also let out a howl, and blood sprayed from its mouth. After all, the evil spirit Orca King was also a 190,000-year spirit beast. The flesh bomb made from its body, exploding inside the mouth of the deep-sea demon whale king, caused even more damage to the opponent than Lu Chen had expected. Lu Chen's true body was hidden in the void space and was not affected by the explosion of the evil spirit Orca King. Taking this opportunity, he summoned all his remaining flesh bombs from the portable space. Under Lu Chen's control, 8 black shadows actively rushed into the deep-sea demon whale king's open giant mouth. Blood explosion technique, explode. Lu Chen shouted, excitedly with his eyes bright. Art as explosion. Boom, 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 boom. 300,000-year 9-headed bloody crimson bat king blood puppet explosion. Clear sky sect twin stars, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, blood puppet explosion. The 5 great elders of the clear sky sect, 5 blood puppets exploding simultaneously. Their flesh and blood exploded into ash, and the terrifying energy fluctuations released caused huge damage to the deep-sea demon whale king. Roar! The deep-sea demon whale king rolled in the ocean in pain, stirring up giant waves 100 meters high. The waves of force that vibrated outward caused undercurrents to surge in the seawater. Let alone 1,000-year spirit beasts, Even 10,000-year spirit beasts, once they broke into this sea area, would likely be torn to pieces by the undercurrents in the seawater. Who is plotting against this king? The deep-sea demon whale king spoke in human language. In extreme anger, it unleashed its domain power. Demon whale domain. A gray light erupted from its massive body, and instantly the world changed color. The originally clear sky was covered by dark clouds, and the entire sky turned black. Rumble, rumble, accompanied by the roars of thunder, lightning as thick as snakes and pythons churned up and down in the dark clouds, and destructive fluctuations diffused from the dark clouds. The air seemed to solidify, and all the water elements between heaven and earth seemed to be controlled by the deep-sea demon whale king, surrounding it as if subjects paying homage to a monarch. And under the blessing of the demon whale domain, the deep-sea demon whale king's aura suddenly expanded, divine might permeated, and it even caused pressure on space itself. Lu Chen, hidden in the void space, also felt a heavy pressure. Lu Chen sighed secretly. It truly deserves to be a million-year spirit beast. Even though I am hidden in the void space, its power still affected me. The 190,000-year evil spirit orca king, the 300,000-year nine-headed bloody crimson bat king, and the seven-titled Douluo of the clear sky sect, so many blood puppets self-destructing could not severely injure it, but instead completely enraged it. It seems that I will have to fight this battle myself. Then let me see the strength of the million-year deep-sea demon whale king. Chapter 250. Battling the deep-sea demon whale king. Lu Chen walked out of the void space. Without the barrier of the space, the full pressure of the demon whale domain bore down on him all at once. It was like being trapped in the deep sea, with the crushing weight of the seawater pressing in from all directions, causing Lu Chen's body to emit faint creaking sounds. Even more domineering was the fact that under the heavy pressure of the demon whale domain, 50% of Lu Chen's strength was suppressed. His spirit power crawled through his meridians like a turtle, and his movements were greatly restricted. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes at this. Do not think that domain abilities are exclusive to you. Slaughter domain. In an instant, a black light erupted from his body, sweeping across the surroundings like blades. Wherever it passed, the gray demon whale domain was shredded to pieces. The deep-sea demon whale king was blind in one eye, having been blinded by Poseidon with a trident when he competed for the position of sea god. At this moment, his only remaining eye, like a giant lantern emitting red light, looked towards Lu Chen's position with undisguised malice and brutality. Damn human, you are the one plotting against this king. I will have your life. The deep-sea demon whale king was furious. Supported by his million-year cultivation, the shredded demon whale domain began to heal rapidly, continuing to press towards Lu Chen, vowing to crush him into a pulp. Above in the sky, the gray light covered the sky and earth. Although the black light only covered a radius of 100 meters, it possessed extremely intense aggressiveness, constantly shredding the healing gray light into pieces once again. This resulted in a stalemate. Lu Chen raised his palm, and the black iron sickle appeared in his hand. His eyes flashed with wisdom. The deep-sea demon whale king has profound cultivation. If I want to successfully hunt him, I must take the absolute upper hand from the very beginning. 8th spirit ability, evil orca evil capture. 7th spirit ability, black iron avatar. 4th spirit ability, extinction cross slash. The 8 spirit rings rhythmically moving up and down around Lu Chen. The 8th spirit ring, the 7th spirit ring, and the 4th spirit ring, these 3 blood-red spirit rings flashed with blinding light. A sky-high tyrannical will, mixed within the black-red light, erupted from the black iron sickle in Lu Chen's hand. As the black-red light flashed, the deep-sea demon whale king could not dodge it and was forcibly stunned for 3 seconds. The light in his beast-like eyes, which resembled red lanterns, dimmed accordingly. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Chen threw the black iron sickle in his hand. Under the continuous infusion of spirit power, the black iron sickle suddenly expanded, transforming into a giant scythe 150 meters in size. The next instant, a blood-red light spread out like ocean waves, briefly suppressing the deep-sea demon whale king's demon whale domain. The giant scythe slashed forward, and the blood-red waves surged crazily. 200-meter-sized giant blood-colored light blades crossed each other and slashed forward from within the blood-colored waves. Tearing through space, carrying the momentum to destroy everything, it slashed towards the back of the deep-sea demon whale king. The deep-sea demon whale king had already woken up, After all, the evil orca evil capture could only forcibly stun for 3 seconds. However, his massive size limited his speed, making it too late for him to dodge the extinction cross slash. In his haste, the deep-sea demon whale king could only mobilize his spirit power to cover the surface of his body with a layer of iron-gray energy. It was not that the deep-sea demon whale king was negligent, but rather his absolute self-confidence. He possessed a 99% divine body, and his physical defense was incomparably strong. Even when he was ambushed earlier, he had not suffered fatal injuries. Therefore, in his view, that terrifying-looking cross-slash was not enough to cause him fatal damage. With a crack, the iron-gray energy layer on the deep-sea demon whale king's back could not withstand it at all and shattered in an instant. The blood-red cross-light blade made intimate contact with the flesh on the deep-sea demon whale king's back, sounding a teeth-gritting noise of flesh being torn. Even the 99% divine body was torn by the cross-light blade, leaving 2 intersecting wounds deep enough to see the bone. Blood spurted out, and the blade light, filled with an evil aura, began to further erode the deep-sea demon whale king's flesh. With a 200,000-year martial soul avatar combined with a 300,000-year strong attack skill, even the deep-sea demon whale king's 99% divine body could not fully block it. Roar! The deep-sea demon whale king let out a heart-wrenching roar, rolling up and down in the sea, stirring up giant waves hundreds of meters high. The seawater boiled, as if it were the end of the world. Human, it has been a full 20,000 years. Apart from that bastard Poseidon, you are the first person to injure this king's body. If this king cannot deal with Poseidon, can I not deal with you? You go die for this king. As if gone mad, the deep-sea demon whale king opened his mouth to swallow a massive amount of seawater, compressed it highly within his body, and then ejected it from the blowhole on his back. Boom! The highly compressed water column rushed straight towards Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen had long been prepared for this. His figure flashed, and he dodged dozens of meters away, a triumphant smile on his face. The extinction cross slash, a spirit ability from the 300,000-year 9-headed bloody crimson bat king, possessed an evil attribute. The damage it caused could not be healed and would continuously erode the enemy's vitality. Now that the deep-sea demon whale king was injured, Lu Chen had a chance to wear him down bit by bit. Seeing that his attack missed, the deep-sea demon whale king spat out a second water column, a third, a fourth. Lu Chen naturally would not take them head-on. He would dodge whenever he could, and flash away whenever possible. The deep-sea demon whale king's demon whale domain had been torn apart by his slaughter domain, so the 50% suppression effect could not take effect. Although Lu Chen was not an agility attack spirit master, there was no problem for him to dodge these straightforward water column attacks. The deep-sea demon whale king also noticed this, so he deliberately used the water columns to attack, locking down Lu Chen's dodging space, and then suddenly leapt out of the water. That tail, tens of meters in size, lashed out from bottom to top towards Lu Chen, whose dodging space was locked. Lu Chen was blocked on all sides by the water columns. Since he could not dodge, he would take it head-on. 8th Spirit Ability, Evil Orca Mirror Destruction. A blinding black-red light gushed out. Wherever it passed, the air in front of him rapidly crystallized, forming a crystal wall 100 meters long, 50 meters wide, and 3 meters thick. The deep-sea demon whale king lashed out with his tail, and although he shattered the crystal wall, Lu Chen, who was hiding behind the wall, did not suffer the slightest harm. Accompanied by a loud splash, the deep-sea demon whale king fell back into the sea, kicking up waves 100 meters high. Just as he wanted to continue attacking Lu Chen, the pain coming from his back caused the deep-sea demon whale king to stop his actions. He discovered to his astonishment that the wound Lu Chen had just caused him not only had not healed but was continuing to expand. Because of his violent movements just now, blood was gushing out like a fountain. No, within the wound just now, there is also an evil force attached. It is precisely this evil force that continues to erode this king's flesh and extinguish this king's life force. The deep-sea demon whale king glared fiercely at Lu Chen. You hateful human, so this was your plan all along, wanting to gradually extinguish this king's life force through this evil power. Don't even think about it. This king will kill you first, then expel this evil force. Boom. In an instant, a dense purple light erupted from the deep-sea demon whale king's body, forming a huge purple vortex. Inside the vortex, the deep-sea demon whale king's body rapidly shrank. Along with the shrinking of his body, the already highly compressed energy became even more condensed to the extreme. In just a few breaths, that 200-meter behemoth transformed into a sturdy human just over 2 meters tall, with long purple hair draped down, as flamboyant as a lion's mane. The dense energy in the purple vortex covered the human, forming a set of deep purple armor covered in magnificent patterns. Divine armor. The deep-sea demon whale king had already condensed his own divine armor. After transforming into human form, the deep-sea demon whale king's energy was even more condensed, finally suppressing the continuously expanding cross-shaped wound on his back. The divine might emanating from him, which was enough to collapse space, made Lu Chen, who was opposite him, feel immense pressure. The current deep-sea demon whale king was enough to rival Qian Douluo using angel divine power.